right, everyone. It's time to get metal. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
I had a dream.
Hashem told you to dance in a tango contest?
A dancing teacher wants to tango with you?
Critics are raving about Tango Shalom. It's clever and inventive, with right chemistry on and off the dance floor.
You're a lunatic!
A funny and thoughtful family film with a warm heart and a playful spirit. From the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding,
Oh, there's my Fernando.
Tango Shalom, in select theaters this weekend. Right, get ready, I can feel it. Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, and a bunch of other names people hang on me. Robert Meyer Burnett. It is time for Midnight Metal, episode 46. Oh my God, I can't believe what started out as a lark, a goof, because we're all goof people, is still going on. People are still coming in. We're still having fun. I got to tell you, I've got a guest tonight. A new friend, another cool person, one of the coolest people, to be honest, that I've met in a long time. Lael Rockwell, or as he likes to call himself, Lael the Jedi, or the 1/6 scale man. He is joining Mmmm and myself. We're going to talk nostalgia. We're going to talk toys. We're going to talk, why the hell are they remaking The Lost Boys? I'm just going to bring him on. Please, welcome. Put your hands together. Because they're the Rhythm Nation, man. We've got Mmmm and Lael Rockwell joining us on Midnight Metal. Welcome, gentlemen and lady.
Yes!
How you doing?
Let me ask the two of you, are you fucking feeling metal tonight? Are you feeling metal?
Oh my God.
Yes!
Come on,
yes!
man. I've been feeling metal all day.
That's what I'm talking about.
Midnight metal! Midnight
Let's go.
metal!
I'm telling you, and a lot of people, people have been saying, lately, even though we spent a lot of time talking about the new Iron Maiden album, which is named after a Japanese term, they're like, hey, this show's not as metal as it used to be. I'm like, what? I mean, this whole show was born out of me saying that the Snyder Cut of Justice League was fucking metal. And then I'm like, let's do a show called that. And, I think the Friday Night Midnight Metal is the more introspective, thoughtful version. And the Saturday night version is a little bit more rock and roll. But you need both to be metal. So, people might not know Lael. Lael, I met you recently. We've done some streams together.
Yes,
you and I are simpatico in terms of our thought processes, maybe because we're older than the other young whippersnappers we stream with.
Old and wise.
Old, the gray. We're streaming with Justin, who's, what is he, 20? Justin,
28.
Yeah, that's what. 20. Yeah, he's.
We were changing some diapers the last couple days.
I'm telling you, no, but it's so funny because I met Justin. I watched Justin from Justin's Collection for a long time. I'd get up every morning. I'm like, did he do a new review? And suddenly, my girlfriend and I, we even did Justin impressions because I love his voice. I love his. He's like a He's like a game show host, but when he gives it, and he's got his delivery down. So I would it was like comfort food, and his reviews I think are the best on YouTube.
Definitely
for
the
his
best
tour
ever.
reviews. And then suddenly I'm streaming with him.
Yes.
You know, and
Yeah.
then the group we had on his show and meeting other toy collectors, meeting you.
Yes.
And I was like, I figured, you know, we have a lot to talk about in terms of pop culture, nostalgia, the fact that our pop culture today is pretty bankrupt. Everything is being remade and remixed and reused, and I wonder if like the youth of today is tired of getting reworked hand-me-downs from 3 decades ago, and they're expecting to eat it up or like it or whatever. And I just think about when we all 3 of us, you know, we were given a lot of great pop culture, whether it was music, whether it was movies, fashion. I mean, people say, well, the 80s fashion was... No, the 80s fashion was fucking fun, man. It was so much fun. Incredible.
It is back, and it's being rehashed
Yes.
constantly. There's always a recycle every year of the 80s fashion. They can't deny it. 80s is here to stay. Like, you can't get rid of it.
Well, you know, I mean, to touch on that, one of the things we've talked about a lot on this channel is that in the 80s, pop culture was really intertwined. Movies, music, fashion, television, even books. You know, Stephen King was... I would run to the bookstore to get a new Stephen King novel. And it all worked together. And like you'd go see Tony Scott's first feature, The Hunger, which is opened with Bauhaus, which is the band Bauhaus. You have Peter Murphy and Daniel Ash and David J. singing Bela Lugosi's Dead, which is like the Stairway to Heaven of goth music. And Bowie's in the movie, and Susan Sarandon and Catherine Deneuve. I mean, nowadays people are like, who's Catherine Deneuve? You know, but back then, I mean, it was like you have these cultural icons. I mean, the Thin White Duke, Bowie reinvented himself how many times, and when you'd go to a movie like The Hunger, it had so many layers of pop culture in it.
Yes, it did. Yes,
and and now I feel that everything we get, I shouldn't say everything, but a lot of what we're getting is artificial. I guess you know, the remakes, like they announced that they are not going to move forward with a Lost Boys pilot, the series, but now they're going to remake the movie. And I was saying to you guys that I'm like, you know, movies are also a product of the time in which they're made. There's a sensibility, and I would say that I'm not against remakes. I mean, I've often talked about 3 of my favorite remakes are Philip Kaufman's 1978 Invasion of the Body Snatchers, John Carpenter's 1982 The Thing, and David Cronenberg's 1986 The Fly. And those are really great. I mean, the Invasion of the Body Snatchers in 78 is close to the original, but they all bring something new, and they really reinvent what they're
without
doing.
taking away from the original, without
Right.
taking too much away from the original. And they also actually pay homage to the original.
Yes, they do.
So, yeah, definitely.
And I wonder, you know, obviously Hollywood's very risk averse, and they don't, if your movies are so expensive now, if they're going to, they would much rather remake something that is a recognizable IP, because the executives then are like, well, you know, people already know about this, so no one's going out on a limb. But the problem is that all of the movies that are being remade, like The Lost Boys, I mean, The Lost Boys is not the greatest movie in the world, but it's an iconic 80s film. The imagery, the people in it, Alex Winter, who went on to Bill and Ted fame, and you had, of course, Kiefer Sutherland, and Diane Wiest is in it as the mother, and the Corey Haim and Corey Feldman are in the Coreys in there, and Jason Patrick is the resident teen heartthrob, and Jamie Gertz, who was part of the Brat Pack, and the music and everything. I mean, what a great Cry Little Sister and all that. I mean, it was very much a product of its time, which is what made it cool. So when it came out, you know, it had, and by the way it was shot, it had a real attitude. Joel Schumacher was very music video feel. And so when it, you know, I saw it, really interesting filmmaker they've tapped to direct it, but I looked at the 2 guys that they cast, and they look like they're very very safe looking choices. And they don't, let's just say there's no Jason Patrick or Billy Wirth, you know, with their long flowing metal hair.
Yeah.
And I don't know what, but
Yeah.
how can something be a product of its time if it's a remake? Like, how do you, where is the movie that if you're in high school or college this year, where's your Lost Boys? A new movie like The Lost Boys that you're going to be talking about 30 years later. And is there pop culture now that is worthy of being remade 30 years hence?
Yeah.
I mean, The Lost Boys is 34 years old now.
Exactly.
So what do you guys, I mean, I ask you, I love saying, you know, you were heavily into music and pop culture. What's your take on it? I mean, are kids today is the youth of America being shortchanged because they don't get their own pop culture?
Yeah, I think that they are missing something. And, we're talking about nostalgia, and when we enjoy a film, what are the things that we take away with us in that film? And, in an era right now where films are made and the soundtracks are not specially made for them, or, even sort of having the experience of, the average kid being able to go see a film in the movie theater, which was something that was just the norm for us growing up. But now we never know whether a film is going to be in the theater or you're going to see it at home.
Yeah.
And, a lot of people are watching these films on a tablet or a computer, maybe even their cell phone. So the experience that they were originally supposed to have, they're not going to have. And then the idea of what does it mean, The Lost Boys is a movie about youth and young people. And it is true that there were older people in the film, but the focus was on these two young boys who, were finding themselves kind of enjoying the summer or whatever time of year it is, because I can't tell, it's California. But it seemed like it might have been summertime, and they go into in what looks like to be a comic book shop.
Yeah.
Well,
And, right away, when this film starts, that they're telling you that this film is meant to be something fun and enjoyable, and it's going to explore perhaps something that's in that comic book shop. And of course, the thing that they're exploring is the idea of vampirism. And it's like your mind starts to go, well, what's the legend? How does vampirism work? Especially when you're talking about children. They even have a child vampire in that. Which seems, somewhat horrific and scary. And, to a child especially, or a teenager who watches this. And, they captured something in the youth of the 80s that, everybody wants to capture in a film that creates or generates so much enjoyment and pleasure. After you finish watching that film, it's a good experience. I mean, yes, they do have to fight vampires, but, I just felt like the way that it was constructed, the music, the performances, as you said, very important and famous names, and child actors that we recognized in the 80s. We knew Corey Feldman and Corey Haim very well. Yeah. I think that they created an ensemble that was just such a pleasure to watch. Yeah. And you could tell that the actors enjoyed one another. They enjoyed the script. Even the lair where the vampires supposedly are. It's like you could imagine a cave in California like this. I hope I'm saying the right location of where it is. But
yeah, no, it's in they shot it. It was shot in Santa Cruz, but that cave is like a pop culture. It's like a fever dream. Who wouldn't want to live in that vampire cave?
Now I know that you're not that fond of the Goonies, but this film is equal level of nostalgia, I think for a lot of people. And even the idea, you felt that you could insert yourself into this scenario. And I think that part of why you feel that way is because that big gathering where they play the music and he sees Jamie Gertz for the first time, everybody can relate to that. They added romance to this story. They added romance to a vampire story about, teenagers, essentially.
And he has to rescue her. Now I would ask you, Lael, when you were you live in Pennsylvania now?
Yes, I do.
Did you grow up in Pennsylvania?
No. I originally grew up in Queens, Far Rockaway Ocean Village in Queens, and then basically moved to Pennsylvania. Yeah, so it was. I've been my mother was a nurse, so she was a traveling nurse. So basically, we kind of moved all over. But we actually, once she settled here in Harrisburg, I moved here after her being here for so many years. But all around. But pretty much my movie experience has been here. You know what I mean?
Well, I was going to ask you. Yep. Like when you were in high school, what were a few of your touchstone movies? What were some of the movies that you watched
Oh,
over and over again on video?
over and over. Okay, so I'm gonna actually say anything that was, of course, Star Wars. We know like anything with Star. But besides that, outside that IP, Beyond the Thunderdome, everything that was actually Mad Max,
He's just a
derived.
raggedy man.
Exactly. Everything that was derived from there, as well as like most of my horror genre, Dawn of the Dead, Nights of the Living Dead, anything that was, Halloween, anything that was nostalgic, even if we actually want to go back to like some of like our pop culture films, such as, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, just all the classics, that we experienced,
Porkies.
Porky's, Revenge of the Nerds,
Yes.
all of those things it's just like it was full. Here's the thing, Rob. We talked about this once before. The difference between films now and what we grew up on, what we basically experienced, is simple fact that we didn't have the spectacle. We didn't have everything was all practical. Sets were
Right.
practical.
That's a really good
But
point.
but the biggest thing was because they were so practical, we relied on the story. We basically traveled. The journey was based on the story. The stories were so well written. There was character development. We got so submersed into those characters, and they played it so well. You know what I mean? And just the pure nostalgia of the setting. We didn't care if we saw puppets on a string. If the story made sense,
Yes.
that's all we kind of move with. You know what I mean? Everything else was. I remember basically watching. Here's one of my favorite films that people would probably be like, "What?" Chud, Cannibalistic Underground Humanoid Dwellers. Yo, that film, as corny as it was still an incredible film for the simple fact that it was all practical.
I gotta,
You
I
know
gotta
what I
tell
mean?
you, Chud's actually pretty good.
Exactly,
It's
right?
pretty good. And by the way, at the end of the movie, they're Chads. They're cannibalistic above ground dwellers.
Above ground dwellers. You know what I
But
mean? So when it was like watching those films, watching everything that we grew up in, even like with the Lost Boys. You talked about it, a bit earlier. I got it right. You
you
talked
did.
about
That
this
was
a little
good.
bit. You talked about it where the soundtrack was so, it was cohesive with the film.
Yep.
The soundtrack made sense, and it was all original for the film, at that particular time. Even if they didn't have the original, it was still within the time period. Now you find that films now go back and grab, or scores and soundtracks from back then because they can't stick to what's original now. They can't come up with their own original because people won't connect with it. So that's
Right.
how they get you in, even with the trailers. They get you in because of that. So when I think about the Lost Boys, I'm like, okay, you're talking about bringing it into the modern age now. Like, what's the modern times right now, and introducing it to a new audience. But what about us, like those who actually grew up with the film? It's not like you say, well, no, we're not forgetting about you guys. Well, it sort of is because you're taking away. And if you're going to do and what they always do is when they do remakes, you always see like the original shown on either USA, TNT, or whatever network, whatever, expecting people to go back and say, well, if when this movie's coming, go back and watch this particular film. Why don't, and we talked about this off, why don't you just basically re-release the film on screen for people to actually get familiar with that, but and have them decide. Like, it makes more sense to do that, and to kind of have like some of the old actors talk about it, interview them, put them on Entertainment Tonight, have them talk about the film, and it's going to be re-released. Do things like that instead of doing a remaster or a redo of an actual film, because it's not going to feel the same. And then on top of that, you're going to rely too much on CG and less on the story. That's just basically the way I see, because that's all films have actually done. It's less story, and the stories are normally crappy, but hey, it's a spectacle, so we'll just enjoy that. I just don't agree with that.
Well, it's funny that you make a lot of great points. I especially like what you said about even if there was puppets on a string, if the story was great, we would watch it. And I think that one of the things about like the Lost Boys in particular is like all these movies, they're set in rooms. People walk into comic book stores, or there's a cave. There aren't CG environments. Nothing was shot against a blue screen. It was all real sets, and you had characters, they would shoot at a real house, grandpa's house where they went to the, and they have grandpa doing goofy grandpa things, and there was, I always say on my channel, verisimilitude. And what verisimilitude means is basically to create the feeling of reality. What you're watching is set in a real environment. And when you're making a movie, it's very difficult. All movies are fake. Everything in it's fake. And the key, the thing that makes movies so enjoyable is if you believe. They force you to suspend your disbelief. Exactly. And to me, that's the hardest thing in the world, because every single shot, every single take, every single setup can betray that reality. And to make something real in a movie, it has to be three-dimensional, from the location to the setting, the actors, the clothes, everything. The lighting, if it goes too much, or there's one little thing that betrays. Like if I'm watching Stranger Things, and Stranger Things is set in like 1984, and they play a song that didn't come out until 85, I'm like, God damn it. Why did you do that? Like, I know this song. Like, I'll tell you something. The first season of Stranger Things, they had Kenner's Millennium Falcon for the Star Wars action figures. But it was the 1997 re-release. And, and I knew that because it had the engine detail, from and I'm like, okay, I understand that the bros, that the actual brothers that make Stranger Things, I mean, the Duffer Brothers, good on them. But I'm like, dude, you just shattered my verisimilitude for your show. And I would say your production designer or whoever went shopping, if you're going to go put that stuff, and I also hate the fact that when you see movies that are set in the 80s now, every kid has movie posters. No kids had movie posters. I know, because I collected movie posters back then, and they were really hard to come by, and I didn't know anybody that had them. And so there's all this weird 80s nostalgia, and they don't quite get anything right. They kind of do.
Yeah,
but not really.
They sort of do. But the thing is, it's like they throw it there because it's what's familiar, and it's basically, so they want to throw it in your face so you will realize the time period. Okay, people, audience, we want you to realize where this comes from. So bam, you can see it. Don't pay attention to the actors. Look at the background, so you'll know exactly what time period it is. And the thing is, it's like, look, rely on the story. You don't have to actually throw so much, fan service and nostalgia in our faces, because those of us, and even like some of the kids, like I'm pretty sure they've been educated by parents, or they've probably, done the research themselves, but I think this, I appreciate the attempt, but you're right. That Millennium Falcon was completely wrong, but they didn't expect us. Like I guess they didn't expect people like us to watch it. That's what I think I picked that out.
Yeah, but you know what though? Here's what bothers me.
Yeah.
That they thought that they could get away with it. And I'm like, you know what, man? Stanley Kubrick wouldn't have made that mistake.
No.
He would have been like, he would have looked at that and he would have said, that Millennium Falcon, that's the 97 re-release Millennium Falcon. It's not what I want. And I think that there is I don't like the idea that we live in a society where it's good enough. Yeah. Why not make it perfect? Or aspire to that? Why not make it great? And I think about Lost Boys. There were two. I think it came out right before Lost Boys, but there's another movie, Catherine Bigelow, who won an Academy Award for directing Zero Dark 30. She made, or the Hurt Locker. She directed the Hurt Locker. She got the Academy Award for the Hurt Locker. Yeah. She made a vampire movie called Near Dark that has half the cast of aliens in it. That's one of my favorite as far as vampire films go. It's one of the coolest vampire movies ever made. Lance Henriksen leads. I love. There's a line in it. There's a line in it where someone asks Caleb asks Lance Henriksen's character Jesse, "How old are you?" And Lance Henriksen says, "Well, let me put it to you this way: I fought for the South. We lost." I mean, it's so cool. Yeah, I mean, that Tangerine Dream score and like back in the day, that movie, like Near Dark, is just this really. It's so cool. It's just a cool movie, and it's got like the smolderingly sexual Jenny Wright in it, and even Lost Boys, it drips eroticism, and it's like, where's that? Like it's you're watching something like the Zendaya show, Euphoria, and it's such this dark, it's just so girls are hooking up with old dudes from the internet. I mean, it's so there was not a joy. There's no joyful eroticism. Like there's whatever happened to great teen sex comedies. I mean, I will say like Sex Education on Netflix is a great show. But now it's Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Would anybody have Phoebe Cates coming out of the water to the Cars song moving in stereo? No.
No.
No. That would not be something people want today.
Because everything's done over the internet. So your first nude experience is someone on the internet. It's not a person in real life.
That's the thing. Is here, and that's what I like. Everything for us back then, you know, especially those particular scenes, it was like it wasn't overly sexualized. It left it up to the imagination for us. We anticipated those moments. You know what I mean? To whereas now it's in your face, so there's no anticipation. It's like, okay, you can almost expect it. It's going to happen. Oh, next scene, I bet you this is going to happen. You can almost call it before it happens. You know what I mean? So it's different now because we are in an overly sexualized society compared to now. Don't get me wrong. Back then in the 80s, come on, it was we were sexual, but at the same time, it was sort of like, I want to say, organized.
But also you also had to work for it, man. You didn't just log on to Pornhub and pick your fetish at 12. You didn't even know it. I mean, back then it was
if you had one at all.
And it's like, man, I think about we've talked about this because we've talked about eroticism on the show and stuff. I remember, you know, one of the great joys in life was making out with a girl like after school, and her parents might not be home, and how time. People talk about how going into a black hole, how time bends and changes. Time never bent more than when you're kissing a girl and you're like wondering if you should put your hand up her shirt. And after you've been making out for like 2.5 hours, you finally work up the courage to do it. And then you hear the garage door open and her parents are, and then her parents come home and you're like, damn it. Damn it.
All that time.
We made out for
so much work.
2.5 hours, man. I worked up the courage, and you're slowly like running your fingers across her belly button, maybe moving up, or God forbid you go the other direction. Like, wow, and those kinds of things were awesome, though. I mean, those were amazing, and that
anticipation.
And the just zest. And now it's. I mean, people are like, well, I was just watching something last night on the internet. I mean, why are we taking so long before I can take your pants off? I mean. I can't imagine what it's like to live today. Where's the fun, man? Where's the zest?
The thrill of the chase back the day was incredible.
I mean, kids they have performance anxiety at 13.
Yeah.
After what they've been watching, I'm like, my God, what's going on with the world? And I think that's kind of part of it. I mean, I want.
Yeah.
You know, I also movies are really exciting. Like I you know, it's funny. I just watched. I remember seeing Spike Lee's first movie, She's Gotta Have It.
She's Gotta Have It.
And if you guys haven't seen She's Gotta Have It, talk about eroticism, it's very progressive. It was about a black woman who unapologetically has a sexual appetite. Yes. And it's you know, he stepped on the scene, new filmmaking voice, black and white film. And I remember watching that movie, I saw it at a film festival, and I was like, wow. You know, okay, here's a movie where it was female empowerment, female sexuality, and a new black filmmaking voice making a black and white movie, which was, I mean, that was not something Coppola had made Rumblefish a few years before in black and white, but nobody was making like black and white films. And I remember seeing that movie and thinking, well, this is something new, you know, and being knocked out by that film, you know, and then of course he made a few more movies and then he got to do The Right Thing. But where are new filmmaking voices that come out guns blazing? I mean, Steven Soderbergh came out a couple of years after that with Sex, Lies, and Videotape, another film that was about eroticism, and another film that, you know, and was edgy, and you know, you had
that didn't have any actual sex in it either.
No.
It was just a full conversation. It was just conversations that just took you there. You know what I mean? Incredible.
You had to fill in the blanks, and it was great filling them in.
Yep.
Yeah, and I miss seeing these new voices explode where you're like, wow, I mean, this stuff is really edgy and fun, and what are they going to do next? And we've
been really lucky with Spike Lee, because, you know, he's just been such an extraordinary creator, and he is sort of, as far as I'm concerned, the pulse of of Cannes
Yeah.
last year and this year.
Yeah.
He's continued to produce either in feature films or in documentaries.
Well, he's got his new documentary out about New York.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
he
incredible.
does.
It is incredible, bro.
But he's also made documentaries about civil rights movement and bombings in the South.
Yeah.
He's really just kind of, he's someone who I think that when the first time I ever saw Do the Right Thing, I thought it was very creative because no one wanted to talk about what he was explaining. But if you lived in New York, and of course, Lael, you understand what I'm talking about.
Yes.
He captured everything perfectly.
The essence of Brooklyn. He actually, this the scene and how busy it was, just the cultural divide within certain boroughs. You know what I mean? Between the Italians, you know what I mean, the African Americans, the Asians. Like, he basically captured everything all in one city block. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, just how he actually did it was amazing.
And by the way, you know, he didn't have to talk about how woke he was. He just went and did it. And he did it, I think it was, 89? So we're looking at 32 years ago.
He was so young. He was so young.
But I feel like we've reverted. Our culture now is so, we are so immature. You know, I feel our sense of maturity, it's like you go into colleges now, academia has turned people into these sort of ideological fascists, and the world was getting better. It was getting better, and there were voices. I mean, we were progressing forward, and now people would have you believe that America is the worst place in the world to live, and it like, really? And the fact is, do you remember where we were before, like, I don't know. Before I went to USC, I went to a school called the Evergreen State College, and it was a state college founded in 1967. And it was I used to call it the crunchy, chewy granola school because it was a total hippie college, and it was all about letting your whatever you wanted to hang out, you could hang out there. And then they had this student uprising in 2017. And it was like the kids took over the school and they took the dean hostage and they're demanding and I'm like, wait a minute. I went to Evergreen and it was it was beyond progressive when I was there. The largest student organization on campus in 1985 was the Lesbian Gay Student Coalition, and when they threw parties, everyone went. And it was like I couldn't believe, and I feel like where are we at now? Why are people so believe that we're living in some weird ideological, totalitarian, bizarre, everyone's oppressed and everyone, like, really? You know, there were women that were going to college in Afghanistan for the last 20 years, and now they can't come out of their houses. And you know, America were we perfect? No. Do we need to do a lot more work? Sure. But we were on a good path. You know, and I think the fact that Spike Lee, good example, here's a guy that a self-made man makes she's got to have it defined indie cinema of the mid 80s.
Yes.
You know, and he was a startling new voice. Then I think he made School Days after that, and then after School Days it was Do the Right Thing. I think Do the Right Thing was just, and the thing about Do the Right Thing is I recently it came out in 4K on disc, and what a knockout piece of work. And you look at that and you're like, I after what was going on like last summer with BLM and all that, I'm like, this is Do the Right Thing. And Spike was talking about this in 89.
He was talking about it in 89. He was actually already talking about, and then that's what I'm saying, if you watch his documentary, he makes references to that. There are even flashback scenes comparing what happened then or in the movie with Radio Raheem to what happened with George Foreman. I mean, Floyd.
Yeah.
So basically, like I said, he's connecting. It's connective tissue based on what was discussed then, which, you know, you might as well say he was the modern day Black Nostradamus. You know what I mean? Right back then when he predicted something like this. But that wasn't him predicting. He actually talked about how he based that particular scene on an earlier incident that happened with the kid in the Brooklyn subway station. You know what I mean? Yeah. So there was a lot there. The thing about Spike is he doesn't forcefully throw it in your face. He creates a narrative. He creates a story that's compelling. It's easy for you to basically follow, but at the same time, unapologetic when it comes to certain topics and certain things that we should draw attention to, but not force. It's not forcefully throwing it down your face and making the agenda the top. The problem is that now we live in a society where it's not. If it wasn't so politicized on the media, then, and if we didn't have social media the way we have it right now, then it wouldn't be so painful to kind of relive certain things. Yes, I'm glad that we have social media that brings attention to certain things that we need to kind of focus on and change. But the thing is, now that we've gotten past certain things, let's also talk about some of the good. Let's bring some of the good in. Like this, let's really, and I talk about this all the time. When we have certain films that are made, by African American artists and directors, it's always this big thing in Hollywood now is like, well, if you're going to make these films, let's just talk about slavery. Let's move past that because we've got it. Let's talk about certain things in society.
What, you mean you don't get up every morning and think about how you're the descendant of slaves? It's not part of your life every single day of your life.
You know what I mean? Like
there are so many stories that we haven't heard yet.
There's certain sides of certain things that are out there that are of a positive nature that we haven't really touched on because they feel as though the only successful way to do things is to kind of rehash on things that we've already talked about for so many years. And those things, and what we're constantly seeing, it keeps us in. It's sort of like, your brain, you're fed these stories and these narratives that want to keep you oppressed instead of just showing certain things that would kind of help us elevate and move forward. We're all kept in this type of, and I hate that. It's like I want to move. Sometimes I'm just like, I refuse to watch news. Sometimes I don't even want to watch the TV. I pick what I want to watch and just leave it that way. You know what I mean? And that's why I stick with nostalgia. I stick with my collecting. I stick with reading certain things because it keeps me away from all that.
That's why Moonlight was such a success.
Yes.
Because it focused on a legitimate story. It was a real story. And it was a beautifly done story. And it had romance in it. That's that moment where he's on the beach with, he's in high school still and he's on the beach with his friend and they share an incredibly intimate moment. And then, the friends come and interrupt that moment. It was such an extraordinary way to show experiences that we've all had. And this, of course, is featuring a young Black gay man. How on earth can he function in 1985 when we've all been around? And Lael, you remember, they were killing young gay Black men in the streets in New York at that time. So, to be in Miami, or I think he was in Florida, to have to experience that, this movie was such a lovely portrayal of that. And it was another story that was never told. And we got to see that story. Those are the stories that I hope we see a little bit more of. It's maybe even a coming of age story, perhaps.
Exactly. Coming of age and actually given an opportunity to show that, because these were, topics, things that were, people were afraid to really talk about these things. These, people were afraid. I remember a friend of mine, who I work with in the studio, we had this conversation where he talked about how, we were like, look, another friend of mine had mentioned, what people shouldn't be so afraid to be who they are. And they should just come out and just admit who they are, stuff like that. He was like, it's easier for you to say because you're not in that position. It's easy for you to actually come out because you're comfortable living in a society, whereas you're a straight person and you don't have to worry about that. Being somebody who, like me, what he said was like, being me, it's harder for me to come out, and it's harder because there's not too many people who have a voice that can speak from that, that space. So to have a movie like Moonlight come out and really give a voice to, that topic was incredible. And then for it to go on and win an award, that was amazing because it was beautifully written. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. And it wasn't forcing it down your throat. It was just a beautiful narrative, a cohesive story told. It was easy to follow. It was brilliant. And you didn't actually you can be gay, straight. It doesn't matter. It was a beautiful film to watch.
Well, you point out something that I always say on the show. A great story is a great story.
Exactly.
And with I'm always saying you can't put your universe, you can't put your agenda before your characters and your story. And now I feel like we live in this world where everybody wants to make sure that that they're so illuminated in terms of their. And I'm like, that was never a part of my life when I was growing up.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was thinking about, look, Spike Lee made a movie that I freaking love that it's called Inside Man.
Yeah.
It's a heist movie.
Yeah.
And it's Clive Owen and Denzel Washington. That movie it is definitely what I love about Spike Lee movies is
Jodie Foster was in it.
Jodie Foster, it's so good. And it's such a great thriller and you don't know what's going on. But I love Spike when he's doing his overall like Inside Man, total New York story, the 25th Hour with that was a guy has to go, he's going to go into jail, Edward Norton, and people forget that Spike Lee's a really gifted filmmaker, but they think of him as like this activist filmmaker. But I'm like, no, man, you got to go watch Inside Man. It's so good.
Exactly. It was an incredibly, and then the twist at the end was phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
Shh,
don't tell anyone.
Exactly.
Don't spoil it. But I feel like we live in this crazy world now that has made everybody. Let me ask you something. I got to ask you. I've noticed that you're black.
Yeah.
I've noticed that.
You didn't?
I don't pay attention.
I didn't even know that myself.
I know. I don't pay attention. So let me ask you. I've also noticed that you've got about $10,000 worth of Star Wars hot toys behind you.
What?
So I got to ask you. I'm curious. So I know. By the way, you have an amazing collection of Star Wars hot toys. I slept on my Rogue One. Rogue One and Thor Ragnarok is my big hole in my hot toys collection, and now it's an expensive hole to fill. Let me tell you.
Yes.
But now let me ask you. Obviously, if you watch Chasing Amy, you understand how the visage of Darth Vader was sullied by the end of Return of the Jedi, Nubian Prince and all that. But all things aside, what was it like for you to see? How did you get into Star Wars? And did you feel, before we had Billy D show up, before, we had Lady Sings the Blues show up, how did you come to Star Wars? Like, tell us the story. Why do you love Star Wars so much?
Oh my God. I'm so glad you asked me this question, man. Like, it's not too many people ask me this question, but I'm so happy you did.
That's why you come to Midnight Metal, because we're fucking metal here, Lael.
Exactly.
We will fucking talk about the things people won't talk about.
Exactly. 1977 was the first entry.
I was there.
Listen, exactly. I was in the theater. My father actually took me to the Eric Theater. It was the twin Eric Theater. And we're talking about...
Now, do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I do.
Did they come with you?
Yes, they did. It was me, my sister, and my brother.
Now, where are you in terms of age? Are you the youngest, oldest, middle child?
So my sister's the oldest. I'm the middle child. And then my brother's the youngest.
So your dad took all three of you?
He took all three of us to see it.
Your dad is a good man.
He took all three of us to see it. So we went to the Eric Theater, and we're talking about we talked about this once before. You go into a theater, you pay $5. You paid $5 to get in the theater, a couple dollars for popcorn, candy, whatever. But that $5 allowed you to stay in that theater the whole day if you wanted to. You didn't get kicked out. You can actually go to the bathroom, come back in, and watch that film as long as you didn't walk out. If you walked out the theater, you had to pay to get back in.
Now, let me ask you, I got to ask you, were you anticipating Star Wars? Because
I knew nothing. Okay, so I didn't know. Put it this way: we saw. Here's the thing: is I was too young at that time to really notice certain things. You know what I mean? I had just gotten into comics, and I got into comics from just my mother traveling. We stopping off to like the local gas station, finding the comics on the rack, pulling off a couple of them. Strange Tales was the first comic book I ever collected.
Oh, nice.
Doctor Strange was the very first character, so that's why I love Doctor Strange so much. But anyway, I didn't I didn't understand the psychology behind science fiction at that point. I really didn't understand it. But going into the theater, because I was like, it was all new to me. Space, Odyssey, everything was all new to me at that point.
Can I ask you a favor?
Yeah.
Can you just lean to one side or another, because people are wanting to see like what's behind you?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you gotta look. There's Krennic. There's Director Krennic right down there.
There's Krennic right here. We have.
You got Palpatine in his throne, which I ordered the wrong Palpatine, so I don't have the throne, and I have a chair fetish.
Yeah,
with the guards.
Guards. We have Qui-Gon. We have Maul there. I've recreated at the very top, if you can actually see here, the Return of the Jedi scene between Luke and his father when he actually turned himself in. That's there. I have the Dagobah scene over here with Luke, Yoda, and Obi-Wan. So,
Yeah, we can't. It's too small. We can't see. I mean, but people are asking. People want to see.
Yeah.
And somebody, Wow says, Rob is jelly of that collection. Yes. Yes, I am. I am. But you can't see it now, but I do have a Millennium Falcon cockpit from Jazz Inc. right over here.
And that's what I'm jealous about because I missed out on that.
It is, you know, and then it's funny because I got a bunch of Star Wars Hot Toys I've never even opened. They're all going to go in there.
Oh, okay.
So
see,
so I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please continue about so you $5. Keep going.
$5 going into a theater. We actually watched New Hope for the very first time. Okay,
wasn't called A New Hope then, by the way.
Exactly, it was just Star Wars. You know what I mean? So we go in, sit down, and I'm gonna tell you what happened. It wasn't until and I'm actually seeing, you know, the tantrum. I actually see the climactic battle in the very beginning, right before they actually boarded the ship.
Mhm.
The moment I saw Darth Vader on screen, I literally got out of my seat and ran out of the theater. Like ran out. I was afraid. I had never seen anything like that before, and to hear the voice. My father came out and said, "The only way for you to face your fear is to watch this film. You're going to come back in and you're going to sit down." Came back and I sat down and I watched that film. We stayed in the theater 3 times to watch it back to back. I was so submersed in that film. That was the very first time I fell completely in love with Star Wars. I couldn't get enough. And this is before, you know, they started showing it on TV. Before we got the
VHS,
the VHS, all of that. You had to wait. And if somehow it actually, now remember this. This is what's crazy. This was around this time also. Afterwards, a couple years after that, we got the very first cable box. I used to call it the HBO box because the only two premium channels we had then was HBO and Prism.
Yes.
It was the only 2 channels, and it was a box that you had to knob. You had to wait till that movie came on, you know. So it was incredible. But that was my first experience in waiting for, and I didn't even know at that time. None of us knew that there was going to actually be a sequel. Which
there wasn't. I mean, yeah.
Nah, it was no plans back then.
I got to tell you a story.
Yeah.
When I was a little kid, the scariest thing I had ever seen was on Sesame Street.
Wow.
Yeah. And the scariest thing was James Earl Jones counting to 10. It was the scariest. It was the scariest thing because it was just his face, and he was like, 1, 2,
man, yep,
3. Yep. And when he would get to 7, he'd be like 7 and smile. I would run out of the room because, first of all, it was the anticipation.
Voice was so
it was the scariest shit I'd ever heard in my life. And he would get to 10. I would literally run out of the room. I'm like 4 or 5 or whatever.
Yeah.
When I was sitting in the theater, the UA 150 on 6th and Blanchard in downtown Seattle, when I first heard Darth Vader's voice,
I wasn't the only one.
My blood froze. Like I was 10, and I'm like, it was a flashback to when I was a kid because I got over my fear, and I liked James Earl Jones. You know, I kind of came to love because I was like, I can sit here until he gets to 10 now. When I heard the voice of Darth Vader, I was like, what mad genius took the scariest thing from since half the time I've been alive on this planet when I was 5 or whatever. I was like, who figured that out?
Exactly.
Like I was like, who figured out that the Kim count? I was convinced that somebody was just as scared of James Earl Jones. You can look it up on YouTube. Just type in James Earl Jones counting to 10. You'll think it's like, you'll be like, why was Rob scared of this? But I'm like this. It was just because it was the anticipation, like, what was going to happen? And they made that guy the voice of Darth Vader. I couldn't believe it. Like, I was sitting in the theater going, and then still, one of the greatest YouTube videos ever made is the person who did the Vader sessions when they went through and they got all kinds of James Earl Jones dialogue from movies other than Star Wars and put it in Darth Vader's mouth. I'm going to take you on a date. I'm gonna take you out. You know, like the Great White Hope or whatever the guys, whatever it was. I mean, that is still one of the oldest videos on YouTube. For those of you who've never seen it, go look up the Vader sessions, and they took James Earl Jones dialogue from other movies. That's not
movies. Even Conan, just like all movies.
Even Conan.
It just
Hunt for Red October.
Yes.
I mean, it is a field of dreams. It is
Coming to America when he was like, "Who told you that?"
It's so, and it's just genius.
Yeah,
and even YouTube is not as witty as it used to be.
Yeah,
you know, somebody that kind of mashup, or my favorite, the Oral Knots, who did like the Hobbits from singing Michael Jackson. I just, man.
Yeah. Bro, again, what we had then compared to now, and the thing is, it's like if we look at things now, we're supposed to evolve. Entertainment is supposed to evolve, not stay complacent and just rely on just what's safe. Stop playing it safe. I've heard, you guys talk about this constantly, like, can we just stop with the remakes and just put out stories that may be original content, original ideas? Don't put it on Netflix. Give it a chance in theaters, so basically people can, get out there and see it. Now, once theaters are safe, of course, once this pandemic has kind of died down and people feel safe going back in. Because I don't want to just say like just dive in, but at the same time, just stop playing it safe. Put these IPs, these new films, and I'm pretty sure there's so many filmmakers out there that have ideas. They have incredible ideas. You know what I mean? A friend of mine, his name is Paul Hood. He came up with this. He wrote this amazing sci-fi driven type of story about a guy who wakes up in the middle of nowhere, post-apocalyptic. He wakes up in the middle of nowhere with a plant inside of like this case, and he's supposed to protect this plant. Now, mind you, he has like this. He has like a trainer or someone, an image. It's a holographic image that follows him. It's a tutorial. He's supposed to basically take this plant, and he's trained. He has certain abilities. He's supposed to learn throughout whatever. By the end of the film, you discover like he goes through hell protecting this plant. Everything. I mean, he's through an invasion, through loss, friends, and everything. He goes through all of this. When you find out at the very end, and he said you can go ahead and tell it, but at the very end, you find out that all of that was training before the real invasion comes.
Oh wow!
And it was like, yo, he had went through hell, and it was like, all right, you passed the test. Now the real invasion will be here in a week. He was like, what? But it was an amazing storyline, because when you read it, it's like, wow, like, you're taking me through this journey, and I was just so submersed in it. By the time I got to the end, I'm like, what? All of that happened in the real threat didn't even come yet? So it was just amazing. But those ideas are out there, but they're just not given a chance to be told because people are playing it safe.
And also, I think that, pop culture is a reflection of the people that exist at the time that are creating it. Mm-hmm. I remember hearing Billie Eilish's Bad Girl.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that is a great pop song.
Yeah.
I'm like, she's a bad girl. Do. And I'm like, okay, this is a great pop song. And when I found out that Rolling Stone put out a video where it was Phineas and Billie Eilish, and they went through how they recorded Bad Girl. And I was like, that's fucking dope. Like to me, seeing a young talent like Billie Eilish, I mean, I don't think she's 20 yet. And her brother and her grew up, they're classically trained musicians. They sang in the choir. I mean, she really has a vocal range.
She has an amazing voice.
They understand. And I'm like, these are two people that are incredibly talented, and music is in their blood. And when I watch this video about how Bad Girl was created, I'm like, this is the kind of pop culture, because I'm a pop culture junkie. Like I love, and I went back and like I didn't come to Billie Eilish on the internet. I didn't hear her songs. I mean, I heard them later when they were on like the radio, or I wasn't somebody that found her early work. But when I heard Bad Girl, I'm like, that's a great pop single. And watching this Rolling Stone video, I'm like, man, I got mad respect for Billie Eilish and her brother, because
Very creative.
created that, and they had parents that, and now of course Billie Eilish. I mean, come on, No Time to Die. She has the new Bond theme song, which I'm not sold on. I need to see Daniel Kleinman's opening credit sequence. We'll see that, but I'm a big fan of her, and I'm a big fan of Phineas as well, and because they are creators, they're producers, they are true talents. There's no.
I call her the singing Scarlett Johansson because they look so much alike.
They do look so much alike.
Yeah.
But what I love about them is they're true artists. They're true, and they're people of today. They're creators, and they weren't created with auto-tune or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, they're their own thing, and I'm like, this is the kind of pop culture material that I live for. And
what makes it incredible, though, as you're saying that, what makes them incredible, not just the simple fact that they're talented, but they pay homage to the past.
Yeah.
And they're very educated in music.
They know, dude, they know their shit.
Yeah.
And they have an underlying, their skill set is based on, they understand musicology, they get it.
Yep. Yep.
And I think that is worthy of celebration. And when I think about it, these young kids today. No, I don't think that. I think that what I'm looking for is, I look for people like Billie Eilish and Phineas because I'm like, okay, these are people that are true creators. They're going to be here 50 years from now. Yes. And they're going to be vibrant creators throughout, hopefully, because it's in their blood. They're genuine talents. And I want to see more of that. Exactly. And there's lots of really great there's great TikTok creators. Yeah. There's great YouTubers, there's all kinds. It's just changed. I mean, we love movies and television. I think a lot of the great pop culture that's happening is on these new platforms that we don't consume the same way we consumed albums. I mean, let's face it. Yeah. The idea of an album, like I can't imagine somebody doing maybe Taylor Swift will do a concept album, Lana Del Rey will do a concept album, somebody like that. But nowadays you've got genius in a 90-second TikTok video. Yeah. And it's there, man. And there's a lot of YouTube creators who are doing some amazing stuff. So our pop culture has changed. Like, I still love movies. I still love narrative. Yeah. But sometimes I think maybe the reason that there aren't new voices emerging that I find to be genius is that they've moved on to different forms like TikTok or YouTube that didn't exist. These are new millennial platforms that are being utilized by the up and coming the youth of America, the youth of the world.
Exactly.
And it's funny because I get a hard time because I like Blackpink. And so, my favorite, and I'm like, Lisa, actually her real name's Lisa, has her solo album that came out. And I watch the music videos that K-pop bands are doing. They have lots of money. They're like the music videos of the early 80s. Or like when Duran Duran was making videos, that were the huge. They'd go to foreign countries and shoot them on yachts or whatever. I look at K-pop videos and I'm like, but to me, it's just, they're produced. There's producers behind the singers, and it's not as.
Some of them are overproduced.
Way overproduced. Way overproduced. And
they're studio singers, studio artists. You know what I mean? And once you see them live, it's just like, okay.
Although I have to say that a lot of those K-pop groups, those people, it's like a boot camp where they have to learn to sing and dance and all that. But again, it all feels overly produced.
Yeah.
And Robert, we have a super chat.
Well, we have a super chat from someone named Latoya T.
Hi, Latoya.
Sends in a super chat. Latoya T says, did you guys see the video mashup of all the times Samuel L. Jackson said, "Motherfucker"? It's genius. Yes. By the way, what a cool Latoya T. What a cool name that is.
That's my baby girl.
Yeah, I like that, Latoya T. Yes, and it is genius. And that's what we get. We get, first of all, Sam Jackson. It's funny because both Sam Jackson and Morgan Freeman's breakthrough role was in a 1987 film called Street Smart with Christopher Reeve, Superman, and he played a pimp, and he was awesome. Like Morgan, but it was like he was in his 40s.
Yeah.
When he did that. And Sam Jackson also, when you think about the movies he was in, like Sam Jackson's in Jurassic Park.
He's also in Goodfellas.
He is in Goodfellas. And he gets killed in Goodfellas too. And he's in True Romance.
Yes.
I ate the butt, I ate the pussy, I ate the butt, every motherfucking thing. I mean, I love when he says that. It's so good.
Yeah.
And by the way, they added in the new Blu-ray that was released, they have the extended version that is one of the filthiest scenes ever when they're talking about sex, and it's great. I love it.
Yeah.
So Latoya T, yes, Jesse Swift says, "Hey Rob, I've been a fan of yours for years, and I miss all the goodness you did on the Collider." Well, John Schnepp, rest in peace. He was a great man. I was on Collider for 3.5 years on Heroes, and then I did the Schmodown, but I got canceled.
Yeah.
I was mad about Police Captain David Dorn being assassinated by an armed robber who used riots as cover to steal from a store. But anyway, we won't relive that again. But currently, how many Schmodown matches must I play to earn a guest spot on the show? Oh, on this show? You mean our show now? Currently, I had 3 matches, and I was in the free-for-all. Well, Jesse, normally, this show, we let randos on, like yourself. Part of what Midnight Metal and the Robservations Midnighter is all about is to have people that I don't know come on live. But now, since we've got Lael here, I have to upgrade my software to let more people in. But I mean, Lael doesn't realize that is used to being on the show till 8 in the morning. Lael, you can tap out anytime you want, just so you know.
Man, I'm here until the wheels fall off. When y'all say it's time to go, I'm off on Saturday. So let's go.
Then that okay. Now I have to say, my man Sonny Dominguez sends in a tip. Now Sonny, he's been on the show. He's been on the Midnighter. Sonny came down, and we had a meetup last week so people could see Tango Shalom, and Sonny had brought me some T-shirts. He said, "Rob, I noticed you've been recycling some T-shirts, so I brought you some new ones." I've been wearing his shirts. I don't know if anyone noticed, I wore his Labyrinth. He made me a Labyrinth shirt, or he got these shirts. I've got a Clockwork Orange shirt I have yet to watch or wear. Yeah. So, Sonny, thank you for that. Sonny says, "I took an edible to see Ghost in the Shell in IMAX, but the projector broke. Being high, I knew I shouldn't drive. This must have been today. So I opted to see Small Engine Repair, the new John Barenthal movie. It is the movie of the year for me. Fun bonus, I went to high school in Texas with the wife of the writer, the director, and the lead." So, yeah, Small Engine Repair is a new film out this week that is supposed to be good. I mean, Sonny, if you liked it, the trailer looks good. That and Cop Shop. Small Engine Repair and the new Joe Carnahan film Cop Shop both look pretty good. That has Gerard Butler in it. I want to see that too. So, nothing John Snowden sends in a super chat but doesn't ask a question. Ooh, here we go. Paul from Twin Flicks asks us, he says, Paul says, "I have a question for each of you. What are your favorite remakes other than The Thing and The Fly? Those don't count. So, what is your favorite remake? Do you have one?"
This is a good question. There's a movie called, I think it's called An Affair to Remember.
Yep.
And they had a version of it. I think they had a 1930s version. And they had a 1950s version that starred Deborah Carr and I can't remember the actor's name. But then they remade it with Annette Bening and Shirley MacLaine's brother, whose name I can't remember just now.
Warren Beatty?
Yes. And I thought that film, for it's essentially a Hollywood treasure, but it's not an easy film to remake. But at each step, they updated it according to what was appropriate at the time. And the story circles around a woman who falls in love with a man while she's on this, luxury boat trip, and they're both betrothed to someone else, and But I liked those remakes because they did them correctly each time that they did them. So my mother's favorite is the 1950s one, but my favorite one is the one with Annette Bening and with Warren Beatty.
What about you, Lael?
Okay, so it was kind of hard because here's the thing, like again, like we're talking about, I'm not too much of a fan of remakes because I like to kind of hold near and dear the classics and how they were made and what they represented back then. But I will say that I did quite enjoy the remake to War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise. And the reason why it was because there's one particular scene that I laugh at all the time, and I don't know why I laugh so hard. It was when the aliens first made an appearance. You hear the church bell fall and everything, and everyone's running. And when you see Tom Cruise running through like the dusks of humans that are just being vaporized, and how he picks up speed and runs like his life depends on it. I don't know why that scene was so funny. Yeah, but it was like if he wasn't sure he should have got away then, he was sure as soon as that dust flew up in front of his face. But I thought it was brilliantly made. It was made in the fear and I like the way it really touched on the family camaraderie, like just the closest of family, his son, and he's doing everything he can to keep his family intact and alive.
Right.
I did like that. I mean, I did really, really enjoy that remake.
Dude, I have to tell you, I think the first half of War of the Worlds is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
The original War of the Worlds was my favorite movie when I was 5 years old. I and to this day I've probably seen the original War of the Worlds 50 times because I saw it on TV but the first half of War of the Worlds, that whole scene when the aliens emerge, the sound effects, the visual effects, that whole sequence is it's peak. No one ever talks about this. It is peak Steven Spielberg. The problem with the movie is the latter half, which after the ferry scene, the film kind of when they get stuck in the basement with Tim Robbins, crazy person, but I will say this, that movie, the first half of War of the Worlds is a straight up masterpiece.
It is a masterpiece.
And like you said, that sequence is one of the most brilliantly directed, most horrifying and harrowing scenes in all of science fiction cinema.
Yeah, it is. And the thing is, it was like, I think that the most gut and heart-wrenching moment is when, he has both his children. They run into that crowd at the diner. He's forced out of his car. He's watching, how humanity is just falling to the wayside. The human condition kicks in and people are just fighting for survival. He's sitting there with his kids and he's just crying at the table. Like, that was amazing. Like, simply amazing. Like,
there were so many great parts to that film too. To add to what you're saying, Lael, the part where they're kind of like walking and then they come across these train tracks.
Yeah.
And this train just randomly flies by at way too fast speed and it's on fire.
Yeah.
And it's like we didn't need to see what would happen after that because we already know what's going to happen. And also the part where they're getting on the ferry.
Yes.
Oh man.
Yes.
And they just you end up in the water. It was like the worst case scenario. You think you're getting on, you think everything's going to be fine, and then just things flip all upside down.
Exactly. Like there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere you can go. You can't go back to mainland because there's one coming. There's one in the water. You can't. Like this. It's yeah.
And I also liked how in that film they decided to show that he was living right near the Pulaski Skyway Bridge.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, and then what happens to that bridge? It's horrifying, when it gets destroyed and all the semi trucks are being flung off that bridge. It's
yeah.
I have to answer my favorite remake of all time is Ben-Hur.
Oh, yes.
Ben-Hur, the 50s Ben-Hur. It's so epic. And, coming from the 20s silent era Ben-Hur, it's my favorite remake of all time.
Yeah.
I just, by the way,
Ben-Hur.
Kinky Sphincter,
Yes.
one of my favorite names on YouTube, says, for Lael.
My man. Yes.
By the way, y'all see the disguised Back to the Future Hot Toys figures.
Yeah.
Now, okay.
Yeah.
Back to the Future 3, they dropped the Back to the Future 3 figures today or yesterday? What the hell?
Rob, they dropped it last night when we were live.
I know.
Yeah,
I was like,
really
and
did.
people are like complaining because the hats aren't removable and all this.
Yeah.
I'm like, I just want to get Marty McFly from Back to the Future 1. I've got my original Back to the Future figure up there. I've never opened it. Now I'm going to get a new one, because I have to have Einstein the dog. But I thought those Back to the Future 3 figures look great.
Yeah. And then they keep teasing the DeLorean. Like they're riding on top of the DeLorean the same way they did in the film.
But that's the DeLorean from the third movie.
Uh-huh.
So now there's two DeLoreans. So,
exactly, right?
That means you need $1,200 to get both of them.
And have these figures ever been issued before, or are these completely brand new issues?
Okay. I have the Marty McFly from Back to the Future one. Now they did release the Back to the Future 2 figures, or did they? They did.
I think they did.
They did, but they've never released Back to the Future 3 figures.
This is new. And it's just like they were prepping us for it, I think.
Yeah, and they look great. And by the way, that Marty McFly head sculpt is the best Marty McFly head sculpt. But it's got the molded, the hat is molded onto the head.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's only one head sculpt in the...
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
But okay, here's what I don't understand. Like, do they know something we don't? Like, they just decided, I'm still waiting for Golden Armor Wonder Woman for where is she? And yet, they just decide they announced like 3 weeks ago, we're going to release Marty McFly from Back to the Future in September. I'm like, what? What? They've never, what? Like, why are you releasing that? I mean, what?
Not even a Toy Fair exclusive. They're just releasing that right now.
Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, who? For those of you watching the stream, if you don't know, feel our pain. We're still waiting for, like I'm not going to get a Shore Trooper until like 2022.
2022.
It's
If it's
on
2022.
It's on that tanker in the ocean out there.
I mean,
just sitting there waiting, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like it's the gold. Me and you, Rob. I've been waiting for this Golden Armor Wonder Woman since the inception, since they actually shown it and we saw the prototype. I've been waiting for this piece. I got the deluxe with the wing. I've been waiting for this piece. It's been paid off now for a year and a half.
Wow.
And it's like, all right, when you're releasing now we just got word from Justin, who told us last night live that they are basically releasing the Clone Wars Ahsoka and the Clone Wars Rex this week. But where's the Golden Armor? What's happening? Like, what's up, Hot Toys? Like,
and by the way, those wings are where your Captain America is going to be too. The Sam Wilson Captain America. The wings are still. The reason, like, I have to be honest, I loved Wonder Woman. I hated Wonder Woman 84. I hated it. I love Justice League International. I love Maxwell Lord as a character. I couldn't stand what they did. That movie, I literally was like, I watched it. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I'm like, what? Yeah. And the reason I wanted that Golden Armor is because it's the Kingdom Come armor.
Kingdom Come armor. That's the only reason why. That's the only reason why I'm getting it, because it's a hash to Kingdom Come. So that's what I'm focused on. I'm not focused on the film. I'm focused on Kingdom Come. That's it.
Yeah, that's why it's beautiful. It's a beautiful figure.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yes,
it's so beautiful.
A beautiful figure.
It doesn't even seem real. It's just so well done, and everything about it is just amazing. It'll be
that's and Gal Gadot's the only female that I'm allowed to have a crush on. I can't have a crush on anybody else, but Gal Gadot I'm allowed. So.
Well, I've never even met Latoya T, but I have a crush on her just because her name is Latoya T. How good does that sound? And by the way, you know what? If you love her, that means she's an exceptional woman. So we should all have a crush on her anyway.
She's amazing. She supports all of this that you basically see behind me. She's the reason why I started, doing my reviews. I started my channel. She's the one who pushed me to do it. She's
Do you know why though?
Do this.
Do you know why?
Why?
I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because she knows she's your ultimate hot toy.
She's probably upstairs laughing right now.
No, I'm telling you, man. You know what I'm saying? And she is fully articulated.
She is.
And she comes with many accessories.
Yes, she does.
Many accessories.
And outfits.
And
outfits.
Exactly.
Probably more shoes than she needs, but okay.
Oh, man.
No one's perfect.
Yeah, she sent me a text. She was like, so do you need anything for tonight? Because I know it's going to be a long haul. So she brought me some honey and balls.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
No, it's that. I think that's the. It's really funny. I think that aging geeks or nerds or whatever.
Yes.
I mean, we do have a little bit of our personalities that have arrested development.
Yeah.
And so like even now, as old as I am, when I meet other adults that might even be 10 years younger than me, I still feel like a kid.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, sir. It's very nice to meet you. I put my hand out and I try and look people in the eye, and I because I know that deep down inside they're looking at me going, that guy's 12 years old inside. And they're right. They're right. I mean, I do have a hard time adulting. Even though, like, if I'm put in a situation,
wrong. It's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, look, man. On one hand, I can sit there and go, I've got a movie in theaters that I produced and edited, post-supervised, VFX supervised, and even did.
Shit.
I mean, it's in Palm Springs, it's in Miami Beach, it's in Scottsdale, and it's still playing in LA and New York. And by the way, I am doing an appearance tomorrow, but I forget where. But it's out by Pacific Palisades or something. But so even though I've done that, and the United Nations tweeted out an endorsement of Tango Shalom today. UNESCO tweeted out an endorsement. I still meet people when I meet them. I'm like, they're clearly more mature than me. Like I'll meet somebody who's 29 years old, who's all put together and wearing a Tom Ford suit and looks amazing. And I meet them at a meeting, and I'm like, it's very nice to meet you. And I'm thinking in my mind, I'm like, if he understands, I need Wonder Woman golden armor now. I'm gonna give up my shit. It's, you watch my favorite movies of all time are Godfather 1 and 2, and I'm thinking Vito Corleone could have been my dad. Never tell anyone outside the family what you're thinking. And I'm like, half the time what I'm thinking is, why don't I have golden armor Wonder Woman? Like, Elizabeth will be she'll be like, honey, what are you thinking? And I'm thinking like, well, I'm not going to get the new Vision until 2022, babe. But I can't say that because she doesn't want to hear it. Like, she wants to think, I'm just so happy I'm with you and all that, which is true. But really, what's really going on in my mind, I'm like, I really just want the 1/350th scale new Millennium Falcon model from Bandai. So what do you do?
Yeah. Listen, this is what I've learned. And I've only learned this, like I said, that, with maturity, with age, like I said, becomes wisdom. But at the same time,
says you.
Hey, for us as collectors, we've lived through so many different things, so many decades, so many eras. We've been able to adapt, and we can basically bring our nostalgia with us. Things that we couldn't talk about, like maybe, or we chose not to talk about, 20 years ago, a long time ago, even in high school, that we just didn't want people to really know who we were. It's like now we're like, you know what? I have zero to lose. Take me for who I am. And that's my fiance, the first thing that she actually got me, the first gift I ever got from her was the Hot Toys Black Panther throne because she knew that I actually had Chadwick Boseman, Black Panther. So she exactly right that was the very first gift that she actually got me.
Marry that woman. Marry her now.
Exactly right.
For those of you who don't know, Hot Toys put this in a box and released it. The Throne of Wakanda, and me as a action figure chair fetishist. I can't even say it. I mean, is there ever a better high-end? Look at this. Come on.
It's beautiful.
It's a
stunning.
Beautiful piece. It is. It is a beautiful piece. And it sold out quick. Like, it is a beautiful piece, and it sold out quick. But this is what I'm saying, like, look at Shuri. Exactly. Same thing.
I knocked her out of this. My Shuri is usually sitting in my. Let me pose her back the way she was before I knocked her out. I mean, well, you can't really see it because I need her to, So she's basically usually in the Throne of a oops, sorry, but like this, she's just kicking it.
That looks so good,
right?
Yes.
By the way, last Sunday I went and saw Black Panther at the Hollywood Bowl with a live orchestra.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it was insane. It was insane.
Yes.
But
and Robert, I think we have a few more super chats here.
We do. Well, actually, no, we're caught. Oh, actually, no. Cardinal Sin says, RMB, I am not a rando. Hail, RMB. Lael the chat. Hail, Cardinal Sin. S-Beam, who's making a figure of myself, and I think Justin as well, sends in a super chat. So thank you, S-Beam. But
and
you know what?
S-Beam for PGS All-Stars about a week ago.
Yeah, and you know what? They're all going up. Now, I got to ask you, Lael.
Yes.
So, first of all, as I set her down, let me ask you this, first of all.
Yeah.
Would you buy a chair for $100?
Yes.
Would you?
Yes.
That's the right answer. That's why you're on this show. Just so you know. So now I got to go to Lael. Like, how did Latoya T, how did she know to get you the Throne of Wakanda? Were you like, did you take her out and you're like over some nice dinner, steak dinner? She's like, baby, what do you want? And you're like, well, what I really want is the new Hot Toys Throne of Wakanda. It's a chair. How'd she know? How'd she know you wanted it?
Okay. So when we basically started dating, so when we first started dating, she came over. We were living in two separate places. She came over to my house and she saw my collection. Now, her being a Black Panther fan, her being a Strange fan, she is like, look, don't get it twisted. She is a nerd herself, and she follows.
Okay.
But she looked in my detail, saw it, and was like, okay, it's alone. We need to do something about that. And this is before I actually got Killmonger, before I actually got T'Chaka and Shuri. She's like, he's alone.
I don't have
T'Chaka about it. Oh, I pulled that trigger as soon as I saw it.
I know.
It was a beautiful figure.
I know.
But she surprised me with it. I think it was basically, it was for Christmas. She surprised me with it by actually showing me the sideshow order, and that she had actually placed the order for it. She had already ordered it. She showed me. She was like, it's coming. I was like floored.
So she did the research.
Wow.
Man. She put in the time.
She put the work in. She put the time in, and she does. That's what she always does.
Okay, I got to ask you this.
Yes.
So I got to ask about Latoya T. What was the first movie the two of you saw together?
Whoa. Okay.
By the way, if she's watching now, she's going.
She is
like,
watching.
You better remember.
So
she's watching, and she said that she enjoys Labyrinth as well. I was reading in the chat.
Exactly. Labyrinth is her favorite movie. She can quote word for word every line. Word for word. That's how much.
Move the stars for no one. But what was the first movie you guys saw together?
Okay. So the very first film, this is how crazy this was. We went and saw, the first movie we saw was The Hurt You Give. Okay. So we saw that, but here's the thing, Rob. This is how crazy that night was. We saw that film, right? That film was over. It was released the same night as Halloween. with the last.
Yep.
So we left that and then went into the premiere of that film. Same theater. I was like, hey, we should go see Halloween. She's like, let's go, and we went. I was like, yeah, I'm marrying this woman.
Well, yeah, you know what? There you go. I mean, a woman who wants to a double feature.
Yeah.
I love
and
that.
We went. Yes.
Okay,
we
but now
went.
let me back it up. Since we're talking about pop culture and the modern age, how did you meet her?
Okay, so there's this thing called social media. And there's this thing called
this
Facebook.
newfangled contraption called the internet.
Yeah, and so basically it turns out I actually stumbled across her picture. A friend of mine who's a singer, she actually is she makes her own clothes. She's a designer. And so I came across her picture in her photos, and I'm like, wow, like this woman is amazing. But I didn't, not knowing that we were already friends on Facebook. Like we were already friends and I didn't know it.
Wow.
So then I would, me being like this, not so much of a stalker, but I'm going through liking all her photos, liking all that. We would just
wait. Were you going back and liking all her photos after you found out who she was?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of that's kind of creepy. Those deep dives when I have a new Instagram friend and they go back like 3 years, I'm like, okay, that's a little fucking weird. Come on.
So I'm going through, and she's like, who is this guy? So we're just going back and forth, and then through a friend, I actually arranged a date, to meet her. But
that was good because she would need to know you're not crazy, weird stalker man.
But the thing is, the first date was crazy because we were supposed to meet at this luncheon that her friend had thrown, but it was the same day that I had to go to my daughter's homecoming game in college. So I had to put that on. I was like, I wanted her to go, but I was like, it's kind of weird for her to just be thrusted into that right then and there.
Or it makes you the cool romantic dad figure. Come on.
I know.
Loving your daughter's homecoming. Come on, dude.
But I redeemed myself. The week after that, we actually I took her to this wine brewery. It was actually, so we sat down, we sat outside, under the candle lights. We actually had wine. We talked until the place was closed, to the point that they saw us out there talking and let us stay. They was like, nah, just continue to talk. This is something special. So
good restaurants know when you got it going on.
Exactly. So I made up for it that night, and the rest is history. Yes.
Wow. All right.
Yes.
All right. Yes. So how long you been together?
3 years now.
3 years. Wow. And you're going to make an honest woman of her when?
Oh, my God. I'm making an honest woman of her soon. Very soon. Very soon.
There's no date?
Huh?
Come on.
Not a date yet. We didn't, because the thing is, what, COVID has kind of put a strain on everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like really finding a date right now for anything is just kind of crazy, but
especially when our Hot Toys figures will show up.
But it gives me time to also formulate a brand new plan and do things the way I would want to do it, and actually get new ideas. Like COVID is actually caused humanity to think and do some creative things. So that is a good thing about it. So I'm just glad that we're able to do something on that level. And really quick, okay, now
God damn, I love how you said that. That was awesome.
Okay, now I wanted to say this earlier, but you give me hope. You know why? Because you look like one of my favorite actresses right now. Ming Na Wen.
Oh wow.
Thank you. Exactly who's a like smoking hot woman.
Thank you.
Exactly like her. You give me so much hope.
Fennec Shan. You just want her to cosplay Fennec Shan. That's what you want her to do.
I cannot. That is my favorite character, of course.
Dude, look.
Thank you so much.
See, now that you've said that about, I'm gonna be like, look, we got to go to the New York Comic Con. You got to cosplay the shit out of Fennec Shan. Exactly, come on now. Exactly, and by the way, Lael, where's that hot toy? Where's the Fennec Shan pre-order? They've done every other look. Yeah. Cara Dune. Do it, Hot Toys.
Exactly.
Do it. Exactly. Cara Dune and Fennec Shan.
Let's do it.
They have the premium format for Cara, but that's it.
That's it.
And by the way, can we just talk about the racism in action figure creation? I want to get into the fact that, when I was watching Black Panther last weekend at the Hollywood Bowl, thank you, John Campea, on a giant screen. It was amazing. I'm watching Okoye. I'm watching Oyo. I'm like, why don't I have a pantheon of Dora Milaje figures?
Yes.
Where?
got 'em?
Why? The most toyetic? I mean, I want a... First of all, come on. I mean, Deny?
Yes.
I love her so much.
I do too. I mean, probably in an unnatural way, but not unnatural, natural. But but my desire to have an action figure of her in 6 scale is not unnatural. Those costumes, that uniform,
beautiful.
That costume designer.
Come on! I mean,
I can't even.
Why?
She's just extraordinary. She created the costumes by looking at traditional African regalia and all sorts of elements she put together. She took the best of everything and made it even better. That woman is extraordinary.
Exactly.
And that's why she deserved the Academy Award.
Yes, she did.
But I'm like,
it's just spectacular.
I would love to have 6
I'll look up her name.
Dora Milaje figures. I mean,
and the thing is, if you look at it like right now, they are basically putting that character Okoye in the forefront of just about everything. We've just actually seen her on 2 episodes of the animated series What If. Okay.
Yep.
You know, we've seen the Dora Milaje in Falcon and Winter Soldier. You know,
and that was Florence? What's the name of that actress who's in Falcon? She is also extraordinarily beautiful,
Yes.
and she's in Black Panther.
She played Io.
Io. I mean, she is unbelievably beautiful, and
or be moved.
I mean, and also, I mean I want those figures. I want those racing my.
They should have issued them. Those should have been issued when the movie came out.
Ago. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's black action figures. Lives matter. Come on.
Yeah, they do.
And
do.
It's interesting, and I hope people take that in the spirit it was intended. I didn't mean to denigrate the struggle that.
No, it's true. It is true, because the thing is, it's not given enough. The thing is, there hasn't really. Okay, it's blatant, and it's blatant out there, but it's not been brought to the forefront. And I know a lot of people like, well, look, we don't want to make this like a political. It's not making it political. It's the truth. Like, not thinking that. I mean, look what happened with. Okay, and I don't want to bring this. I don't want to make this an issue as far as Star Wars. I don't want people to start basically just cutting down the sequels, because we're not here in that space. But I'm just telling you, I'm using that as example.
We can, though.
Of what they did, what they did. To
Finn,
John Boyega. You know what I mean? And how he was on a poster. Like, they took the original side and they shrunk it down to whereas you couldn't really see the character. They did that there. And then they only released one version of the hot toy. You know what I mean? They didn't release this, and it wasn't actually in mass quantity, and the figure sold out. Even when they released the disguised Stormtrooper version, it sold out. So the demand was basically there. My thing is, it's like you're showing, like, for instance, we got the Valkyrie figure. We've been waiting on that. And then you gave us an update on it. You never released it. Like, it's just saying that you don't think that there's a market for it or that people will actually buy it. Maybe it's not a market for it there, but it most definitely is a market.
But there's not a market for any Star Wars figures in China, because they just don't release them, and yet
they don't.
Yeah,
and yet they're because it wasn't Star Wars wasn't released in '77, so they don't have a cultural legacy of Star Wars. And I mean, I get it, but my God. The Mandalorian is a license for them. They've made, what's funny? I was talking to a woman last summer at Sideshow, asking about something. I'm like, hey,
I know what you're talking about, Robert.
Well, I asked them about Grogu.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, how many? The $500 Grogu figure, like how many? And she was like, well, we got like pre-orders for 35,000. I'm like, what? 35,000 at $500 a pop or whatever. And that was their pre-orders. And she's like, we've sold a lot more since then. And I'm like, what? I mean, the Mandalorian figures, the amount of money that and by the way, I'm hearing what Justin said. I am extremely disappointed. I've been buying from Sideshow since they existed. At the beginning, And the way they've been treating like Toys Wonderland and going after them, I mean, I get it why that, but give me a break, man. Who cares?
Yeah.
They're not cutting in. Well, maybe they are cutting into your business, but I'm like, you know what? I'm sorry, but if I order a figure from Toys Wonderland, I can get it in a week or two if it comes out, man.
Yeah. And that's the thing. But see, here's the thing. Like, I think with that, they're going after the wrong people.
Mm-hmm.
You should be renegotiating your contract with Hot Toys, trying to decide how you can actually get your figures released or get them here earlier. Like, just, I mean, you got enough money coming in that you can pay, that expense can be covered. But you're going after the little guy because you're seeing that these figures, and a lot, listen, and Rob, you and I talked about this before even Sideshow came about. I was getting a lot of my figures from overseas. I started getting a lot of my figures overseas. See, the figures that I couldn't get here, that's how I started before I even got or gained an interest in Sideshow.
Oh,
so I mean that's been around for years.
I can't reach. I've been moving my background. I used to be able to reach, but I'm looking at my shelf. Like, I got my Morgan Freeman from Lucius Fox.
Yeah,
I've been buying third-party bootleg figures for 20 years.
Yeah,
and now they're better than ever. And what's really interesting is that no legitimate toy company would make these figures because the licensing fees are too much, and it's like, yep, we want to make a portly Morgan Freeman figure from Dark Knight. Hot Toys is not going to do that.
Yeah, it doubles the price of the actual figure.
Yeah, I mean, they can't. So third party people know what we want and what we get, and it's. I'll tell you something. Even a legit company. One of my favorite companies is, well, it used to be. It's gone now. Was Tonner Dolls. So Tonner Dolls. They were fashion dolls. Here is their, hang on, let me fix. Here is their Scarlet Witch, which was a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. This is a quarter scale figure. This is a beautifully tailored. They did a line of DC and Marvel figures. This was a Comic-Con exclusive of Scarlet Witch, which I got 10 years ago or whatever. I loved these figures, and I had a lot of them. I sold some of them, but they were great, and they went out of business. And I mean, they even did a Captain Jack Harkness figure from Doctor Who. Wow. And it was amazing. And they're quarter scale. They were quarter scale figures, but they were fashion dolls with rooted hair. I loved them. They were great. They did the DC and the Marvel women, and they're fantastic. But they're gone now.
Well, Robert, what was your first introduction to 1/6 scale figures? And the same question for you, Lael.
Good question.
Oh, well, okay. It was when I was a kid, and it was G.I. Joe. When I was a kid in the 70s, so G.I. Joe was introduced in the 60s as a military action figure, and it was 6 scale. And it was G.I. Joe, literally, it was a World War II action figure. Well, then Vietnam came along, and suddenly no one wanted to deal with the U.S. military, especially for children's toys. So they completely repositioned G.I. Joe as the adventure team, as worldwide adventure people, and it was interesting because they had multi-ethnic characters.
Yes,
they did have a black character. They did have different other characters, and they had famously Kung Fu Grip. And it was all 6 scale. They had 6 scale vehicles, a helicopter, the mobile support vehicle, the headquarters. It was the great, and I couldn't get all of it. I couldn't get the Mercury astronaut or the space capsule because it came out before I was alive. So the 6 scale G.I. Joe figures, the adventure team in the mid-70s was my jam. I loved them.
Yes.
I love it. But then they even got stupid because they introduced things like Bullet Man, which was so dumb. But the 6 scale G.I. Joe adventure team figures, and all their accessories and clothes, and you could buy. They would sell like the scuba suit. Like you'd have your figures, and you could buy 10 different suits. As a matter of fact, I have DC's Enemy Ace and Blackhawk figures that I'd never opened. I was looking at them today. I'm like, I should open these things and put them up. Yeah. I need a Nazi pilot on my shelf. Why not? But
just to
complete the set.
Yeah, and by the way, those people forget, but Kenner did release 6-scale Star Wars figures, and I loved them. I had all of them. They were incredible.
When was this, Robert?
78, 79. You know, right after Star Wars came out?
I didn't know that.
So they made Luke, Han, Leia, R2, 3PO, Chewbacca, IG-88 came out when Empire came out. They had Boba Fett, Vader, a Stormtrooper. They weren't great figures, but they were 6-scale. I mean, Leia had rooted hair, and they were at the time. It didn't matter because they were all new, so it was amazing to have. Vader had a cloth cape. You know, he had a saber. It didn't light up, but and they were more like Chewbacca was rotocast. You know, hard plastic. Like the Stormtrooper was, and so was Vader. But Han, Luke, Leia had like skin. The Han figure was actually really good, and so was the Luke. And the likenesses weren't great, but they came with great accessories. The cloth uniforms were great, and even the Boba Fett, when they did Boba Fett and IG-88, those were pretty cool too.
Yep.
So Lael, what was your first introduction to 1/6-scale figures?
Okay, so like Rob, like you mentioned, Kenner had basically released, their 6-scale Star Wars figures. But before that, I actually had 2 6-scale figures that were actually released from Hasbro. One was the 6-scale Spider-Man with the web, and it had the light up feature. So it was that, and
did it have magnets in the hands?
Exactly.
Yeah, that was an awesome figure.
Yes, it was. It was an amazing figure, and on top of that, they had the 6-scale ROM. People who didn't really know about the ROM core. It was ROM. It was like
Space Knight.
The Space Knight, exactly. So I had that as well, and it had the light up feature, and that's when
the backpack that they later adapted for Battlestar Galactica in '78.
Exactly. Speaking of which, I also have 3 6-scale Cylons.
Wow!
Yes,
from those Cylons.
Yeah,
the '70s.
The original. Yes,
man, those are dope figures, man. Those are cool.
And they were the chrome shiny
version. Man,
amazing.
Wow.
Yes. So that was like my first entry into like the 6-scale collection.
But that's a great entry in there. ROM and the Cylons. Come on.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. I'll tell you, my mom and my dad were great. They were amazing. We talked about last night the Shogun Warriors.
Yes.
I had every last one of them. It was a great time for us. Like back then, it was an amazing time for us, man. Like it was. Like anything. I even had I remember.
It's a time for us.
For us, definitely.
West Side Story is coming out.
Exactly. And I can't wait to see it. There was a series called a cartoon, animated series called Mask. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
I had those figures as well.
Those are great toys too.
Yes, they were amazing toys, and that's what I'm saying. Like we came up. You know what, Rob? Since we're talking about nostalgia,
come on, dude.
Where is it? Okay, do people wake up on Saturday mornings with a big bowl of cereal and turn on Saturday morning cartoons anymore?
There isn't. They don't have Saturday morning cartoons anymore.
None. Unless you turn it on. Like there's a network where you can actually watch the classics, but that was nostalgia for us.
Yes.
Remember, like during the summertime before the school year started, they would always preview the cartoons that were coming out then. It's like you had a big bowl of Captain Crunch, one of the biggest bowls you can find. And you just came downstairs at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. You were ready.
Dude,
like, it just doesn't happen anymore.
The TV Guide fall preview issue.
Yes.
You know, I mean, okay, so people don't understand is that my mom went to the grocery store every Wednesday.
Yeah.
And that was also when the new TV Guide came out for the next week.
Yes.
And I was, especially when I finally got a VCR when I was 13, the TV Guide was the Bible, because I would literally look through like all the late night listings. Oh my God, there's a movie on at 2:30. Like I time shifted films. But when the new shows would come out, I'm like, maybe there's going to be a science fiction show or something horror related, like Kolchak the Night Stalker or something.
Yes.
Thundar the Barbarian on Saturday morning.
The
Like
Night Stalker,
Yes. Dude, that's coming out on Blu-ray, by the way, from Kino Lorber.
Oh my God.
Do you know that Kino Lorber is releasing To Live and Die in L.A. on Blu-ray? They are 4K. Pardon me. Yes.
Wow.
So, but that was a big deal. Like, and then they would have the preview show where they'd give you clips of like the new shows, and if you got a sci-fi show or a fantasy show or something, like there's a Planet of the Apes TV series, like really, or
V,
or V. I mean, that was great too. The miniseries.
Oh my God, man,
dude, I've got every issue. I've got all 18 issues of the V comic from DC.
Yes.
You are so lucky. I still have like issues 1 through 8, and they're not in great condition, but I don't care because I still love them.
I'll send them to you. You can have mine.
Oh my God.
I mean, I am living, like, you can't tell, but I'm renovating. I've been renovating for like 8 months. This place is a mess, but the stuff that I can just pick up, like this Tonner doll of Scarlet Witch. I love this doll. I love redheads, but I love this doll. It's great. It's just here. If you could see the stuff that I look around, it's insane.
Your house, your place is like you're the Grail warehouse of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yes,
but you know what?
Yes.
Wow, that's what your house.
It's
is.
in there somewhere.
It's in there somewhere. It is.
The funny thing is that I look at the people I admire. Like I used to have a lot of more stuff, but I had a storage locker. A horrible storage locker, awful, long, dark night of the soul. Yeah. I had a storage locker that I had for 13 years. And I had probably 100,000. I had every single, like, I'll give you an example. Every Lego collector set, like all, starting with the X-Wing and the TIE Fighter, I had all of them up to that point, up to 2012. I had every Bandai Soul of Chogokin diecast. My hardcover dark fantasy book collection, first edition of Interview with the Vampire, signed to me.
Yeah.
All the Dark Tower stuff. So what was really interesting was I was working on Star Trek, and I got a new. I'd been there for almost 13 years. My storage locker was. And, Storage Wars, I didn't pay any attention to the Storage Locker TV shows that they had. I'd had my Storage Locker for 12 years. But since I'd had it, the rent had gone up. Like, my Storage Locker was worth 3 times what it was, but I was locked into a contract. Yeah. So I didn't know. I had a perfect storm where my debit card, I got a new debit card. My debit card expired. I got a new debit card. So the rotating payments weren't going through. And I'd been in New York working on Star Trek, and I realized, I was like, it's been like 45 days. I haven't paid my storage locker rent. So I call up the storage facility, and they're like, oh, we've auctioned off your storage locker.
Oh, God. It's so hard to hear this.
I'm like, what? And they're like, oh, well, yeah. I'm like, guys, I've been with you for 12 years. Like, I'm always in and out. Like, why would you possibly think that? Wow. And so what happens is, what they do is the people would come in, and if you didn't pay your rent in like 44 days or something, they auction off. And there are people there, they open up your door, they cut your lock off, they open up your door. And my storage locker had been meticulously organized. So I had my comics, and there were 2 corridors, and there was all this. My friend Dave Hargrove and I did it, and dude, I can't tell you. My entire collection of first edition Star Trek paperbacks that I collected since I was a kid, they're all mint. I mean, It was, and they sold it, and I had no recourse. And what was funny was they sell it just to cover your rent, and they give you their extra money. So some guy had bid like $3,500, and the rent that I owed was $550. I'd been there for 12 years, and this is 2012 when I was working on 9 years ago, and my Robotech Valkyrie collection, the Japanese toys alone, I mean, tens of thousands of dollars. It was, and all of my dark fantasy hardcovers that were signed, my really expensive books now that some of them $2,500. You know, I could never, it's just insane. And
that would gut me, man. Like, oh my God,
dude, it was so. And it taught me a really interesting lesson. That I was a customer of this place for 12 years. Mm-hmm. And they knew that for whatever reason, for me not to pay or whatever, but because of storage wars and the media, and they wanted to, it was much cooler if, you have people bidding on your storage locker. And I was a guy that like trusted this company to keep my stuff safe. Now, you could say that, well, Rob, you should have kept on top of it. But, I was working on the Star Trek The Next Generation Blu-rays. I was actually in New York. And then I realized, I'm like, wait, they haven't, I looked, 45 days later, they haven't taken my payment out. And the people that knew me, there was a husband and wife that administered that facility, like Lando Calrissian administered Bespin. He knew. So these people knew me. They were let go or moved. Wow. So they had new people there who didn't know me, and they were there for 2 months. Yeah, man. And I lost, easily $100,000 worth of shit. Oh. And some of it was my whole life. And it was really interesting because this was after I'd been divorced and I'd broken up with a relationship that meant a lot to me after that. And these things that I had really meant something to me because they were literally the accumulation of my life between my Japanese die-cast. There was some die-cast stuff my parents had bought me when I was like 5 that I still had. I mean, I had all of it was there. All of it was there. It was, and the people that got it, they wouldn't have even known what half that shit was. And like, why is this there? And it was all meticulously organized and boxed up, and it was just gone. It was just gone.
That's horrible. Yeah, that's horrible.
But what you realize is that, and it took me. I had bouts of anger, like real, like I would beat up my pillows. Yeah. Like at night, I would sit in bed and I would just be like. I was so angry.
I'm sorry that happened, Robert.
Well, no, it was my look. It was my own fault. But what was our society has changed in that the people that ran this did not look at my thing and said, "Well, he's been here for 12 years. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt." Yeah. No,
they should have called you
because they did try. They did try, but the people that they didn't. They literally tried for like a couple of days. I was in New York interviewing Patrick Stewart and shooting stuff, so I wasn't getting back to people. It wasn't something that was on my radar because I didn't know. I hadn't thought, my new debit card. But what was interesting was because we live in a world now where people would much rather get you. Yep. Gotcha. Yep. And I went back and I said, but this is all my stuff. They're like, sorry, we already auctioned it off. And I'm like, okay, fine, but it is my stuff, and I'm here to get it. And suddenly, your auction supersedes my life? Yeah. And I think that's the problem where we're at now.
No remorse.
And no empathy.
At all.
We live in and I have to tell you, for a year, I was haunted by this because of all the stuff. I mean, not that, where would I put it? It was a lot of stuff. Yeah. It was a lot. Yeah. And the problem was I had to figure out a way in my own life to like let it go. And I shouldn't have had to be honest.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have had to. And I feel like the neighborly thing to do, but in Hollywood, it's so transitory. Storage lockers, or people leave all the time and they leave all this stuff behind. But clearly I was there for 12 years. I was not some yo-yo who, like some rando who came in. I paid but it was tough.
12 years.
I'm sorry, Robert. I'm really sorry that happened to you.
Well,
12 years. 12 years
I
of
learned
stuff.
my lesson.
I mean, yeah, that is you're right though. There's no empathy. It's like we live in a society now where the dollar supersedes livelihood. It supersedes a person's, love and just connection to things that they've had all their life. And the thing is, there could have been other ways that they could have contacted you, or they could have just been like, okay, well, maybe there's something, and they could have sent you something in the mail. Like, I mean, there's so
Like
many
a
different
due
ways
process or something.
yeah,
right?
there is.
Lael?
Or like it's like like a process, or like, look, you have a grace period. Even after they call you, this is a grace period that you
Well,
get.
how about if you're a 12-year customer, how about a 90-day grace period?
Exactly.
And
Yes.
and the people that were working there who knew me, they knew that if the payment didn't go through, there's a reason, and they would call me, but they were replaced. It was just a perfect storm. But I do feel that, what's interesting is when I was growing up, I'm sure when we all were growing up, when we went to school, there was all kinds of activities, all kinds of after school. Like, knowledge is its own reward. And having a well-rounded education is meaningful. Nowadays, everything is quantified by profit. Is this worth it? What's our money that we're going to get back from this? Or, well, the thing is, education, the profit you get might not be known for 30 years. When people, like, I don't understand, I've said this so many times on the show, America's defense, our national defense, our first line of defense should be a healthy, educated population.
Exactly, you're right.
Which means that if you have a low-income area where, a lot of single-parent families, send our best teachers there. Spend the money and lift those kids up, man, and do that across. I mean, why not? And,
they're not spending the money. They're
No,
not doing it.
because there's no quantifiable initial return in the next fiscal quarter. But the thing is, this is a country that's continuing on. I mean, China is kicking our asses. They've basically taken over Africa. They went in and they said, hey, we'll build infrastructure. Just give us the mineral rights to your lands for the next 100 years. And they're like, fine. Yeah. And we get highways and new buildings and everything. They haven't thought it through. They don't know. China's building infrastructure. Who do you think the Taliban has partnered up with? China. They're going to build a giant new freeway so they can do business over in Pakistan and India. Their territory that butts up against the mountains. I mean, we Americans, we have lost the plot. And I hate to say it, but we have.
Now, Robert, there are some more super chats.
There are
One from S Beam that's $20.
S Beam, yes, and I appreciate you looking out for us. S Beam says, yes, an R&B figure, a Justin figure, and a John Campia figure.
Wow.
Coming soon. Life sometimes gets in the way of hobbies. Rob, you're going to have to deliver John's figures to him because there's no way to send him things. Hello, and Lael.
Hi.
Well, S-Beam, I mean, obviously a great supporter of this channel. Been here for a long time. Your work is exemplary. It's amazing. I can't wait, and I will make sure that John gets the figure, of course. And thank you for supporting the channel. And I love seeing your work because it's great. And by the way, S-Beam has been on the show many times and also on the Midnighter. So good to have you. Good to see you, and thank you for the support. And our good friend who I've known for, 2 decades, Terje, who is in Norway. Oh, he has to rub it in. Terje says, man, I saw Dune in IMAX a couple of days ago. Many thoughts, good and bad. But do see it in IMAX. We need a part 2, or it will be a letdown of epic size.
My goodness.
Yes. Well, it's true because it's half the story.
Wow.
I can't believe, for those of you who don't know, Dune has opened in many territories in Europe, Russia, Sweden, Norway. I think it's open in France. It doesn't open in the UK until later, but throughout Europe it has opened around the world. So it's making money. It blew off the doors in France, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
We get it on the 22nd of October.
Yeah. Couple days before my birthday. I can't wait.
Well, there you go. Got to go see it.
Yes,
Is your lady, is LaToya T gonna go see Dune with you?
Oh yes, she is.
Nice.
She's that's my road dog. That's my movie partner. We go to see everything together.
I know once you have that, you don't want to go see a movie alone.
Nah, I won't go see it by myself. Now the thing is, okay, so in our line of profession and what we actually do as basically content creators, we know when these Disney, shows come out, we have to actually, I have to physically get up in the morning early enough, because like I said, I'm on the East Coast.
I know.
Early enough to watch them before because I know the internet's going to spoil everything.
Yeah.
So I have to get up early enough. So it's like with her, she's like, you didn't wait for me? And I'm like, sometimes I can't.
Dude,
it's hard.
I'm in the same boat. Elizabeth's like, why don't you watch it without me? I'm like, because I have to go on the John Campea show and talk about this.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, man.
That's the hardest part. That is it's so hard.
It's so rough.
Hard, it is so hard, man.
So, I mean, I haven't seen Dune. I'm probably going to see it in the next couple days with Bill Hunt. But, I really want to see it. And, of course, No Time to Die. I can't wait. I know there's a media screening. I bought tickets for the advance. I have tickets, my favorite, the Chinese Theater and IMAX on the 6th of October, which is great. And I can't wait. I am very excited.
Yes.
I mean, as a lifelong Bond fan, I can't. It's interesting.
Man.
Oh, everyone has told me, I've heard things about it. People have said it might be one of the best James Bond films ever.
Wow.
The trailer looks amazing, bro.
It looks amazing. And look, this idea that, here's the thing. I don't feel that having Lashana Lynch being a female 007, I have no problem with that. Because, sorry, I don't have a problem with that because it's a new world. And if you have a female agent who becomes a 00, 00 is it's a thing. It's a moniker. You have to earn it.
Exactly.
And if Bond retires, he has vacated his 00 status. And I'm sure, they've never gone into this, but the Queen's government will be like, okay, there's 10 00s.
Exactly.
You can only have 10 people. And if Lashana Lynch, by the way, looks smoking hot, I have no problem with her being and it makes sense to me. So the people that look, I withhold judgment. I don't think it's woke, or I don't have a problem with her being, because it's not that he's an old agent. I'll shoot you myself in the leg that works or doesn't work or whatever. I have no problem with her. Ana de Armas, who's an agent, great. So, look, man, it comes down to great characters and a great story.
And a great story. That's it. Great characters, a great story. Who cares? Great characters, great story. That's what it is. And me, myself, like I said, listen, I come from a family of strong women. I'm in this house with a strong woman. I am a strong supporter of seeing a strong woman on screen, and that's not overly sexualized and basically shows her strength. I am all for that.
Me too.
And the thing is, for anyone that would have a problem, now I do get that. Look, it doesn't. You want to do it so whereas it fits and it's not forced into a situation where it's like, okay, come on, you don't have to say certain things. And it's not shoehorned in a way where, it becomes like a running narrative because it's a theme. It's part of a movement, but it's there because it makes sense. And you're just paying respects to something that was written well. And on top of that, badass woman on screen whooping somebody's ass. I want to see that all day, every day.
Yeah, I mean, no one complained when Jennifer Lawrence is in something like Red Sparrow.
Yeah.
Red Sparrow's not great, but Black Widow should have had a little bit more of that. I mean, I love the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah.
I love it. And to me, I love it because I grew up reading Marvel comics, and it is a great translation of the comic books into something else. And there's been a lot of valid criticisms. Like, it is a very sexless universe.
Mm-hmm.
But so are the comics.
Exactly.
Like as much as I think, would I like to see Captain America fuck Black Widow? Well, sure, but it really doesn't belong in the MCU. Just like swear words don't belong in Star Trek, and yet we're getting them. So every time someone says fuck or somebody gets murdered and blown up in Star Trek, I'm like, this just doesn't belong here.
It doesn't belong. It doesn't make sense.
And I think the genius of the MCU is they know what belongs.
Yeah.
And they know what doesn't belong. And
they know what fits in certain places, exactly. Yeah.
And I've really enjoyed it. I've really been enjoying overall. My God, we've 25 movies so far. I have really high hopes for the Eternals, and I really, I really do. Knowing what the story's going to be, I think it's going to be really interesting. And then Spider-Man: Far From Home, and then, we're getting Venom as well, that everyone seems to love.
Yes.
And
we're getting a whole slew of films. It's like these next couple months jam-packed with stuff that I just can't wait for, man.
Yes.
I know, and I think my default position, let me ask you guys this. My default position is to be optimistic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like,
I'm very optimistic.
Knowing how hard it is to make movies.
Yes.
I mean, we've got, especially Marvel, the fact that they've spent so much time and thought, I mean, I'm really enjoying. I love Shang-Chi. Black Widow was good. I didn't love it.
Shang-Chi was the introduction to the next phase to me.
Yeah, that
was the introduction. Yes. That's definitely was.
But I mean, even Black Widow, Florence Pugh was great. She was great as Yelena.
Phenomenal. And I mean, and the thing is, it's like I said, it was put it this way. And I had this conversation with my friends. One thing that I did not like about Black Widow was just one particular thing. And like I said, I mean, I'm pretty sure, like I said, spoilers, if anyone who hasn't seen the film, you probably, if you haven't seen it already, you should have seen it by now. It's on Disney Plus. If you don't have Disney Plus, it's out there. You should have seen it. And this has already been talked about.
Sure.
But so we know basically the story. If you've read the comics, you know the story behind Taskmaster. Okay. So if you decide to change this character's narrative in a film, okay, that's fine. But don't give us the visual of a male. And then when she takes off her helmet, it's a woman. When the entire time we're basically looking at this, thinking that why not make it a female? Give her the female physique the whole way through the film.
Well,
I mean, because that's to me, that's sort of like a disservice. It's like, why are you doing that?
It's trickery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that, what's really interesting is that, again, we had lots of really great kick-ass female characters in films.
Yes.
I mean, I think about Luc Besson's La Femme Nikita back in the early 90s. And then, of course, everything people talk about, Sarah Connor and,
Sigourney Weaver. Like, I mean, come on.
Dave Cullen did a great video about female characters that dropped on YouTube. I'm a fan of his. And he did a thing about female characters and talked about why Ripley and Sarah Connor were great characters, and then how, like in Terminator Dark Fate, Sarah Connor's character was undermined by the writing. And I really think, again, this agenda-driven storytelling is, call it virtue signaling or whatever. Yeah. It is impairing the stories that we're being given. Yeah. And I understand everyone means well. Mm-hmm. I do. I think people genuinely do mean well. They want, and I always say on my channel, that there are marginalized people that have not been heard, that have stories to tell we haven't heard. And that's what excites me. Give me those stories I've never heard before. Give them. I want them in my gullet, my brain. And I'm all about that.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I have another question for you, but before I ask the question, there are 3 more super chats, Robert.
Well, Tom Jr. Jackson says, the Robservatory is taken care of by top men. Top men. That's a great Raiders reference, Tom. Thank you for that. Ash Chowan says, that story about losing your entire life's collection of memorabilia has been recounted countless times, yet it infuriates me each time I hear it. Would make for a great revenge movie. Tagline, they took my collection. Now it's time I come to collect. Yeah, you know, the funny thing about it was, I'm sure the guys who got it, they're like, what is this shit? That's the funny thing. They didn't know what it was. And you know, but I wish that obviously it was a lot more organized than somebody who jammed in their summer, like, outdoor furniture collection into a storage locker. But what can you do?
Yeah.
Terrier says, I have tickets to see No Time to Die in IMAX October 1st. Great. You're going to see before me. Like, at what? Great. First, alongside the Norwegian Bond Club. It's not as cool as seeing Skyfall with R&B, but it's okay, I guess. So let me just tell you. So in 2012, I had a bug up my ass. I went and saw Skyfall in London in Leicester Square at the Odeon Cinema, and Terrier and Julie, the mother of his kids, they came down to London.
Wow.
And we all went and saw it together, and it was fucking great. Wow. I mean, I did love the movie, but it was great having that experience. And I really wanted to do it again. I really wanted to do it for this, but because of COVID, and it messed all that up. So, Glenn Mark sends in a super chat and says, "Oh, Rob, I've lost precious possessions through precisely the same manner, one of which was a Lassie cast made by my mum's mother. Something I can't buy."
Wow. See, I don't trust storage centers. I won't even know.
Not anymore. I can't. No, I know. Rod Thunderheart.
Hi, Rod.
Says, hail RMB and Lael Rockwell. The problem is the MCU also goes with the 50-plus years of history that comes with the history. I warm to gorgeous Aunt May, but Aunt May was always a wise old woman with advice. Okay, that's a good question, Rod asks. Let me ask you both. Does Aunt May, does she have to be an old gray-haired woman in her 70s, or can she be a mid-50s? Because Tom Holland would have a mid-50s aunt.
You can't be old today and look bad. Like, they're expecting you to look like you're 20 nowadays. So, you know, there is no recourse. We can't go back. You can't be sort of walking around the house in a house dress or something. You have to look like you're polished and, you know, ready to go on a night on the town, even if you're staying in. So, yes.
Lael, what do you think? I mean, do you think Aunt May? To me, what I find about that is, I have no problem with it. Like, because the age difference between Tom Holland and Aunt May is still 40 years, maybe.
It's still, yeah. I think, you know what, and that's an interesting question, because I love Melissa Tomei. I mean, I love her as a character. I
love her as a woman too.
Yeah, she's incredible.
Yeah,
man. She's incredible. She's just nonstop incredible. I think when it comes to, so a lot of us, like I said, I mean, knowing the source material, knowing everything behind Aunt May, what she means, and you know who she means to Peter. I think the one, and that's what I think what Sam Raimi's Spider-Man got right, was they explored the dynamics between Aunt May and Peter, and the wisdom that she gave him. In the new version with Tom Holland, I don't think that it's become this whole thing where we have Aunt May who's super extremely attractive, and that's fine. But give us those moments where she sits down and actually has a heart-to-heart conversation with Peter.
We don't
about
have
his
enough of
business.
those.
No, we don't. We don't have enough of that on screen. Like, give us those moments where she actually has those those intimate moments where it's just her and him just sitting down having a conversation.
Yeah.
And she's helping him to decide things, helping him to discover who he basically is. I mean, even after, like, for instance, after we seen Homecoming, where she discovers that he is Spider-Man at the end. Well, we go into the second film, whereas, okay, now we just know she knows he's Spider-Man, so now we go into these fundraisers. What about the questions that she may have? What about the responsibility?
Oh man, I'm with you
You know what I
100%.
mean? Like, what about those conversations that, him as a growing teen having the responsibility of the world on his shoulders, and how she knows how dangerous something like that could be, even for him, and how stressful it can actually be. Like, what about those particular conversations that should have been had? Like, yes, we know that Melissa Tomei is attractive, but there's more to her than just the attraction. Give us some of that on screen. Like, I would like to. I would want to really, really see that. Give us the best of both worlds. That's what I'm saying.
Well, see, I think what you're saying is incredibly astute, and it goes back to what I'm looking for always, which is great storytelling. And it would have been like, one of the things I think is great in the MCU is Michael Pena in the Ant-Man movies when he tells the stories. And they have this zooming, the flashbacks, and he explains. I'm like, I can't believe that there isn't, because everyone's wanted this. Michael Pena describes the Infinity Saga and gives us a recap of what happened, because his character, and that everyone loves that character, and he does such a great job. But in a way, I would love to see an opening scene where, just like you said, Marissa Tomei, it opens up on her face, and she's just like, let me see if I understand you.
Yes.
Let me see if I understand you. And you play that riff, the pop culture riff, and she just asks Peter all these questions, and it's just you rifle between the two same, like, 50-50 shots or whatever, a 40 millimeter lens, or they're looking at each other, and they're just, she's like, so this happened? And he's like, well, yes. And she's just trying to figure out, like, what's going on.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. I think that's something that's missing. I love the Marvel movies. I've loved all of them, not equally, but overall, I've really enjoyed, because it was like reading comics. I didn't love every comic I read either. But we now have 25 Marvel movies, and we're getting their grand entertainments, and I guess people want them to, like, I want them to change my life. I want to see Eternals, and after I see it, I feel like I should get my PhD because it's been that inspiring to me. They're based on comic books, and I love comic books, but it's like, it's not Gone with the Wind. It's not The Godfather. It's not, and they are what they are, and they're, I would say, my God, in cinema history, we've never got a 25 film that's going to be a 27 film in series. Actually, if you include Venom, 28. Because if you believe what you've read, then suddenly Let There Be Carnage is part of the MCU, but I won't say why. But, I mean, still. It's amazing that we have these things, and yet people are complaining, like, and I'm not saying people are like, Rob, you're a Marvel shill. I'm like, okay, no, I'm a Marvel comic book fan, and I can't believe, I watch Infinity War and Endgame. I honestly can't believe those movies exist. They're wildly entertaining. I'm like, these are great fantasy films. They're great comic book movies. I cannot believe that those movies exist. I can't.
Exactly.
And people are like, well, I'm going to complain about Endgame. I'm like, really? Like, come on. The stuff that just the first 20 minutes of Endgame, when they deal with the the first 30 minutes, and killing Thanos and dealing with the five, it's so good. Like you wonder, like, how could it be this good? It's so good.
Exactly.
And
the
people
thing
are
is,
like Professor Hulk and time travel. There's so much fun in those movies.
They're
Black Widow
extremely fun.
sacrifices herself. The Red Skull. Like I watch both of those films, honestly, and I think to myself, these are mind-blowing entertainments.
Yeah.
I cannot believe Infinity War and Endgame exist. And sure, can you nitpick them? Of course. But I'm like, they're the culmination of it's films 21 and 22, then Far From Home's 23. Like, are you kidding me?
Yes.
These are grand entertainments, and I'm not saying that. And people are like, oh, Rob's just a Disney shill. No, I'm a fan of comic books, and I love comic book movies. And these, no one. When I was a kid, I never would have believed that Infinity War and Endgame would have existed in my wildest imaginings, and they exist because of Star Wars, and Star Trek. And Blade Runner, and Back to the Future, and Poltergeist, and E.T., and every other movie that led up to the fact that, like, hey, man, Tim Burton's going to make Batman. And then Blade came out in 94.
Yes.
You know, pardon me, The Crow came out in 94. And then Blade came out a few years later. The Crow and Blade cemented the idea that, well, we can make X-Men in 2000. The Crow and Blade are two of the most influential movies of all time because they led to the MCU. You can draw a straight line from The Crow. Actually, you can go from Tim Burton's Batman, but that was like a one-off, to Batman Returns, to The Crow, to Blade, to X-Men.
Exactly.
And now we live in the great world we live in today.
Exactly. It just like, what is it? Sam Raimi said that his test dummy for Spider-Man, right before he basically, got a chance to do it, one of his test dummies for comic book genre films was Darkman. When he actually, when he did Darkman and just basically saw how he can actually phase through certain scenes and how that was done. Like, I mean, that we get films like that. This is what. And I say this all the time. I talked about this on my show as well. Is I hate when people say genre films. I hate.
Yeah, I say it a lot. By the way, I know.
No. I mean, no. But you say it, but you have an understanding of what it means. You have an understanding of how to, with these films, especially fantasy films, especially when it comes to comics. You have an understanding because you can identify with it. People place it in a category and leave it there, and they separate it from other films that, okay, so you get a Scorsese film, you get all these different films that are great, and I'm not taking it away from those creators and those directors, but to say that these films that we get are of lesser value just because, like, they are wildly entertaining, and it's an art form, and these directors put a lot into it. When they're making these films, these writers put a lot into it, and it's entertaining. Like when I'm saying, come on, when I read, Infinity War, and when I've actually read these books, which, mind you, come on, please, will you hurry up and give me Adam Warlock, please? Anyway,
dude.
So when I've read these, bro, please hurry.
I love you, man.
Give me Adam Warlock. Come on, man. Stop playing with me. Like, seriously, if you could have actually sent Infinity War so much higher if you would have introduced Adam Warlock. It would have been crazy. But anyway, reading these pages and to finally see this stuff on film, like, Rob, when they dropped Infinity War, literally 42 of us went to the theater. We occupied 2 rows. 42 people got together. We got all these group together, and we saw this. Out of 42 people, there were 16 men that cried at the end of this theater. At the end of this film.
Dude.
Oh.
Like, literally 16 men that cried.
But I have to tell you, the end of Infinity War packs a wallop.
Yeah.
Like, if you're invested and you know the characters and all that, like the thing that killed me was Tom Holland.
Yeah.
I don't want to go, Mr. Stark.
That was the most amazing, heart-wrenching performance.
Dude, I just said it. I got to chill right now.
Yeah,
I got to chill.
It was incredible. Like literally, you know what? The scene there's one scene in Endgame that always chokes me up every time I see it. It was when Tony, and I'm gonna tell you how it was crazy. It's when Tony basically gets after thinking that he lost him, and Peter's walking up to him telling him with strange, that one embrace and him so happy, it chokes me up every time I see it. And the reason why is I always go back to Homecoming, when they were in the car and Peter thought he was giving him a hug. He's like, no, I'm just letting you out. You know what I mean? But in this film, you see him embrace him like, look,
Dude.
I am so happy. I don't care what you're
father
talking
son
about.
role,
That
yes.
father-son role, it chokes me up every time I see it.
Dude,
It's like, wow.
And you know what? What's funny is it's very hard to do that in any movie.
Yeah.
And I think that the subject matter, because they're derived from comic books, there is a prejudice against the source material. Yeah. As if and what's interesting is that again, in America, graphic storytelling is part of Asian culture, thousands of years. Mm-hmm. European culture, graphic storytelling has a long tradition. Yeah. Only in America has people thought, well, comic books are just for kids. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. The fact is, if you read a great comic book tale, it's just as resonant and meaningful as any other story. If a story has great characters and a great plot, you get involved in it. My favorite comic book of all time is The Sandman. Yeah. I love that book. It's actually a comic book. It's a story about storytelling, and storytelling is so important to me in all of its myriad forms. And I love that book. By the way, I have to say, interestingly enough, LaToya T, I don't know what to say, sends in a super chat to yes. LaToya T says, this is a great question. Did you have a favorite female character growing up? Which, why, and what sparked the intrigue?
Yeah, this is a good question.
It's a great question.
Definitely Princess Leia, because when you first see
Lael
her,
didn't just say that. Lael didn't tell you to say that. That was your thing.
No, he didn't.
I didn't.
Because when you first encounter her, she's sending out this distress call.
Yes.
And you look at it and you're as intrigued by the distress call as Luke is. Yes. But then when he finds her, she's a bit sarcastic, a little snarky towards him, because she's not sort of, while it's true she's in a cell, you almost get the sense that, maybe she would have figured some way out of the cell at some point, or somehow masterfully, escaped from that cell. So, at some point while she gets out of the cell, she'll say things like, "This is your idea of a rescue," right. She has this. She's incredibly confident. She's a risk taker. Yes. She's wearing white. Yes. All these things that that the whole presentation of her, you can't tell that she actually is as tough as nails. Yes. Until she swings on the rope with Luke. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And, of course, for me, that was a very terrifying moment to see. But, it just goes to show you, she's like, I'm going to get this done. We're just going to do this. And I think that she realized, that she was very lucky to get this rescue. Exactly. But also, she was such a pivotal character in setting the whole thing in motion. Yep. And it continued. Like, her momentum has not stopped. Mm-hmm. It's still continuing, going on down the line through the films, and her resistance, so to speak, to the situation that seemed impossible to overcome. Impossible. How on earth could you overcome such a huge, conglomerate like the Empire? Like, how could you? Could you even make an attempt to do this? And of course she did. We didn't see everything she's done, but we knew she had been doing a lot, and that's why she was prisoner. Yes. That's why she was a prisoner, because she was giving out secret messages, spy, princess, fighter, everything. So she was one of the characters that I really liked. I also liked the Diana character in the V series.
Dude, come on. I mean, when she finally reveals that reveal, when she opens her mouth and takes the guinea pig and eats it,
And just puts it down her. Oh,
I
my
mean,
God.
come on.
And it was chocolate, but it looked like a real mouse to me. I didn't care.
Dude,
that,
it was brutal. I mean, it was like
Yeah.
brutal. And for those of you who don't know the turn that we took, in 1983, there was a TV miniseries called V. Now, a lot of people, I saw that. It was Marina Baccarin was in that. Well, that was a remake. But V was a 2-night miniseries about aliens who came, very Nazi-esque aliens that came to Earth and to plunder our resources and eat us.
Yes.
And what was interesting was the first thing the aliens did was vilify scientists.
Mm-hmm.
And the scientists were the people that were taken away, disappeared, and that was in 83. Now we live in a world where scientists are also vilified. And wow, life hasn't changed.
And
But
she was put in charge of this invasion of Earth. That's what they.
But I love that you love her because she was like the ultimate villain. Jane Badler was Diana.
Yes.
But I love that you love her because please continue. Please pontificate. Why did you love Diana?
Well, she wasn't exactly the person in charge, but it felt like she was. So she had
kind of was.
She had other people who were above her, like let's say, the main aliens who maybe weren't even on Earth at that time. But, she was in charge. You're right. In the initial invasion, she was in charge, and she wasn't the initial face of the invasion because they had that other gentleman there who would go on the podium and give talks and try and assure people that, we're your friends. And
the white guy, the old white guy with the gray hair.
Yes. But Diana was kind of this tough as nails, badass, get the job done fast and dirty if you have to woman who was in charge of a lot of stuff. So she always ended up in these conflicts, not just with the humans, but also with the other aliens.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there would always be like other aliens who tried to usurp her abilities. She kind of reminded me of Joan Collins in Dynasty, but if it had to be in an alien, setting, but she nothing was going to stop this woman. Nothing was going to stand in her way, and it didn't. Yeah. And she just rocked it, and you were like, man, she's badass.
And she was really good. She was really good at her job. Like they never actually denigrated her and made her do something stupid. Like she won, basically. I mean,
yes, and even when she was running for her life, she won. Like you weren't going to get her. She always had a plan B, C, D, and E. Like it's all been thought out. She
always had a contingency. She had a contingency plan for everything. Yep.
Yeah,
she really did. And as I've said before, you're a Hollywood actress, and they say, okay, you just landed this role. Miss Badler, this is not based on a true story, but I'm saying, just imagine the scenario. You've landed this role. You're going to play this alien. Well, what am I going to wear? Well, we're going to put you in a red jumpsuit. What do you mean a red jumpsuit? So, like your first thought might be, this is not great looking, but then they accentuated it with these black, sort of sexy looking V-shaped pieces over her outfit that were very suggestive. Dude. And I'm like, she's completely covered from like her neck all the way down. Yep. But boy, that black kind of strappy thing on her was like, she was like an S&M character.
I've never wanted to go down on a lizard as badly as I wanted to go down on Jane Badler and V. All I can say is she had a tongue. I had a tongue. We should, get together.
Now,
she was a terror. She was, but I think what you're saying is really. I'm sorry, I don't mean to derail the conversation.
No, it's okay.
It's okay. Midnight Metal. If I can't talk about being cunning linguist, what? But I do think that it's. You make a great point. I mean, she was really, and by the way, there were other strong female lizard aliens as well.
Yes, there were.
And she
June
was
Chadwick. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
June Chadwick was amazing,
and she was hot as fuck too.
Yeah,
I mean, but what I liked about that was those aliens, even though they were infighting, they were really good at what they did. You know, and by the way, Kenneth Johnson, who created V, did write a novel, V: The Next Generation, that if you like V, I encourage everyone to read. It's pretty interesting because it basically the humans and the aliens had to deal with the fact that, okay, we're both here and we have to figure out how to coexist. It's really interesting. But for those of you who don't know, because there was a remake with Marina Baccarin, basically playing it lasted a season, but I can't, again, I don't want to be like, when you kids don't know what you, but that V miniseries, when that shit was on, it was dope. I mean, it was, everyone watched it, people loved it. They were like, this is so good.
And the aliens were like sucking all the water out of like the planet and taking all the resources, and it's like they had some graphic or some special effect where you saw this giant tube coming from their ship.
Oh yeah, no, they had
like sucking down everything. And I was like,
it was great. I mean, it was so, and they made it an event. Like, it was touted back when we had miniseries on network television.
Yes.
I mean, my favorite miniseries of all time, number 1, The Winds of War. Number 2, actually maybe my number 1, Shogun. Shogun, The Winds of War, and V.
Shogun.
I mean, Shogun. Dun 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 dun. It was so good. I love Shogun.
It was.
But V was post Star Wars. It was 83. It was alien. It was the aliens as Nazis.
Yes, I mean, and imagine the idea of, we always talk about strong female characters, and of course it's like everybody, like if you could rule the world, what would you do? But what if you could rule the galaxy? This is what she was doing. There was no one contesting the aliens, and Americans, Earthlings were sitting ducks here. And so she had complete control over this, and she, I don't, I'm just saying that I like the idea of someone who really had a strong, impossible character to topple over. You couldn't, even if you had her at gunpoint, she's getting away, and she'll come back another day.
Would you say she would slither out of it?
Yes, she would. She absolutely would. Yeah. And the third character that I really liked was Apollonia from Purple Rain.
Oh!
Because who doesn't want to be Apollonia?
Oh my God.
She's talented. She's beautiful. She has all these guys chasing after her.
Morris Day, who the fuck do you think you are?
Yo.
And in the end, she gets the guy that she likes, and and it's a celebration, and it's just a beautiful, she's a beautiful young woman, a woman of color, and she's just like, just the peach of the story, in my opinion. And I thought she was a great character.
Okay,
I think it probably was like how Apollonia actually is, like that woman. Yeah. They took everything that's beautiful about her and it's wonderful about her was celebrated in that
and
film.
Scripted it around that. And listen, she used to occupy my wall in my room. Literally, I used to wake up every morning before going to school. I would iron my clothes, get everything actually out, make sure my outfit was okay, and I'd be like, "Does this look nice to you?" It does. I'm wearing it. Like, that's just basically the way it was. Like, she was the embodiment of beauty in that film, and it was this like Purple Rain is always and always will be my grail of films. And come on, and Rob, the statue, dude. I mean, come on, man.
Okay,
come on, man.
Okay, I gotta tell you. So, I saw Purple Rain 8 times in the theater. and here was the thing. So as a kid who loved science fiction, fantasy, and horror, and in the late 70s and 80s, I got into soundtracks and rock and roll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there were 2 things, I want to say in 82, but I might get this wrong. There were 2 things that changed my life. Mm-hmm. One was the 12-inch remix of New Order's Blue Monday. Mm-hmm. The other was 1999.
Yes.
Not Delirious and not
Yeah.
even Little Red Corvette. It was side 2
Yeah.
that had DMSR and Let's Pretend We're Married.
Yeah.
And then it also had, if you went to the second, All the Critics Love You in New York, International Lover. I mean, I was like, to me, Prince, for whatever reason, embodied my worldview because he was somebody that believed in spirituality. I mean, yes, he became a Jehovah's Witness later. I understand. I appreciate that. But in the 80s, he was like spirituality and sexuality and all that. It was all combined with fashion and all that.
Yeah.
I was a Prince fanatic, and when 1999, I could not believe that Purple Rain was coming out as a movie. I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, and I went opening night, and it was like seeing Star Wars. Purple Rain was like seeing Star Wars.
It's a musical, and musicals were not easy to have made in like at that time period.
I could not. Lael, you know, I mean, I'm like a white kid from Mercer Island, you know, and while what was interesting about Purple Rain is Purple Rain was the multi-ethnic Avengers.
Yes.
The Revolution was the multi-ethnic Avengers. I mean, they were, you know, and even Prince is multi-ethnic. Yes. And it was like watching these guys. Prince to me was wielding superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
Like everyone, and of course, when Wendy and Lisa give him the tape, you know, I maybe just got on his back and rolled over it. You know, I mean, it was. I mean, that movie, Purple Rain, was monumentally influential to me.
Yes, cult classic.
Oh my God! And everything about it, and Apollonia. I gotta tell you a story. So, there's a movie, I think Robert Zemeckis directed, called Death Becomes Her, with Meryl Streep, and so I go to see it. I go to a screening at Universal in the Hitchcock Theater, and I you know, it's all industry people. I sit down. The smell, there's a scent. It's just unbelievably intoxicating. And I turn around, I look. The woman in the seat next to me is Apollonia Kotero.
You lucky son of a
dude. I'm like, oh my God. And by the way, my ex housemate's friends with her, and I was like, and she's like, you know, 5'2" or something, and we talked. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to. I'm like, hey man, are you Apollonia Kotero? I'm trying to be cool, you know. Whenever you meet celebrities in Hollywood, you can't be like, oh my God, I love you. You can't do that. And especially if you're in the industry, you have to be like,
you got to be like really,
man, you gotta be like super cool. You can't be like, I loved you in Purple Rain. You have to be like, hey, are you Apollonia Kotero? Hey, it's great to meet you. I like your work. You gotta be like, you can't be like some like, because we're sitting next to each other at a screening on the Universal lot. If I'm crazy, she's gonna be like uncomfortable the whole time. So basically, you gotta be like, I like, we're in the seat next to each other. I'm like, hey, yeah, man, I like your work. That's all you have to say.
Amazing.
And you're like, whatever. And
she's just like, it's the timeless beauty, bro. Like,
and she was so nice in the film. Like, she was a beautiful.
She's actually a very
woman.
in real life, she's nice. I mean, she's become a kind of an icon in L.A. You know, the people that know her, she has become iconic. But I would say this: if it was Vanity, I would have been a little. I would have had to like keep it in my pants. I'm just saying. Just saying.
She's also a very beautiful.
Vanity
woman.
6 is so sweet, as Prince sang on 1999.
Apollonia, though, bro. Apollonia. I mean, it's like, you know, literally, my sister had this because around that particular, I couldn't get. My sister snuck me into the theater to see Purple Rain.
Oh, she's a good sister.
She snuck me into the movie theater to see Purple. What
Had she seen it before, or was that the first?
No, opening day. She snuck me in because basically what she did was she went into the theater, opened up the side door to get me in.
Nice.
And that was it. And that's how I got in to watch it. And we watched it 3 times in the theater. I sat there and we watched it 3 times. It was amazing. It was because you got to think, we had movies like Purple Rain. We had movies like Crush Groove. We had all these. My God! Like
Barry Gordy's The Last Dragon.
Barry Gordy's The Last Dragon, bro.
Like, I love that film.
Oh my God!
How about Wild Style documentaries like that?
Wild Style documentary. You know what I mean? Beach Street. We had all of these movies.
Beach Street. I love Beach Street.
Exactly.
Loved it.
Beach Street, bro. And that's what I'm saying. Like
Shabba Ranks and Shabba Doo.
Exactly. Like we don't
passed away last year.
Yeah, he did.
I know.
God rest his soul, he did pass away. So that's what I'm saying. Like that's the thing. We don't have that anymore.
But
because oh, sorry, go ahead.
See, this is the question. I was going to ask about the passion of 1/6 scale figures and whether or not, as the interest and the increase in collecting 1/6 scale figures is happening day by day, and we're seeing this everywhere. Is it increasing because there is something, maybe not for us, maybe not for everyone, but is there something missing from the fan experience that we're gravitating more towards these figures, especially the nostalgic figures?
Yeah. I think there is. I think what it is for me is the simple fact that, and this is, it's generational for us. Like I said, we've been able to evolve, but we're carrying some of this with us. We've come from an area where everything was so masterfully created and it stuck to us like glue. Like some of the things, and because all of these cult classics that people call cult classics now, we lived through. We were there from the inception.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we've lived through these things. We've been able to bring them along with us. So to have a piece of that and to be able to tell, oh yeah, I was there when I was, you had to see it the first. Like seriously, to be able to say that means so much. So I mean, to have these, to be our age and to do this, it's not, oh, you're collecting figures. No, I'm collecting art form. I'm collecting pieces of something that is incredible, and it just sticks with me, and it's a passion. So yeah, like just being able to live through that. Like I don't know what it's going to be like 20 years from now for people who are in this age bracket. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know how it's going to be then. I really don't know.
Robert?
Well, I think, Lael, that's a very interesting question about, and here's what I find interesting about the modern age. We were seekers. Yeah. We were looking outward, like we knew who we were, but we were also looking to something outward to define us. And whether it was music or movies or TV or whatever, there were things out there that we liked, that we internalized, stories or characters or whatever. Nowadays, and I have to say this, we're on YouTube. Right now, we're on. Nowadays, it's all about us. Yeah. Like, we have become the characters, like, and I have to say, on my YouTube channel, the people I've met and the things people have sent me and the letters, I can't even share half the letters I get because a lot of them are really personal, and I've been blown away. Yeah. I mean, I there are times, I have to tell you, it gets emotionally difficult to deal with because a lot of people share, but they're watching me. They're not watching TV shows like we used to do. Yeah. And on one hand, I think that it's pretty amazing because, look, even you and I, like, I didn't know you 2 months ago. Exactly. And now we're streaming now. Is somebody I've met in the last year.
That's true.
And so, like, having the two of you, I've never met in person.
No, but we will.
I feel like you have. You feel like you have right now.
I know, But I'm curious because I believe that she smells good. I love scents, and I would love to know. Like I would love to hug her and do that weird Hannibal Lecter thing and just I know. I'm just saying. Look, I'll admit it publicly. I'm like I bet you. I bet you she smells really good. I just assume. And by the way, Lael, I bet you do too. And I have to say, I met Philip Boutet, who is a production designer on movies. He co-hosts the Designing Hollywood podcast. We had a live stream last week. I'd never met him before, and I opened the door to him. He smelled so good. Like I was like, oh my god, and like you know what? I'm not like it doesn't even matter. It's not a sexual thing. I'm just like I love scents and all this. And like Philip just walks in, he just looked great, and he smelled good. And I actually said, I was like, my god, dude, you smell so good. And I'm sure that he was like, some white guy's telling me I smell good. I'm like, whatever, dude. I'm like, I don't pull. I don't. I tell it like it is. You know, that's why when everyone says, oh, Rob Burnett's a Disney shill, I'm like, really? Please send me money. I mean, I'm telling you, I will never not be honest about all this stuff that we love. I will never not be honest about it. But
and we have a platform to talk about it. We have a place where we can actually share these stories. We can share our passion for these things. That's what makes it so amazing, man.
No, it's amazing. And by the way, we are getting people are I guess waking up in Europe.
Super chats.
We are getting so many super chats. I mean,
and Stubble says that he sent one earlier, but he didn't hear it read. I don't know. Does he have one from earlier, Robert?
Oh no, I haven't read Stubble's. No, okay. That's where we're at right now. Stubble McShave. By the way, you cannot mention Stubble McShave's name without saying, I hope all of you are waiting for the Wheel of Time series. And no, that's where I left off. Stubble says he saw, God damn it, he saw Dune. The goddamn Swedes, man. They So Stubble says, Dune was good. You should see it on a big screen. It is not a popcorn movie. It's dense, and I don't think there will be many repeat viewings for most people. What? It focused mostly on the primary characters. Let's hope people show up so we get part 2. Well, Stubble, God. I have to say, one of the highlights of the latter half of 2021 for me is I really want to fly to Sweden, and I just want to sit in a room and watch Stubble watch the Wheel of Time series, and so you know, I've never met anyone that loves something as well. I love things too, but Stubble loves the Wheel of Time series. He knows more about it than anyone I know, and so the thing is, I want to share in his enthusiasm. I want to go to his house, man. I wish that I had like the fat cash that other YouTubers make, and I could just fly places and go do things. I would fly to Sweden and I would watch the Wheel of Time with Stubble. I would do it. Amazing. And by the way, I'd live stream that shit too. Monetize it. Just saying, I would, and I wouldn't say a word to Stubble, but I would have the camera mounted on his face, and I'd be like giving a live commentary. He looks okay. He looks happy. Like, it'd be awesome. It'd be fantastic. And Stubble, again, like you, Lael, and like you, Stubble is the guy I met because of my YouTube channel. And to me, he's become a foundational member. Like, when I see Stubble McShave sends in John Campia super chats, I'm like, whenever he does that, I can't tell John, like, I know that guy.
Yeah,
but
right?
I smile on the inside.
So Stubble McShave is probably there because you're there.
Well, Stubble, you know, he's a guy. By the way, somebody told me he's like 6'6". Is that true?
I
I've
heard
only-
something about that.
I've only ever seen him, and if that means he's like a Swedish god. And I'm like, Stubble, dude, I'm coming to party with you, son. Just so you know.
I think there's a super chat from SB, another one from
Oh,
SB.
there's so many more. There's so many. We're so behind. S-Beam sent in a very generous super chat. S-Beam, by the way, also, like Stubble, a foundational member, a foundational imagination connoisseur. By the way, Lael, all of the people that watch my channel are imagination connoisseurs.
That's what's up. Let's go.
So, yeah, I know, right? So S-Beam says, yes, an R&B. Oh, I think I read this. Didn't I read this? An R&B, a Justin, and a John Campy are coming soon. Life sometimes gets in the way of hobbies.
Yes.
Rob, you're going to have to deliver John's figures to him because there's no way to send him things. Hello, Mmmm and Lael. Well, S-Beam, thanks for being here, which is amazing. Terrier goes, man, from Norway, man, I saw Dune in IMAX a couple of days ago. Many thoughts, good and bad, but do see it in IMAX. We need a part 2. I think I read that, but I'll read it again. Whatever. I did. I'm behind. So, Ash already said, oh, well. Terry also said, I have tickets to see No Time to Die in IMAX October 1st alongside the Norwegian Bond Club. It's not as cool. We already talked about that too, but it's okay. Glenn Mark says, oh, Rob, I've lost precious possessions through precisely the same matter.
Oh, dear.
I already said that. One of which was a Lassie cast made by Mum. Something I can't buy.
It's hard.
S-Beam says, also, Rob, remember, all tips and super chats I send have to go into the Rob wants to make another movie fund. Always look forward to your work, sir. Well, there is a lot of interesting things happening on that front. Can't say what it is yet, but yeah, you'll all be a part of it. Anthony Gonzalez, oh my God, I love this man. He's been here for a long time. Anthony says, how you doing, Lael? Rob, how's it hanging? Thank you for being my Arabella. But Robert, I've been watching you since the beginning. I love the new setup, but when you when you PO'd from the house, you had starships behind you. I need one here, bruh. Okay, you know what? He's not wrong. I used to have my starship models behind me. Yeah. I mean, I'm moving things around. I mean, this is very different. I'm slowly. I promise you, I will have a large starship model hanging from the ceiling. There are starships hanging. You can't see this, but there's lots of stuff. But you're right. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So
we're all waiting for the ultimate tour, Robert.
Yeah,
it's coming.
Ultimate,
it's coming.
The super tour.
It's coming. It's coming. I'll make a video. I will. Rod Thunderhearts sends another super chat. Hail R&B and Lael. I think we need the wise women giving advice to him. However, I liked Aunt May giving him implied advice, like in Spider-Man 2, instead of the give the superhero advice because we know he's Spider-Man. That's interesting. What do you guys think about that?
I kind of already gave my thoughts on it.
I was going to say that they decided to give her a love interest.
Yeah.
And I'm almost wondering, it was almost like, you know, and there's nothing wrong with this, but it was almost like she was a bit distracted. I'm not saying she neglected him, but there was a little bit of distraction. You know, he was off with, you know, doing his Stark Industries thing, so to speak. Yeah. And she has this love interest who happens to be very well connected with Stark and very well connected with her nephew.
Yeah.
But I wondered about that and why they chose to give her romance.
Yeah, that's interesting. It is, and and the thing is, it's well, she did friend zone him in the end. She did put him in the friend zone. She
Man,
did, like,
that's gotta
we're
be hard.
just-
That's harsh.
that was harsh
He did.
because he was all in. He
It's
was
John
all in.
Favreau.
He was all in. He was like, "What?" But you know what I mean.
And he's working for like the richest man in the world.
Yes.
Exactly right.
He's working for Iron Man.
Yeah, and gets friend zone. But that's the thing is, it's like, you know, we think about this, and here's another thing. She was dusted. She was blipped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, that's the thing. You know what? And that's another thing about that. This is what I would want to see Marvel explore too. People were blipped. Don't you think that would be a tad bit of PTSD going on there? Like when you're basically like, and then you're coming back and you're like, wait a minute, what? What's
But yeah,
going on?
well, but hang on a second. I would say that they've dealt with it more than I thought, but I do think that being blipped because you didn't realize it happened. Like you fell
didn't realize
asleep
you
and
were
you woke up,
gone,
and
it's like 5 years later.
yeah, but you didn't feel it. You're like, I've actually. To me, that's one of the most audacious narrative things they've done in the MCU. And the fact that they dealt, the first time we saw it was in Far From Home. They dealt with it.
Yeah.
We saw it very funny.
We
And
saw it in
and
WandaVision.
That was funny.
yeah, and in the Eternals, it's like they're like,
I can't wait for that.
dude, I think the Eternals people don't even know, but the idea that like on Earth it was the Avengers that brought back the universe.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
and that's why the celestial that's buried deep in the earth, spoiler alert, is going to come to life and destroy the planet. How do you know? All planets
Well,
are eggs for celestials, so
We saw a little bit of the PTSD with Monica Rambeau
Yeah, we did.
because
Yeah.
she awakens in the hospital, and it seems like she just went out for a nap and woke up. But in actuality, she'd been gone for 5 years.
But can you imagine? But what's interesting is it wouldn't be so much PTSD as because she didn't suffer trauma. The trauma came later, like
when she finds out her mom,
like
had
she's
cancer.
incredulous, and half the people she
Yeah.
knew would be blipped, and her mom's gone, but it would be more like what? She would be completely like discombobulated, and the fact that they dealt with that's why. I will say it. I love the MCU. I love what they're doing. As a comic book fan, look, do I love everything equally? No. But their shows, I mean, what I love about the Marvel shows, they're wildly different.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
Yes.
It's like when the comic books are like, here's somebody doing like, oh, wait, Chris Claremont and Frank Miller are going to do a Wolverine miniseries. Like, if I was a comic reader, I wouldn't have been like, well, that's going to suck. No, it didn't. It's become classic. And I feel like all of these shows are kind of like that.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let me ask you this. What did you guys think of the Hawkeye trailer?
Oh man, listen. See, this is what I was. All right, I was talking about this on the show the other day. Like, you know why I was excited about it? Because number one, they play Christmas music.
Dude.
And I love Christmas. It's my favorite time of the year. Like I am a. Ask my fiance. I've been playing Christmas music the entire summer. It starts at the
Really?
summertime for me. Yes, the entire summer I've been playing Christmas music. When she
Well,
goes, she'll
Lael,
tell
it
you,
is the most wonderful time
of the year.
of
Of
the
the year. And the
I'm
thing
a
is,
Jew and I love Christmas.
oh my God, I love it so much. And the thing is, it was incredible because it showed it gave me that diehard, like you said, that diehard Home Alone. It just gave me
When he captures the Molotov cocktail and throws it back, come on.
Come on,
on,
man. Like,
dude.
it was just amazing. And the thing is, it's because they're not showing me a lot, but at the same time, I'm excited because one of my favorite comic book characters will make their appearance in this show. And if you watch the show,
Are you talking about
watch
Echo?
the trailer, yes.
Bruh.
I cannot wait.
Dude,
I cannot
come on.
wait. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I can't.
But
can't
you know
come
what? You know
soon
what?
enough.
This is why because you know that, and that's why the Marvel cinema and they know you know, and they're giving us that. She's a daredevil character.
Yes, exactly.
And awesome. By the way, awesome. And this is Matt Faction's fucking Hawkeye
his
run.
His run.
And that was so good. That the scene in the car between Haley and John. Here's the thing. Mm-hmm. I love John Campea. He's been a great boss. He's been a great friend to me. Yeah. But when we go on the John Campea show and he's like, I hated that trailer, and I want to be like, dude. I mean, can I just talk about the Matt Faction Hawkeye run? Can we just talk about it a little bit? I'm like, it's very frustrating to me as a comic book fan to see what they're doing, what they're attempting. The Loki series was fucking bonkers. Yeah. But the fact that they went there, and I'm like, do you guys know what we are getting? And again, people are like, Rob, you're a Marvel shill. I get it. You don't like all of it, but from my perspective, the fact that the Marvel Cinematic Universe incorporated Loki, that show, into the mythology is bonkers. Like, think about and I love them for it. I am a huge Kevin Feige fan. I don't know him, but it's from a movie standpoint, it's pretty astonishing what they've done.
Exactly. It's like from a fan to a fan to fans, from a fan to fans. That's what Kevin Feige is doing. From a fan to fans. I'm delivering this to you. I'm delivering pieces of the source material. I may not be able to give you everything, but you best believe I'm going to give you pieces from source material. In fact, to give us this,
dude,
come on, man.
Dude,
like, yo.
I looked at it and you and I, Lael, you and I park our shuttlecraft in the same shuttle bay.
Exactly.
But I think that there is, and that's what's frustrating, there is a lack of understanding of what Marvel's actually doing. Mm-hmm. And everyone wants something, specific, and that's fine. Mm-hmm. But the overall plan, and they do have a plan, like the Cylons.
Yes, they
do. It's
pretty
pretty great to watch
do.
it unfurl, and it's really well done. What do you think? Am I wrong, or am I a Marvel sycophant? Am I just? Are they giving me hundreds of millions of dollars, sliding it into my bank account just to talk like I love Marvel? Send me more money.
The Hawkeye trailer I thought it was spectacular. And it felt festive and holiday-like and kind of like a holiday blockbuster, like what we know, what we expect from a film. So it had that excitement attached to it. And for the first time in a long time, I'm excited about a film coming out for the holidays. Like, it feels, it's not Die Hard, but it feels like it has that sentiment of this holiday season, and you're like, oh, wow, something that's going to be enjoyable and fun to watch. And then the stunts reminded me of sort of like a Jackie Chan-esque stunts, because you're not expecting a guy on a bow to be flying all over around like this, but he seems to be getting around quite a bit. And, I don't care if he has to hang on to a rope or, manage to, work it out. Boy, he moves around a lot. And, I think it plays a lot into the folklore. And obviously he must have amazing abilities. It's not just about the bow. This guy has other qualities.
He's a secret agent. He's a SHIELD agent. Like,
SHIELD agent trained by Captain America in the books.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. And we haven't seen it on the screen yet, right? Like, we haven't seen his full potential on the screen yet.
No.
So, I'm hoping we'll see, we won't see everything, but we're going to see fractions of excellence of what he's really actually capable of and what he actually does. Because, while I did enjoy I enjoyed all those films, all the Marvel films. You can't fit everything into each film. You can't.
You can't.
So sometimes you get a glimpse of a character or you know, an essence of a character, but you don't really get the full depth of the character.
No, but nor should we. I mean, there are movies where we're getting a glimpse. By the way, Ron C. sends in a very nice super chat. So thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
C.
Very generous.
Ron C. says, "Good morning, Metal.
Good morning.
I've been in the same boat with Public Storage in Daly City. I'm right there with you. However, thank you for the power for editing for Hollywood. Moving forward, I don't care for a young Spider-Man. I would prefer an adult Spider-Man."
Oh.
That's actually a really interesting. Because, you know, Spider-Man, they've had to make him age in the comics.
Right.
And in the MCU, we've met him in high school, but like after the blip, what I did love, they considered the blip, and now he's got to go to college. And I look from the trailers. I don't know. Maybe I know something. I can't say what I know, but with No Way Home, you have Spider-Man who hates the fact that his life he's become a celebrity. And I'm sure there's a lot of skewering of celebrity culture, and he doesn't want that, and he goes to Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Or is it? Doctor
Strange?
Strange? I'm sure it might be. You know, whatever. Why wouldn't it be? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But it's Mephisto. No, I'm just kidding. No, but it really is. No, I don't know.
But
who knows?
You make a good point on this because, you know, for years and years and years, there's nothing wrong with watching Spider-Man as young teenage boy who has these incredible abilities. But boy, I can't wait to see the man that he's going to become.
Well, yeah, and
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
If you read the latest run, you know, there is the Peter Foundation. I mean, the Parker Foundation. Like, he's actually head of a corporation, you know, that actually heads off tech. You know. So right now we are seeing the business portion or the business part of Peter. So I mean, we do basically see him evolve in the comics, which is great to see. So, you know what I mean? Like, I would love to see something like that on film. I would love to basically see what I do love about like the latest iteration is the simple fact that we didn't have to go back and get an origin story. Like, we're just starting smacking.
Yeah.
You know, I love the simple fact that it wasn't the usual origin story. We got beyond that. You know what I mean? Let's tell another. Let's see him after the fact. You know what I mean? So I'm glad we're getting that.
I agree with you absolutely. Rod Thunderheart says, "Well said, R&B. These shows are just popcorn movies. Martin Scorsese was right. It's an example of getting too much of what you want or what you wish for. Love them." Well, here's the thing. I my whole life, I have been getting guff from people that are like, "Why do you like all these flights of fancy? Like, it's science fiction, comic books, horror, what?" And I'm like, what I find interesting is that all stories are made up. Like, they're all crazy, and why is it that the trappings of the genre is where you stumble? I'm like, look, man, you know, if you want to tell a story about a domestic drama and how a husband and wife have fallen out of love, that's good. But I'm like, well, Bride of Frankenstein might have a little bit of that.
Yep.
So why is it that anything set in the real world is like, oh, this is an amazing, transcendent example of narrative amazingness? But you bring up sci-fi, fantasy, and horror, and suddenly, like, well, this film is not as insightful as something else. Well, why is that? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird that the critical intelligentsia. I know from the first film I directed, well, the only film I directed, when we took Free Enterprise in the festival circuit, we were reviled by a lot of the indie filmmakers on the same circuit. I'm like, I would go to their movies. I'm like, man, I love your movie. Your movie is so good. And they'd be like, well, I saw your film. It's Hollywood trash. And I'm like,
You're so mean.
but I'm like, but it wasn't Hollywood trash. I mean, it's what I wanted to make, and
It was your interpretation.
it took us forever to raise the money.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, you just wanted to make a commercial film, and I'd be like, well, don't you? Like, don't you want people to see your movie? Like,
Yes.
shouldn't it be entertaining and fun?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, apparently not. And I was like ostracized. It was so weird, but that's the world we live in.
Yeah, fortunately.
So wait, there's a lot of people.
There's a lot. He's Rod Thunderheart sent in a second super chat.
Rod Thunder, yeah, he said, but getting too much. Perfect example of quality over quantity. I love where this is going. I remember when Spielberg said cowboy movies were too much. Were they? I mean, as a genre trope, the great thing about cowboy films is it wasn't just that they were cowboys. They were always metaphoric.
Mm-hmm.
They always meant more. You know, the first of all, the frontier, the lawlessness. I mean, bringing the law or bringing humanity to a place that had none.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You know,
Loved it. I still watch him. My favorite film of all time is Outlaw Josie Wells.
dude, wow.
Yes.
Of all time.
Paint the town red and call it hell.
Exactly.
I mean, what a great film.
Loved
And
it.
one of the best video games in a long time. I can't, for some reason, the name of the game is escaping me, but it's about a cowboy. It's called. Are you familiar with it? It's
Red Dead Redemption?
Yes.
Red Dead, yeah, Red Dead.
Actually, it's, what you're talking about is Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yep.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. It was just an open world cowboy game, and you know what they did with it was just incredible.
You know what's
Yeah.
funny about that game? I could just be on horseback and wander around the environment.
Just walk
It's
around.
so good. Just go around. It's so well done.
Mm-hmm.
Rockstar Games. I mean, the same
Yeah.
from the people that brought you Grand Theft
Grand
Auto
Theft
5.
Auto.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
Now,
And
they've
by the
made
way-
some,
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. They've made some 1/6 scale John Wayne figures as well, right, Robert?
Yes. No, there are,
and
but
the
they're
horse
not.
as well.
Yeah, you can get them. I mean, for me, the real question is what era of John Wayne do you want? Like the true grit old John Wayne, or do you want like the search? I want the Searchers John Wayne, and they've made that figure. I don't have him, but you can get it. You
Yeah.
can
Wow.
get it.
I've seen it. Like I've seen, and it's actually a licensed company who's made it. So,
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Michael Elliott sends in a very nice super chat and says, "Good morning, and Lael. Hey, Rob,
Morning.
riddle me this. I'll just say I saw a classic sci-fi film yesterday, and at the 1 hour and 54-minute mark, there's an Oscar-worthy performance. A classic. I don't know. I would say that would be the end of Planet of the Apes, when Charlton Heston says, "God damn you! You blew it up,
I
you
love that.
maniacs! God damn you all!" That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Well-
Michael, I don't know.
I have no idea what he's referring to,
will.
but I appreciate the super chat. And one other thing I was going to say is that my best friend, his parents recently sold their home, and while he was clearing out the house, he had his old Planet of the Apes lunch pail or lunch box, and you know he didn't want it, and he mentioned it, and I said, "Can I have it?" And he gave it to me. So
God damn it! Where is it? Do you have it right now? Can you show it to us?
Yeah, okay, just one sec. I'll be right back.
Oh
I'll go
my
get it.
God! Come on now.
I'll be right
Go.
back.
Let's go.
So Lael,
Yes.
Did you have a favorite lunch pail when you were a kid?
Yes, I did. It was my Incredible Hulk. It was the tin. It was like the actual iron tin.
Yeah, that's what we got.
Hulk with the
No,
graphics
so
in
was
front.
it
Yeah.
from the TV show? Because it's 70s.
No, it was actually the Marvel. It was the actual
Oh.
Marvel version, the original Marvel version of the Incredible. I had that one and Spider-Man
Now, did it have a thermos with thermos
with
in
the
it?
thermos inside.
Oh,
Exactly.
man. Oh,
I used to
man.
love my lunchbox. My tin lunchbox was with my handle. Oh my god, I used to love it.
Dude.
Yes.
So did your mom make your lunch and put it in there?
Yes, she did.
Now,
She used to basically make a sandwich, some chips, an apple, and a celery.
Holy shit, look at that. That's
that.
the fucking classic. That is from the 1974 TV series. Look at that shit.
With the handle. Tin with the handle. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Does
Wow,
it have a thermos
that is
inside?
No, it doesn't have a thermos.
No, but that is truly the classic. Look at that. That is the anime. That's 1974. That is some vintage shit. Look at that.
Do kids even carry tin?
Wow.
They don't carry like lunchboxes anymore, do they?
No, they don't look like this anymore. They don't even make them out of metal anymore.
They're looking at you going, "What, a lunchbox? What are you talking about?"
Yeah,
Wow.
Look at the story, because it's like a frieze on a giant, museum. There's obviously the main characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's from the TV series. That's amazing.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. It is so amazing. I'm putting it in on my display.
Wow.
That's some dope. That is fucking awesome.
That's amazing.
It's so cool.
That is amazing.
That's amazing.
Man.
Oh my god.
But even stuff like this, where you would have, you remember going before school, you would go shopping. Maybe you get a new lunch pail, and
No,
they'd
that was a
have
big
all the
deal. It was a
characters.
big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Right before school, every year you would actually go pick it out with your book bag, everything, your school supplies, but it was always important to get your lunchbox.
Now, he did tell me that he used this one a lot, and it was also used as first base many times.
It's in pretty good shape, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he tends to take good care of his
But
stuff.
the artwork,
so-
you can see the artwork. I mean, and that's
It's not
clearly.
faded. Yeah.
No, look
it's
at that.
still
It looks
there.
brand new. That's fucking dope. That's really
Now, there's
cool.
This is
There's a
crazy.
guy by the name, he's on YouTube, called The Junk Man, and he kind of does a lot of these nostalgia things as well.
Yeah.
And he mentioned, this is one of the things that people remember, these lunch pails.
Oh,
I mean, it was so important to have them.
Yeah.
And it's made out of metal. This is it's not
Yeah,
plastic.
no, they were great.
Yeah, they didn't. I mean, they didn't go plastic until like a couple years after that. I guess it
Yeah.
was just too dangerous to carry around those tins. Get a fight, somebody start swinging one at you. You just never know when it's coming. But yeah, and just the detail on those.
It says 1974, 20th Century
Yeah.
Fox Film Corporation.
Yeah,
All rights reserved.
that's 1974. That's what is that? Was that 45 years old now? 46 years old?
Yes,
And
it is.
that's actually almost half a century old. How
Yes.
cool! How cool is that? And it looks great. You can see all the artwork. That's amazing.
It's gonna look great in the display case when I put it in there. Because
Yeah,
somebody's
well-
gonna be like, "What is that? Is that Planet of the Apes?" My mother cannot stand Planet of the Apes, but it's like one of my favorite.
Well, yeah, because
series.
it's the best thing ever. Come on.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, we have so many super chats. People are
Yeah,
flying.
I'm sorry, guys.
No, it's like free. It's Pacific time, so I keep thinking like right now we're at 6:34 a.m. for you guys. I hope
Right.
you, Lael, I know that your lady's probably now asleep, but
She
kudos
probably
to you,
is.
sir.
She probably is, but she
To be-
knows I go ham.
Ron C again sends another very
Thank you,
generous
Ron
super chat and
C.
says, "Have a scenario weekend."
Thank
I
you,
love that.
Ron.
I would love that. I think everybody should have scenario weekends. Let's do some cosplay and set up a scenario. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Could be good.
Well, for Halloween, I think there's one show which is Halloween night. I'm going to be in costume for Halloween.
Yeah, we will. We will have to do that. Absolutely. on this show.
Oh, come on.
Oh, man, we're going to do it. Rod Thunderheart.
Come on. Yes.
Rod Thunderheart says, "I'm sorry, Lael. I can't get past Spider-Boy, the lackey of Iron Man. Tom Holland always bugged me as Iron Man's sidekick and was never Spider-Man ever. Lael, could you respond to Rod's assertions of this, or what?
So what they're going for is the post Civil War version of Peter, when he actually revealed, when he basically became, he revealed his, he actually signed the Registration Act.
Yep.
And revealed his identity, and that's when basically Tony Stark took him under his wing, and we actually first got the Iron Spider man rendition, which I actually have down there in the DTOF. So we got that particular version, so they're going with that run. But yeah, I mean, the thing is it, and that's what we're picking up, which kind of makes sense according to even the film version of Civil War, because that was the very first time that we got introduced to Peter with Tony. So they're going in it with that particular iteration. Now, mind you, Peter since then took back, actually took on his identity as Peter Parker, when, of course, in the books, Mephisto had a lot to do with that.
One fine day.
And one fine day, exactly. And then after that, the suit that he wore became the Scarlet Spider in the books itself, where Parker was cloned, and there were different clones that actually took on that suit itself. So that's the run that they're actually going for. So I understand, like, when you're watching it on film, like, you're like, why does he actually have to be like just a sidekick, or he's being tutored by it is in the books. It was a run that didn't really last too long, but it was there. So hopefully we do see the progression. I know there were a lot of concerns about, No Way Home. They were like, well, now he's going to become a flunky of Strange. Now, I don't think it's going to be that way. I think they're just basically using this as a vehicle for him to progress.
Yep, I agree.
And you know what I mean? So just stay tuned. I get your concern. I get your, your gripes about it, but just stay tuned. I think that this film will change a lot of minds. We're going to see some changes with this film. I do think we will.
I think so too. By the way, good answer. I hope Rod Thunderheart appreciated that.
Rod Thunderheart.
I hope he did.
I love that. Rod Thunderheart. Oh my God. Simon Section says V, starring Freddy Krueger and the Beastmaster. That's absolutely true. Mark Singer was one of the leads, the Beastmaster himself, and Freddy Krueger played an alien, a sympathetic alien to the Earth, the plight of Earth.
And he did that role before he did Nightmare on Elm Street,
yes,
right,
he
Robert?
did. Yep, that is true. Yep, he did. Terje in Norway says, I'll let you in on a little secret. It's not a secret at all. Will be a guest on my show next week. Cult Classic Movie Corner, talking about Dune from 1984. Plug it. Plug it.
In case you didn't know, next week I'm going to be on Terje's show, the Cult Classic Movie Corner, and we're going to be talking about Dune from 1984.
Yeah.
Everybody that I brought together on this channel, they've all abandoned me and gone off with one another. But on one hand, I have to say that I love you all. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Glenn Mark says, comics count. Raymond Briggs, quote, When the Wind Blows, and Art Spiegelman's Mouse are both epic, despite page counts, and tackle tough content masterfully. Actually, I have to say, Glenn Mark, you're absolutely right. When the Wind Blows is incredible, and so is Mouse. And I think, Mouse, these are groundbreaking works, and I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. When the Wind Blows is about nuclear war, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And it was a hot topic in the 80s, especially. Like, there always seemed to be, what's going on? Is there going to be one? And it seemed to be looming over us a lot.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. No, totally. Oh, this is great. Swag Props. Our friend Cal. I was gonna wait till tomorrow, Robservations. But Swag Prop says, "Hi Rob. Did you know a third-party company named Dreamer came out with a 1/6 figure of Tony Leung's character in Infernal Affairs called Undercover Chan? No, I didn't know that. It looks so good, but it's sold out everywhere. I'll keep a lookout and will let you know if I find one." Well, Cal, that's Cal and Swag Props, who's in Malaysia. Well, since he brought himself up, and I love him, and he's incredibly talented, I got a package this week.
Ooh.
A random package from Malaysia. Now, for those of you who watch this channel, you know Cal Swack, S''WAK, Swag Props, 2 words. That's the South Island of Malaysia. Swag Props, go to his Etsy store. He specializes in making paper product props from films. Books. Well, here's the thing. Cal never tells me if he's going to send me something. I just get it. It just shows up.
Get it in the mail. That's always the best thing. You just get it.
I got to show this to you because this... And wait, let me just say, Swag Cal is so... He does such deep dives into the most obscure stuff ever. Let me just... I'm going to... I got to take this out. Here it is. If you're a John Carpenter fan, here is a hardcover book of Sutter Kane's In the Mouth of Madness. Now, if you hold this feels like a real book. Like it was published. If you look, there's like quotes on the back.
I just watched this movie.
I mean, this... Everything Swag Props has ever sent me is so... Like, I worked in the art department on Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. I have never in my life seen the work this guy does. I mean, it is so insane. The quality... Like, this feels like a... There is no Sutter Kane. But this is exactly like from the film. And by the way... there's a plot point where they cut the paperback versions of the books and make a map.
Right. To find the town in... Was it Pennsylvania? Or was it...
he did the whole thing. He made all the different covers and then cut them apart and made it the state where it is. I mean, what Swag Props does is so... It is so next level. Now, he has an Etsy store. And I understand, like, a lot of people are like, well, why would I want to buy this? If you have a film fan friend like that loves Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade, Swag Props does Henry Jones's Grail Diary. It is such a deep dive. And when you hold this stuff, like, this is an actual, like, I know he probably used, I don't even want to open it up. I know he used, like, a real hardcover book. But if you look at this, the font choices, the actual logo, he's gone in. I mean, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, there's nothing. It's identical copy, and it's those little things that stand out when you want something that is a replica. You want it to look like the original, and this is like indistinguishable.
Yeah,
it is. It is so beyond cool. I can't even. Hang on.
That came today.
It came yesterday.
Okay.
Now, okay. I always keep this close to my heart. Like, you know, I'm gonna show. I got it. Come on.
I love it. I love it.
I mean, so one day Cal sent me this, an envelope. Actually, I can't show my address. This envelope. Hang on. There's this too. So. He sends me stuff, and he sends me... Maybe it's because he wants me to market his stuff, but only because I love it so much. Now, okay. You've seen it before. Let me make sure that I have the. Let me get the. Here it is. I always wonder it's going to run out of batteries. I mean, so Swag Props. He makes paper products for movies.
Yeah.
Can I go full frame? Would you guys care if I went full frame on this?
We'll be here when you're done.
Yeah, because I have to go full frame on this. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, imagination connoisseurs. So Swag Props made this. Now, I hope you can understand. Look at this. I mean, it is. Look at how so. Here it is. It is the map. It is the Lord of the Rings map. Okay. It is, I mean, if you look at this, if you hold this, it feels like it's ancient. It's so amazing. This shit is so next level. Now, hang on but you look at this, I mean, it looks like and it is from Lord of the Rings. Okay. Now, he sent me this, which has a black light. Okay, this is how in-depth Swag Props gets. Let me just... Can you see the runes? I mean, you could... I mean... you can't... It is so... His work is so next level. It is unfucking real. It's just so amazing. And now here's the thing. Like, I don't want to make this the Swag Prop show, even though it should be. We should have a Swag Prop. But he just sent me stuff. I always look at what he's done, and I just want to read this. Hey Rob, inside this envelope is the purported missing page of the booth diary. This is too in depth. I can't. This gets so crazy. I can't even. Anyway, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole. It's already 4:00 in the morning. But let me just say, Cal, thank you for the In the Mouth of Madness book. So, no, I did not. But that was the first thing that Swack sent me. I actually can't. Oh wait, hang on. No, I can't reach it. I can't reach where I'm at. I would have to. So, the reason that Swag Props was already. His name's Cal. Actually, that's not his name, but his name is. Let's call him Cal. So, one of my favorite movies for lots of reasons is Roman Polanski's movie The Ninth Gate, which for no reason, why is it my favorite? I don't know. It's just I like it. It's Johnny Depp. It's a movie about Satan and books. Great. So Swag Props makes prop replicas of the book in The Ninth Gate. And the first time we started talking, I was like, I couldn't believe there was somebody that would even do that. It's so obscure. Like, why would you spend your time making a book from The Ninth Gate? Well, oh, wait, am I? Hang on. Let me bring you guys back. Thank you.
It's fine.
So Swag Props makes the nine gates of the kingdom of heaven. Mm-hmm. And he sent me one, and I'm like, I was blown away.
Wow.
I was like, oh my God.
Unbelievable.
It was unbelievable. I can't reach it, but I would show it to you. It's right out of the film. Now, in the movie, there are different versions of the book. and he
Right.
makes so he sent me one version, and then all of the other engravings. It's so amazing. Go to Swag Props. It's S''WAK space props. And what he does is he makes paper products from films, books, maps. I can't tell you how much I love his work. It is insane. Insane.
Swag Props.
There it is. The
I'm wondering
9
now.
gates. So
trying
anyway,
to hold-
Swag, I mean, he did, he just, I'm not getting my lust caution figures of Tony Lung, so what can I say? Aiken says, "Hi, RMB, and Lael. I'm around your age, but I had a fairly sheltered childhood. Mum loved the old musicals. Thank you for expanding on what I missed." What do you both think about that?
You know what? We are the. I always think that like I would like to think of us as being like the you know we passed on what we've learned. We're the Grail keepers. So we're the Grail keepers. So like our take on nostalgia is it's like they always say, when you create something and you put it out in the universe, it no longer belongs to you. It's to the
Right.
it's the world. You know what I mean? So whatever I create, whatever I write, and if I put it out there, it no longer belongs to me. It's the world. You know what I mean? So that's what I think we are. Like we are the visual storytellers, if I want to call it. Like when they look at us, we're able to basically inspire. We go back to nostalgia. We give them a taste of what it was. Even like I said, inspiration for them to go back and look through old memorabilia or just classics, or pull up old films, listen to old music. There needs to be more people like us to kind of, it helps people embark on that journey so they can appreciate. In order for you to appreciate where you are now, you have to always reflect on where you've been. So I think that's what we are. We help.
I
Well
agree. I think we're passing the torch.
Yeah.
But I would ask you, do you think men and women see nostalgia in the same way?
I don't know. I hope so.
I mean, I think what's really interesting from the geek perspective, I mean, half of my life, being a geek at going to conventions was a very lonely proposition. It was so lonely, so lonely, so lonely. Very police, very lonely. But later, starting in I'd say the 90s, when anime came in, things like Sailor Moon and even Neil Gaiman's Sama, the character of Death, and Hot Topic, brought women into the genre fan space, and they never looked back. And, now
cosplay also brought a lot of women into it as well.
Yeah, I mean the cosplay and it was by the 2000s, it was amazing. I mean, it was incredible to see not just women but whole families. I mean, suddenly the dam broke and everyone was welcome. What was your experience? I mean, as a lifelong fan, I would assume you are. We haven't actually sat down and talked about it. Well, tell me about your fandom. But
I am a lifelong fan, and early on, conventions aren't what back, let's say 25 years ago in New York. We're not in Lael can relate to this.
Yes.
I think the only thing you had was like a science fiction convention, and that would always be at the Penn Hotel.
Exactly.
And it's essentially, it was not a fantastic convention. You would go there and they'd have a lot of comic book stuff and science fiction stuff that you could buy, but there weren't any presenters. There wasn't anything like that.
They wouldn't talk. There were no conversations. You couldn't actually talk about the history of the lore. It was just stacks. You pay, you move on. That's just what it was. Yeah.
And so early on, we didn't really get that collaboration, which would have been great if we had that, especially in New York. Like that could have been, now you could go to Forbidden Planet or someplace like that and have a conversation with somebody about stuff that you loved. Yeah. But there was no convention style options for us. And I'm sure San Diego Comic-Con existed at the time, but it was not an option for me to go to that. So, like everybody who's on the West Coast, you're very lucky to have had something like that, or if you were in a separate place, but that was pretty much it for a long time. So, and then finally, when New York started to come around and start to have events, early on, there were not a lot of women at those events, as you mentioned.
No, there weren't. I mean, and the funny thing is, we all dreamed of it. All of us fans were like, I want to meet the girl of my dreams in the comic book stacks. And that was never going to happen.
I mean, I remember I worked at the Javits Center a lot. And I actually worked for a company that did shows at the Javits Center. And, there weren't a lot of events, but even at that time, there were some staple events in New York that always happened, like the car show or the boat show. And, there were all these sorts of things. And so it did take time for it just, to find its roots in New York. And, and then I'd say at least a good 15 years into it that we finally started to get speakers show up. And special events at the event, and those were exciting. And a lot of times I couldn't even afford to go to some of these. I could see it being advertised, but I couldn't afford to go at that time. So I couldn't go, but I could watch it. They'd say, "Oh, it's at the Javits Center," or "Oh, at Madison Square Garden," or there was another place in Lael. You probably remember, it was near Columbus Circle. I don't remember what that place was called, but there was another convention center. What was it called? The one.
They used to have like I know there was one convention, I think on 48th and 8th. I forget the name, but it was like they would have the branches from the main. So like they were always like the smaller, little smaller scales. But at those smaller scales, they would have like, if you want to actually, they would have meet and greets. You know what I mean? And you would find like it was those type of settings were more informative because it wasn't a whole bunch of people like just, tramming, so you would have those smaller venues where you can actually go and ask questions, sit in. And I love this, like they're doing that now. Like it's more like, especially now that, Jacob Javits is actually hosting, New York Comic-Con, you have like those smaller scale locations where they have like, even like, it's like a smaller museum where you can kind of look, at like nostalgia. You can walk through, look at pieces. They have like, they hire like some cosplayers. They kind of stand by and, give you like a tour. Like it's like, it's become, that's why we just got, as a matter of fact, because we just got our tickets today for a New York Comic-Con. So the badges basically arrived, the lanyard, the shirts, everything, they're sending them out now. So I cannot wait. God, willing now. And the thing is, it's crazy because of COVID, what they did was when they put out the new mandate, a lot of people started getting refunds. There were a lot of refunds. So what happened was when they initially opened the floodgates to get the tickets and the badges, it wasn't like it was originally, whereas, you can just go in, you wait, you order your tickets. This year, like the Saturday tickets sold out quick. And that was because they had it was sort of like a pre-registration where you paid $100 and you can go ahead of the registration to get the tickets.
Right.
But when they put out the actual the mandate as far as like COVID restrictions, you had to show proof that you were vaccinated. Kids under 12 have to actually show that they've been tested. When they did that, they got an influx of individuals who got refunds. So then what they did was, a week or two ago, they put out another thing saying like Saturday tickets now are available, badges are available. You can actually get in now and get them.
Right.
So it's going to be really, really unique to see how they're going to do it this year and how it actually happened.
Saturday always sells out.
Yeah.
So, and it is sold out now. And I think there are tickets available for Thursday, Friday, and for Sunday. Yeah. So I was looking at Thursday, like just going in, being one of the first persons in there. If they, sometimes they'll have exclusives on Thursday or on Friday, and you can pick up stuff that way. It wasn't until the Watchmen movie came out, that I felt that things started to kind of shift more towards focusing on collectors and sort of getting together for different things. And I'll never forget when I went to go see the Watchmen. I saw it at, the IMAX. There's an IMAX theater that's a Globe at a museum on Long Island, and I went to see it there.
Yeah.
And I saw the first showing of the movie, and there was a line of people because like there was so much anticipation for this film, and there was so much surrounding it, so much excitement surrounding it. And as I came out of the first showing, there were all these people who were waiting online eagerly, like wanting to know what I thought about the film. And my best friend was with it. I dragged him to this film. Like, he didn't want to see the film, but to me, it was like the most spectacular thing I've ever seen. I still feel that way about The Watchmen. Yeah. And they wanted a report. And so I gave it to them. It was a good, like 35, 40 minutes of just talking to them. And they, like, by the time I finished, they went in there, I was like, yes, like someone actually cares about what I think about The Watchmen. Like, it just felt so good to be able to talk to someone else who was excited about seeing it. Yeah. And then, like, if we look back at The Watchmen, like, I think a lot of films are trying to recreate what The Watchmen was doing. It was different. It was like a different, kind of like an avant-garde film, in my opinion. But, I think it was just a spectacular time. And that's when I realized that things were changing. Yeah. That, definitely. I was going to have those opportunities to see other fans and talk to them. And then, and then of course, the social media was at that. I don't think it was it? I can't remember exact dates.
It was there.
It was there. It was not as prominent as it is now, but it was there. Yeah.
We didn't have, maybe YouTube had just come out then, but we didn't have like the channels that we have now where we
No. It was very different. Very different.
Yes. So, so that was kind of my experience in a way.
Well, I want to say, Aiken, see what your question wrought? Thank you for asking that. I very much appreciate that. Definitely. Rod Thunderheart says, you know what, Rob? Your movie wasn't considered good because it was good. All right? That's why critics didn't buy it. Would love to see more of what you can do. Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for that. The film that I've written and directed, Free Enterprise, is not readily available. But it will be soon, and there's much coming down the pike.
So many people are asking for that film, Robert.
I know. I'm gonna put it on my Vimeo stream, my preferred version of it. And just so people can have it, it'll be good.
And I saw the film a lot, and maybe Lael can relate to this. When we were growing up, they would show films on HBO or Cinemax or whatever, and we'd see them over and over again. And so, you would, when a film you liked, let's say in this case, a Free Enterprise would come on, I'm like, oh, I got to watch that one again. It's the one. Oh, I got to watch that. And I just put it on and I just watch it like a bazillion times because, but that was the only way I could see films because I didn't buy physical media back then. And, there was no on demand. So
I know.
You just had to wait until it was actually, slotted in. And HBO, like you said, constant repeat, so you would actually get your fill at that point.
No, I mean, look, Free Enterprise is like a forgotten movie. I think it's a geek touchstone only because of Shatner's performance and McCormick. But the man who paid for it won't allow us access to it. He said the last time we made an inquiry, he was like, call me in a year. And I'm like, call me in a year? Like, dude, I'm the only person who I was the post supervisor. I edited the film. I've done the different versions. Just give me the movie and we'll get it out there. But
exactly, yeah.
That's the world we live in. And I get it. People are strange. When you're a stranger, Echo and the Bunnymen, right? Doing the cover for Lost Boys to bring it back home. Just want to make sure. Stubble McShave says, speculative fiction can be a court drama, a murder mystery, or a passionate romance. And you can have spaceships and dragons. Fantasy and sci-fi can have concepts like mental domination. That opens up venues for telling more effective stories of human nature. Stubble, I would say you're absolutely right. I think that genre fiction also allows the authors and the viewers to be detached because it's a fantasy world. So they don't feel, especially people that are anti-vaxxers. How's that working out for you? But if they watch a story that addresses this, it's important. Like a great story does not see political views or religious views or racial views. A good story is just a good story.
A good story, exactly.
That's it.
A good story is just a good story, and let it be that.
Yeah, and I feel that great stories, the authors who write great stories, men, women, whomever, they're telling a tale. They're not thinking, well, I have to make sure that I'm coming out in favor of this political viewpoint. No, but that's not what a story is. A story is, it allows you to bring yourself into it and decide, what do I feel about this?
Mm-hmm.
That's what great storytelling is.
Yeah.
Michael Elliott says, RMB, next time I get on the show, I'll answer the riddle. Dude, you do not have to answer the riddle of the Sphinx to get on this show. You just have to be awesomely cool.
That's right.
Like
right.
Lael and
Super cool.
That's it. You got to be super cool. And how do I define super cool? I don't. I have other people do it for me. It's fantastic. I love it because I can't anoint people, but you know what? I always leave the door open. I would love to have you on the show. Perhaps tomorrow. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. So, Michael, thank you for that. And thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Pod Racing Palpatine sends in a super chat. Pod Racing says, hello, everyone. Thanks for having me on the show the other day. Well, you are welcome. That was great. I love typing Pod Racing Palpatine under
Pod Racing Palpatine. That's a crazy name. I love it.
I know. Had a blast, though I was ill prepared. Shout out to my cinematic brothers in arms, Dean, Paul, and my brother Anthony.
Nice.
Well, sir, you know what? I would say Pod Racing Palpatine, you are a stand-up fellow. But here's the thing. What I really want to know, you and the Gungans, I mean, are you admitting them into the government? Are you giving the Gungans the voice they deserve? Or are you just going to suppress them and keep them under the water of Naboo? Just want to know. I mean, I'm just asking. I mean, I don't want to say that I don't participate or thank you. I just want to know, where do you stand with
Allow
the
them to
Gungans?
cultivate and procreate. Let them in.
All right, that's what I think, man. I you know what, Lael, that's why you're on this show.
Yes, he is.
My God. Rod Thunderheart comes back again. Rod. My God, Rod. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Rod says, my following of Spider-Man stopped at Maximum Carnage. Well, a controversial run of the comics. Sorry, guys. Love of Spider-Man was then re-inspired by Sam Raimi. But I'm worried about No Way Home. Rod?
I'm not.
I think it's going to be good.
I hope he finds his way home. It makes me, I mean, I know it's the title of a film, but I worry for him.
I do too. I think, though, that we have to reassure Rod. I'm like, dude, you know what? Yes. I mean, look, we live in a world where we're getting a movie called Venom, Let There Be Carnage. I mean, if you hated the clone storylines, I mean, the fact is they've spent money making, they don't even own the MCU. Sony has made a Venom Carnage movie. I would say this.
Yes.
What is not to love about the world we live in?
Hey, Rob, did you see the news, though?
Yeah, about
the Carnage 1/6 scale figure.
A Hot Toy figure?
Did you not see that yet?
I did not. Dude, I've been busy. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
They teased the Carnage Hot Toys 1/6 scale figure. If you go to the Hot Toys Facebook page, it's there.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Bruh. Dude, I mean, come on.
yeah.
We talk about presence on the display. I mean, come
Yes.
on.
Yes. Yeah. Carnage, Venom on. Yeah. hmm And the thing is, the little teaser piece looks freaking amazing.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's amazing,
Dude.
bro. It's
For
amazing,
real.
bro. Yeah. Yes, bro. Yeah.
Where have I been today? I've been too busy. What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I got the notification this morning and I checked and I was like, what? Somebody actually sent it to me. They sent me in a private chat. They were like, yo, bam, here it is. I was like, what?
Lael, why don't you take this time? Let's do a break and give you a commercial break. Lael, you're not just Lael Rockwell, Jedi Knight. You're also who?
I am the 1/6 scale man. So if you don't know, I actually have my own channel. It is the 1/6 scale man. YouTube
Like
channel.
and subscribe. Go there right now.
Like and subscribe, yes. It's the 1/6 scale man YouTube channel. I do have comic book discussions with friends on Mondays. This Thursday, I will actually have, because we have Uncivilized Scoundrels. It is our Star Wars talk. So we talk any and everything Star Wars. It's a newly admitted show. We actually had it a week ago, and it took off. And so this Thursday we will have that. It is the 1/6 scale man page, and I'm hoping I can have on one of the shows.
Yes, I
Please
would
tell
love
me.
to.
Yes, definitely. And I already told Rob I need him on our comic book discussion.
I'm in, man.
Him. Cool.
I am in. That's what
Yeah.
that's what this YouTube community is all about.
Yes, it is. So if you
Spreading
can find me-
love.
Exactly. It's on a 1/6 scale man YouTube channel. Subscribe, hit the like button. Yeah, actually, as a matter of fact, go in and watch yesterday's show. We had so much fun.
What a great show.
We had so
Yeah.
much fun. I even I made it. I themed it Grand Theft Auto. It had the Grand Theft Auto scene, Miami scene.
Dude, the whole graphic's amazing.
The graphic was so fun to put together. It was incredible, and it was a great show. It was a phenomenal show. Had so much fun.
Yeah.
Well, I'm all down. People like, subscribe. I mean, I'm happy to have you here. You've classed up the joint, sir. Thank you
Bro,
very much.
anytime I can be anytime I can be on Robert Meyer Burnett shows, any shows, I am here, bro.
Oh my
I
God.
am here. Anytime you want me here, I am here. I've had so much. This is a dream come true to be with you guys tonight. I'm so happy. I am happy. I'm over.
It's a pleasure to have you here. Such a pleasure.
It didn't be live streaming at like 7:00 in the morning.
Yes.
Yo, that's
Lael,
crazy.
I you know what I have to say. Here's the great thing about YouTube.
Yeah.
Meeting great people.
Yes.
Smart, fun, effervescent, creative,
Yes.
happy people.
Yes.
And
It's phenomenal.
that's what I think YouTube has done the last during this pandemic era. Streaming and meeting people like you, it has been my pleasure. It has been
It's so
my
much
joy.
fun, man. And then we can have these discussions. It's like, yo, when you think about it, it's like if you live in a world where you just have like a real 9-to-5 job, like you're just cramming to get. It's like, yo, you're counting down the hours. Like, when can I get off? I cannot wait.
Dude.
But when you're having such discussions like this, like we can go on, and it's like, damn, like 8 hours went past.
Well,
Just
we're
don't even
half
know.
that. We're at 4 hours.
But and we go. See,
And which is amazing. And by the
we're
way,
still going. Yes.
still going. Michael Elliott says, R&B. Next time I get on the show, I'll answer the riddle. God damn it! Even my super chats are cliffhangers. For God's sake, Michael Elliott. Well played, sir. Well played. Well played.
Man.
Pod
Man.
Racing Palpatine sends a very nice super chat and says, "Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me on the show the other day. I had a blast, even though I was ill-prepared." Dude, no one on YouTube is ever ill-prepared because it's
Ill-prepared. Come
YouTube.
on.
Just so you know. You're amazing. Shout out
Yeah.
to my Cinemac brothers in arms, Dean Paul, and my brother Anthony. Well, Pod Racing Palpatine, we were happy to have you. Thank you for being you. And by the way, you know what? We're all the same. It doesn't matter when you're on YouTube. It doesn't matter how much money is in your bank account. All that matters is, can you command a screen? Can you just say, "Hi, welcome to my channel"? And if people are ensorcelled by that, man, you are good to go. By the way, I want both of you, Lael, give me your very best intro. If someone comes to your channel, by the way, what is your channel, Lael?
It is the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel.
So if you go, by the way, if you go onto the 1/6 Scale Man on YouTube, by the way, go there right now. We'll wait.
We'll wait.
Like, go there.
Go there right now.
1/6 Scale Man. Do a Google search. Go there right now.
Hey, listen. Go
Are you there
right now, because we are having a giveaway. So go there right now.
Yes, he's having a giveaway.
He's having a giveaway. I didn't know that. I'm basically just trying to like up your subscriber count.
So let me show you this giveaway. Let me show you.
Wait. Hang on. Let me just finish and go. Like, if you have not gone to 1/6 Scale Man on YouTube and subscribed, that's your loss. Let's move up to stage 2. Lael, you are the one. Please tell us, what giveaway do you have going on your channel?
So we basically, like right now, we're having a giveaway. So how this basically works, because we're having a giveaway once I reach 1,000 subscribers. Okay.
By the way, tonight, if you guys all don't subscribe, go there. He needs monetize his channel. Get
1,000 subscribers.
By the way, everybody go to 1/6 Scale Man on YouTube.
Yes. 1/6
Subscribe, like, and by the way, if all of you did it, it would make me like I'd be the shot caller at the bar. I'd be come on. I'd be so Wu-Tang tonight. What's up?
Exactly. Come on, man. Listen. If you go, and that is right there, 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. If you go to the channel, and this is how it's going to work, I am giving away a Diamond Select Grogu in the co-pilot chair.
Yes.
Okay? So it's a Grogu in a co-pilot chair.
Yes.
It's a half scale. So basically, it's an incredible piece, and it's actually, and now this is basically coming from now Collector Zone. This is actually sponsored by Collector Zone. So all you have to do basically is you become a subscriber. If you're already a subscriber and you recommend someone else and they say you did, you're in for the running as well. And also you have to become a member of Collector Zone Cantina on Facebook. But yes, once you do that, it'll be a local giveaway. You're in the running for it. And like I said, once we reach 1,000, I'll be giving it away to a lucky winner. Yep, there it is right there.
Hey, let me just say that Steven Saucedo, Old School Film and Gaming Reviews, says, just subbed. Well, thank you, Steven Saucedo. You fucking rule. Everybody, you know, I never thought I'd run YouTube channels where I don't want people to subscribe to me. I mean, I do. But let's face it. Come on, man. Tonight is all about my guests. Lael Rockwell. Yes. Lael, one more time. Where can people subscribe to you on YouTube?
They can subscribe to me on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel.
Now, hang on. When you say that, I mean, I think people are like, what is that? Like, it's the 1/6 Scale Man. Hashtag or at.
So it's mainly just 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. You can see that right there. It's on YouTube. I actually also have an Instagram channel, Instagram page as well.
Wait, you have 990. Okay, motherfuckers, come on. I need 3 of you. Just please, anyone. There's 136 of you watching the stream. You gotta love Lael. If only look at his beard and look at his. You can't. I need 3 of you. Please, just go to his channel. Let's get him to 1,000 subscribers so he can get monetized. You know what I'm saying? Like, just go there. By the way, all of you, go. And those of you who want to take it across 1,000 subscribers, please write back and go, it was me. Because I will give you a shout out.
Yes.
Go to 1/6 Scale Man
One Six Scale Man YouTube channel.
One
and
to
you
Scale
are
Man on
running.
YouTube. Just go subscribe
Yes.
to Lael. Just go subscribe.
Yes. And plus,
He
we got
only
great
needs.
content over there. Yes.
It's
Yes,
great content.
yes,
It's great content.
fantastic.
Great content.
Ding, ding,
So
ding, ding, ding.
go-
We've reached 1,000.
Oh my God! All right,
We
you
have
are.
reached
You know what?
1,000
Now you have
subs.
4,000 hours. You get monetized. Let me just tell you, I am so proud of all of you.
Thank you, everyone.
By the way,
Thank you very
wait,
much.
hang on. You know what? Wait. Hang on. I'm getting this. All of you get the fucking midnight metal fucking midnight fucking hand. Ah!
We have reached 1,000. There we go.
I am so proud.
Thanks, everyone.
I am
Thank
so
you.
proud of you. Lael,
Thank you for that.
you know why
Yeah.
you got 1,000 subscribers?
This is rough.
Because you, no. Do not, no. You got the subscribers because you, my friend, are fucking awesome.
Yes.
You, my friend, are a goddamn fucking metal man. This is fucking metal. Fuck ah! This is what Midnight Metal is all about. It's all about
Yes, it
community and
it
friendship and awesomeness.
is.
And you know what?
Yes, it is.
You, Lael, and your
Yes,
lady
it is. Yes.
are the cornerstones, the foundations
Yes.
of
man,
what
we
it
all
means to be fucking metal.
appreciate that.
So,
We
my
definitely
God,
appreciate
man,
that.
thank you for coming on the show. By the way,
Yes.
it's not over.
No,
It's not over.
no.
Just
We
because
still got
it's
time.
7:12 in the morning for you.
We still got time. Let's go.
I'm not
We still
finished
got
drinking.
time.
I'm not finished drinking. It's only for God's sake, man. I got alcohol in my
go.
glass.
We got
So,
more content to
let
go
me-
over. Let's go.
Let me ask you guys about HasLab.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's a good question. All right.
And you may not know this, but for my birthday last year, my family gifted me the Razor Crest as
Yes.
a
What?
present. So, yes.
Yes.
I know, right?
Yes.
So I'm waiting for that to arrive, and I just wanted to get your opinion about HasLab and
Mhm.
you know the products that they have coming out. They have some incredible pieces.
Yes, they do.
The Sentinel,
Um,
Galactus.
Yes, they do.
have you guys ever purchased anything from HasLab, or you're looking forward to doing that? They did the big Jabba the Hutt barge that is unbelievable.
The cell. Look.
Razor Crest. That's what I have coming from them.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Here. Okay. For those of you who don't know, so Hasbro as a company, in the world we live in, toys have changed, and kids today are not playing with action figures. They're playing with their pads. They're playing with video games, and that's not whether it's bad or good. It is not for me to say. Toys have changed.
Yes, they
However, what's interesting is we as we as collectors have grown up, you know, and when I was 16 in 1983, I wanted Jabba's sail barge because I had every single Star Wars action figure except Yak Face. I didn't have Yak Face. But anyway, whatever. I had, and so the idea that you would get a sail barge would be amazing.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, they never made one.
No.
They never made one in 1983. There was no one in 1993. There wasn't one in 2003 or 2013.
Yes.
40 years, there was no Jabba's sail barge.
No Jabba sail barge at all.
Because they could not, it was so big, they couldn't,
Yes.
and I'm there, I understand, I get it. They couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And now, so Hasbro was like, okay, we understand that there are people, because we get letters from you every single day. We understand that you guys want certain things.
Right.
So HasLab started a thing like, okay, well, we have an R&D department. If we could sell direct to the consumer,
Yep.
cut out the middleman and do all that, like, we don't know, would someone want Jabba's sail barge? And they put their all into it. I mean, my God, they did a fucking phenomenal job.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
And it was amazing,
Beautiful
and it was expensive as fuck. Like, I'll, you know. And then, for those of you who don't know, Unicron, They did the Unicron, the Transformers Unicron from Transformers the movie, which, by the way, is now out on 4K disc. They did it. I am not a Transformers fan. Like, I mean, I'm a fan. I love, but it eluded me because I was too old. But my God, I did see Transformers the movie in the theater in '84.
Yes.
I mean, it unfucking believable.
Yes.
And they made this toy. It's incredible.
Yeah.
So the question is, I throw it back to you guys. I think what HasLab is doing is amazing because they're like, well, it's a multinational corporation. They were never going to make these things.
Never.
They were never going to. You think they're going to make a gigantic Unicron that costs, what, $400? They'll never do it. Do you think people were going to make this? The Java sail barge? No, it was too expensive. They were never going to make it.
Exactly.
And the reason they're making it is because their fans. They're like, look, everyone wants. If you don't think we don't live in a world that's show friends, it's show business. We all have to make money. And the fact is, Hasbro. They would love, the people at Hasbro love what they do. Yeah. They want to make this shit, but they can't afford it. But if you pre-buy it, and there's all these cynics, don't be cynical. Yeah. Like, we're going to make this stuff, and it's going to be awesome. So,
Yep. And they're doing it. And that's the thing is because they're listening. They listen. That same as Jazz Inc. They listen. Yes. They're listening to people out there. They know that there is a demand for these pieces, and they're taking full advantage. And a lot of companies should do it. Like you would think some of the main companies would just, but again, I mean,
but the money, they're so expensive. These are high-end pieces. Gentlemen, lady, let me ask you, can I defer this to you for just a second?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going to leave this chat for just a moment. Because I have to drain the main vein. So I'm going to trust that you don't talk shit about me on my own channel. But I know it's 7:18 a.m.
Yes,
and Lael's like, and who has like an amazing girlfriend. She's like, how long is this gonna go on? Well, I you know,
my honey, I'm smooth.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna step up. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna let you guys, because I want both of you to opine.
Yes.
About this.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Yes. I have to say that the barge that they made, that Jabba the Hutt barge, it's a barge that appears for what, 20-30 minutes in the movie.
Yeah
But it's had such a profound effect over the experience of the movie, in the sense that wanting to have that experience of that fight on the barge, wanting to have the experience of near the pit, the Sarlacc pit,
exactly.
And then, of course, this is the first time that we see Luke Skywalker after, let's say he's fulfilled a good portion of his training now.
Exactly.
And he's not the same Jedi that he was in The Empire Strikes Back. Mm-hmm. Now he's back in black, ready to kind of kick ass and take names. And, he allowed himself to be taken prisoner, which was part of the plan. Mm-hmm. And, all the fanfare of getting to the Sarlacc pit to the point where Luke takes over. Mm-hmm. The excitement carries it through, and that barge just had so many characters, and so many interactions going on. It was just an incredible display of the Star Wars universe that we love.
Yeah.
So I think it was a very unique concept to make this toy, but because of what it would entail, and let's say the size of the detail.
You have the sail barge. You have so many different intricate pieces about it, and then on top of that, like a certain compartments. I mean, if you true to scale, we're talking about true to scale. Depending on the series, true to scale. You have to, you can't make Jabba sail barge without basically having Jabba as a part of it, and we know that figure is huge. You know what I mean? We know that. Now, mind you. it would be next to impossible to encapsulate a 1/6 scale
Yes.
version of that.
Yeah.
Hell no. That thing would never get you. Someone could actually make it for a display. They you know, especially at a convention or, you know, at, you know, like a toy fair or something. You can make it as a display, but there's no way unless someone actually builds it themselves. So to have that, you know, type of scale, it is, I mean, to have the opportunity to have a piece like that, especially because it was a pivotal moment in the film, like you said, Luke, you know, coming off of Empire, being humbled by the defeat of, you know, his father, finding out and then coming to terms, not really knowing, but, you know, kind of feeling that, yes, this could be my father, you know, coming to a plan where you actually have to save Han, you know, you have Leia who's basically involved, Lando who's basically involved, Chewie who's involved, both the droids, you know, R2 and C3PO involved in this whole caper, you know, to try to actually get, you know, so that it has to capture that essence. I mean, pretty sure that they would probably have, you know, then and you know, you have that. It would be decent to actually have something like that. And then, like, if someone can create, you know, you can go outside and create your own Sarlacc pit. You know what I mean? You can create something like that. But it's
I'm
just
sure- I'm
exactly.
sure people
But
have done
again, just to have like a bit of that, and as it's a piece of nostalgia, something that wasn't very important from the film.
Mhm.
HasLab actually coming together to actually give, you know, fans the opportunity to get involved and to have a piece of that. It's a brilliant idea. Like, it is so brilliant. You know, I hope that they continue on with that. You know what I mean? Just,
Yeah.
you know, we're getting, of course, we're getting, you know, the Razor Crest. You know, I hope they basically expand in that and, you know, just give us, you know, even hell, I actually want to see Slave One again.
Yes,
you know
we
what I
all
mean?
want Slave One.
We
We
want
all want
Slave
Slave
One.
Wait,
One.
wait. Hang on. It's not Slave One
Anymore. I know they changed the name.
let me ask you this, man.
Boba Starship.
Wait, just one second.
No.
The-
It's called the. It's not the. It's
I
not.
can't remember the name now.
It's not the Razor Crest. It's called. It's called the. Oh man.
What did they name?
Come on, guys, in the chat. You guys are still there. It's called. Oh, there's a name, and by the way, it is a canonical name that they didn't pull out of their ass.
No, they didn't.
It's
It was-
called
they
the.
had that name before or something like that.
Yeah.
What is it?
Hunter, the Hunter.
No.
So they changed the name again.
By the way, can I just
Oh, they
say?
did?
They did. What is it?
Yes.
called?
Hang on. It's called. But it's not Boba Fett's starship. It is. Well, hang on. I'll
I'm
use
trying to
the
think.
newfangled thing on the internet. It's called the pulse rifled fire. It's the fire spray.
Right.
Is that what it's
That's
called?
Yeah,
Fire
it's
spray?
called fire spray. Now here's what I find. Here. Okay, let's use this, children, as a metaphor for the modern age of America.
Okay.
So, slaves have been a part of human civilization for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Not just the African slaves that were brought to America.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been slaves. Usually, 2,000 years ago, when you were conquered, the country that lost understood we're enslaved now. So slavery is something that's been part of human civilization forever, since the dawn of time. So I understand, like, somebody probably said, like, you guys, we can't call the slave one anymore because it's, like, racist and I'm like, well, wait a minute. What about Shmi Skywalker?
Yeah.
What about Anakin's mom?
What up, Anakin's mom?
Like,
But
Anakin's
you
mom.
would have to change that narrative too if you're going to actually change. You know what I mean?
They're
So-
not actually
I mean,
slaves.
Yeah.
we live in a world which is so intellectually bereft of intelligence. I'm just like, are you people kidding? So, the word slave doesn't necessarily mean black Africans. You
No, it
know,
doesn't.
it means Luke Skywalker's mom.
yeah.
Yeah.
She was a slave. It's and yet in this world, we are so, like, not smart.
Yeah.
We can't. We have no, and so they have to change to the fire spray. I'm like, okay, fine, but you know, Boba Fett might have called it the slave one or Jango Fett because he felt enslaved. Like, imagine, Jango Fett was a man that had his genetic... Who knows what horrors he went through to have his genetic material extracted from him in the Star Wars universe.
Taking samples from him, right?
Yeah, like, he didn't have a life. He was literally enslaved by his or for his genetics. And yet now Disney's like, well, we have to... Have you guys watched any of these movies? Like, have you watched the Star Wars saga? Because we're talking clones, we're talking people that lost their freedoms. Democracy will die with people screaming. Like, have you watched these movies? And here's what I hate the most about our modern age. I feel that so many of these people that are doing the canceling, they're also really dumb. They don't know history. They don't know anything. All they know is their feelings at that moment. So-and-so tweeted something 8 years ago, and I hate this. I was full when they tweeted it, but now that I'm, what am I, 12 or what? It's just ridiculous. I mean, we live in a world...
It's no one that I know, and none of my friends. You know what I mean? I'm talking about pretty much every friend that I have is a Star Wars fan, and a lot of them are ethnic. You know what I mean? Not one of them have ever had a problem with that shit being called Slave One. Like none of them have actually had a problem because they don't take it personal. It's not something that I'm going to actually take personal. It's like, yo, George Lucas was the most socially aware person or director out there who, pretty much understood the demographics. You know what I mean? I mean, he dealt like, a lot of his storytelling deals with, a lot of spiritual content. You know what I mean? A lot of religion background. You know what I mean? And
dude, but
come on, man, you got Billy D. Colt, Mr. Colt 45 in the film. You know what I mean? And you don't.
Yeah.
What did he question it? No, because he's one of the smoothest motherfuckers in the movie.
Yeah,
you know what
I
mean? Like, come on.
You truly belong with us here amongst the clouds.
What?
Come on now.
The galaxy.
He was an intergalactic pimp and was smooth.
Trouble with your droid? No.
Han was like, "What? What do you?"
Yeah.
I mean, but
she's
like,
fine.
come on, smoothie.
But here's what I find interesting, Lael. Hearing you say that, there's a lot of people in this day and age that would tell you, you've been programmed by the patriarchy. You don't know what you're saying. And I find that I find what's really interesting about our modern age is that so many people are tied up in their own imaginations. Yeah. It's all academic. They go to college, they get their heads full of these things, and I'm like, okay, I want to know what happens when you go to a party and someone hands you a red plastic cup and you go to the keg 3 or 4 times, you meet somebody you like, and you get down and you guys are making out and all this stuff. You're having what by the way, what college is all about, and the experience is actually a good one. You're not date raped. You met a guy you liked and you made out and you had fun, which is what happens with most people. And are you going to go back to school and like rail against the patriarchy? What are you going to do? And we live in a very bizarre time where people are not honest about the real world, and that's what drives me crazy.
Yeah,
they're not honest.
Listen. It's become, and I say this with sincere, like it's become a world where even the movements, like certain movements, certain agendas have become, it's more like bandwagon cavaliers, like people just basically riding the bandwagon because it's the end thing to do. You know what I mean? Not even knowing the history behind it, or not even
knowing where it comes
from. You know what I mean? You just join that group because it's the end thing, because everybody else is doing it, so of course you want to become a part of that system. I mean, we have cancel culture, of course. We already know where that actually goes. You know what I mean? Like, all of these things are out here. Now, mind you, everybody should have a place of voice as long as it's sincere and it's steered in the right direction. But if you're doing it just because the next person is doing that with zero education, you're just as bad as everything else. Seriously.
Well, Lael, I mean, I just want to point out to you that the reason you're on this stream is not because you're a new friend of mine. I liked you. We have the same love of action figures. I thought you'd have something to offer and it'd be cool. I see you as a new friend of mine. No, the reason I brought you on my show is I needed a tokenistic. You know, I got some chick on my show, and I now have a black man. And I thought, like, wow, you know, I can make sure that the Burnettwork is a woke channel.
Right.
I mean,
and that's what people will say. That's
of course.
Exactly.
And it's like, oh, by the way, people will just clip out what I just said and put it on YouTube and be like, oh, Rob Burnett is just a tokenistic. Yeah, just that. Just that
part.
Little bit.
Just that part. They'll take that part and snip it out and then say, yeah, everybody go, yeah, see?
Rob Burnett is a racist.
Hunting for that. Exactly. People are hunting for reasons to shut people out. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that right there is wrong.
And
it is so wrong.
You're right, because kind of going full circle with this, essentially what they're trying to do is to force people into a situation where they're failing. And I find a similarity between that and in the movie Tango Shalom, Robert, because in the story.
Oh, wait, hang on. Wait. Can we hold on a second before you hold that thought for a minute? Just give me 30 seconds.
I had a dream.
Hashem told you to dance in a tango
A
contest?
dancing teacher wants to tango with you?
Critics are raving about Tango Shalom. It's clever and inventive, with right chemistry on and off the dance floor.
You're a lunatic!
A funny and thoughtful family film with a warm heart and a playful spirit. From the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding,
Oh, there's my Fernando.
Tango Shalom, in select theaters this weekend. Okay, so what were you going to say about Tango Shalom?
What I was going to say is that.
By the way, you two are the best. Thank you for indulging me in that way. Come on, man. It ain't show friends, it's show business. Come on now.
In the story, Moji is trying to, do something that, could possibly make him cross the line in regards to his beliefs. And he's following the rules and trying very hard to make sure he doesn't, do anything incorrect. But not everybody in the community is supporting him. And there's a scene where we see that. And that's what the point where you see that, perhaps the community could be more supportive, but they hadn't been, reminds me of what people are doing, what we're seeing, because they're looking for something that, somehow that you fucked up. Sorry for the expression, but that's what they're looking for.
Yeah.
And they get pleasure in finding this.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then reporting it to like everybody in the universe. And why? What's the point of even doing this? This is it's gone too far, and it's unnecessary. Unless someone's committing a crime, I just don't really get why you'd need to go back so many years to see these details. Like, why? What's the motivation?
How about what's happening in Texas with the abortion laws? They will pay you to inform on your. They've literally made a law that makes it lucrative to inform on your fellow Americans, fellow neighbors. I mean, $10,000, and I think to myself, I'm like, as a Jew myself, we just just finished a Yom Kippur, which is the most holy day in the whole Jewish year, which is the Day of Atonement. And for those of you who don't know, Yom Kippur is a Day of Atonement where you have to go before God and say, like, you don't get forgiveness. Like, God's like, oh, I'm sorry you did that. No, you have to go before God and say, I fucked up, and I did this. I am admitting this to you before God. Here's what I did wrong.
Yes.
And in the Jewish religion, no one absolves you of this. God's like, yeah, man, it's okay. No, God doesn't say anything, and you look at him and you're like, here's how I fucked up. And then you hear all this silence, and you're waiting to hear, like, well, son. No, God does not say that. He just looked at you with the empty void, and he's like, so you've just told me how you all fucked up. What do you want me to say? Oh, next year will be better? No, you already know that, and I'm not going to say shit. So that's what you do. And it's what I don't understand, what I really don't get. I think my biggest problem with the modern age is this. Who fucking cares what color someone is, who you want to fuck, what your religious beliefs are? Like, how about this? If you and I loved orchids and horticulture, you know, we love planting orchids and breeding orchids, and I met you at the orchid convention. Mm-hmm. And if we started talking, I'd be like, oh, dude, this guy knows a lot about orchids. I would be like, Yale, here's my number. Come on my YouTube show.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the world we live in. Nobody really cares. If you like somebody, does it matter what color or religion or sexuality? No, it's like you like them. Like, and the great thing about this modern age is that we're meeting people via online and all this stuff, and you get to know their personalities. When you stream with them and talk to them, you get a sense. Maybe not. You don't know everything about them. I mean, they might have dead bodies in their basement, like James Gum in Silence of the Lambs, and they'll dance around. You don't know that, but for the most part, people are pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like,
what you're talking about is looking at the positives, the positive side of being a human being.
Yeah.
Yeah, and being a human being is fucking awesome. And it's such a fleeting amount of time. And by the way, you know what's amazing about, for those of you out there who are still watching this, and there's 123 of you, let me tell you something about Mmmm and Lael. In the entire cosmic infinitude of creation, there is only one, Mmmm and Lael. They're the only ones. You're looking at two individuals that their uniqueness is so precious that it is priceless. They are the only ones of them that exist in the cosmos right now. Mm-hmm. How valuable are they? They're both priceless. There'll never be the likes of them ever again. And we're getting them at this point in their lives when, you know, they're not like going goo goo gaga drinking formula. They're actually intelligent human beings. And they're the only ones in the entire universe of them. Mmmm and Lael. Look at them.
Now, Robert, I have another question for you and for Lael, and it has to do with 1/6 scale figure accessories.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Yes. Lay it on us.
I've noticed that in addition to third-party companies making figures, they're also making suites of accessories, you know, outfits, you know, we already mentioned the chairs, but and other things. Why aren't we seeing more of those sort of separate sales of accessories like that on, let's say, a company like Sideshow? And do you think Sideshow will just suddenly decide that they're going to carry a full line of accessories, just so many to your heart's content eventually?
You want to take that, Rob?
Well, I think it all comes down to money, and okay. So Sideshow is a company that started small, but they've got big, and they've not only had their own license, but they distribute licensed product like Hot Toys, and to build accessories like we got the Throne of Wakanda. That was it was $100. It's a 6 scale chair. It probably costs 10 cents to make. And you look at it. By the way, am I complaining? No, I don't care. Hot Toys has a lot of expenses. I have no problem. It was like $106 with tax. I'm like, give me my Throne of Wakanda. like there was no. I never thought about like, this is too expensive, I'm not gonna buy it. No, you're like, I wish there were more accessories. I wish, like, Hot Toys never ever just released a chair before. And then when they did it, I was like, I have to have that. So, and what it comes down to is that I'm not looking to sell my collection of toys. What I want is a kick-ass collection of toys where I walk in and go, oh my God, that's so badass. That's it. I'm not buying to invest. It's not an investment thing. So
exactly.
No, it's not. You're like buying the shit you love and all that.
You love.
Exactly. And when you're investing in this stuff, you're lost. You think, I'm gonna buy more rocket raccoons from Endgame and put them in. I'm like, dude, no one's gonna care. No one's gonna care.
Yeah.
Rocket, it's a great figure, but nobody gives a shit. Like, people want Captain America, Thor, the Hulk, Iron Man, and whatever. That's what they want. So everything else is gravy or whatever.
Exactly. I
Well,
think.
what do you think, Lael?
I think okay. So again, they're with Sideshow, not so much Hot Toys because, like I said, they're creating these pieces. You know, they're distributing to these different companies to sell. Companies like like Sideshow, they're looking at, okay, how popular would it be? What is there a demand for it? You know, is it gonna, I don't want it to actually have a shelf presence within our warehouse for a long period of time and not be able to
we gotta
put these
sell them.
things
We
out.
gotta get them out.
Yeah, you know what I mean? We got to get them out. We got to sell them. And also they're just looking at, which I would think they're looking at the demand. You know what I mean? If they would, I think that if they would tap into something like that, if they would even tap into, I think the biggest thing is not even just so much accessories, but even dioramas. If they would actually tap into dioramas for these figures, I think it would be a lucrative sell for them. You know what I mean? It would be something that they can get. It would make so much sense if they did something like that. The accessories, especially for certain figures, that we like. For instance, Hot Toys did it once they did it a few times. Even though I'm wondering why, but like for instance, the Iron Man figure from Infinity War, when they released the accessory pack for it, you can still find an accessory pack through Sideshow. Like, it's still basically available. It hasn't sold. And I think that's what they're looking at, is a simple fact that, okay, do we want to invest in something like this? Will it sell when we already have certain accessories that are sitting there that haven't sold? You know what I mean? So I think it's one of those, it's like a really, really touchy situation. Like, and I guess that's pretty much why a lot of the accessories are sold with the figure, so they don't really have to worry about that. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, I think if they could take advantage of it, I think if it was like an important, like for instance, say, let's throw a character out there, someone who actually has
a Vision,
like Vision. You know what I mean? If we threw like a Vision out there, say for instance, you get like the regular version of Vision, and then you get the damaged version. You know what I mean? If they wanted to add accessories and stuff like that for that, it just depends on the popularity of the character. If the character is popular, if people are requesting these things, and if they're willing to listen, that's what it kind of boils down to at the end of the day. I mean, and like Rob says, it's not show friends, it's show business. They have to run a business, and at the same time, they want to make sure that it is a lucrative game, and it's not going to actually just sit there. You know what I mean? You ask for this thing, but we're not selling it. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, like they have, Spider-Punk, who's basically been out for years. They can't give that figure away right now.
And by the way, it's a great figure.
Yeah, it's an amazing figure, but they still can't give it away.
But what's funny about that figure is, to me, it's antithetical to why people like Spider-Man. A punk Spider-Man is inherently cool. And if Spider-Man is a punk Spider-Man, like, look, I bought Scarlet Spider. I bought Spider-Man 2099 because, and that's all from the video game, but they're also from the comics. So I'm like, okay. And I would have gone on, but I just didn't feel it. I'm like, you have to have verisimilitude. You have to be like, why do you own a figure? Why do you want to buy a character? Why do you want to buy this character? Why Spider-Man? Because Spider-Man's awesome. And I've got, I can't wait with my cord scale. When I put in my Module case, I've got the big, and then I'm going to have all my...
You want to put everybody around it.
Yeah, and then the villains flying, Doc Ock and Green Goblin and the whole thing. Because that's, why else? I mean, why do we collect figures because we want to have that iconic experience of what we love in our hands, which is weird, but still cool. And
This is my final question for both of you.
Okay.
Well, it's almost 8 o'clock, Robert. I'm
yeah,
guessing.
we gotta go. We got a few more super chats, and I'll. But yes, I would love to hear your final question.
Which 1/6 scale figures will always sell and why?
Ooh.
Iron Man.
Yeah, I my answer to that is Captain America.
Yep.
And I think that the Iron Man, Captain America. First of all, the Hot Toys Iron Man, and Lael, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that the Hot Toys Iron Man die-cast figures are the greatest toys ever produced by any company ever.
Yes,
The engineering, the tooling. I mean, put your prejudices about Hot Toys aside or whatever. Well, I don't like they're not exactly accurate because the foot is 1/3 small. Whatever.
Yeah.
I do believe that those figures are the greatest toys ever produced.
Yeah.
So
And there's a market for them. And the thing is, it's like I said. I mean, you see that with the Mark V that they actually just like a year ago, and people, that right there, was a reissue that was so important to me because I missed out on the first issue.
what was that? You got the die-cast version, right?
It's the die-cast version.
Because the first version was not die-cast.
Wasn't die-cast. This is die-cast, and I am so super happy that it is. It is an amazing piece, and I'm so happy that they're doing it. But the thing is, because we already know, that in China, their market for Iron Man is incredible. Yes. In China, the market over there is strictly Iron Man.
No, it's gigantic.
Cash cow for 'em. It is a cash cow over there. Seriously.
Wow.
So that will always be in production and it will always sell. It is a hot ticket.
I actually do have one more question because you brought up diecast, and I actually did want to ask you diecast questions, especially like diecast from yesteryear versus today. But my question, and it's purely speculative, is: do you ever think they will make a fully diecast 1/6 scale version of the Mandalorian with his Beskar armor? Because I want one.
You know what? That's a good question. I would say no. I would say no because having real armor like that, you have to figure out. Okay, so it is a toy. It's an action figure. And when you're making armor, how does that weight the toy and will it fit on the and by the way, there is no such thing as Beskar armor. So what you're doing is you're still adding a fake. Look, I would love if there was a way to have the Mandalorian weighted down by that so you could believe it's Beskar armor.
Yeah.
But it's like when you give him that, where does he take it? Like where? Like literally on the slave when he walks up the ramp to a ship, where does he put this stuff?
Right. No, I hear what you're saying, but I've seen so many great diecast figures. I mean, I love diecast figures.
Oh, dude, they're
I personally
my favorite
would
thing.
Love to have a 1/6 scale diecast figure of the Mandalorian. I mean, I just feel like that would be great.
I'm sure some Japanese company might do that.
Yeah, okay. And there was a company that actually did release the third-party figure. I forget, it was a third-party company, the unlicensed, that they actually did release some accessories. They actually did do a Beskar Mando. But the reason why I don't think that they would is because, again, it's weighted. Then you have to worry about the stand to support it.
Yeah.
The other, and then on top of that, articulation would be extremely, it'd be a hindrance in that. Like you wouldn't be able to really do too much with it because it's weighted.
Yep.
Standing it correctly, moving it around, it would become as crazy as it sounds. If they had the body to support it, if it was something that they could do, but it would be incredibly weighted. Like, put it this way,
and expensive for them to make.
Exactly. Like for anyone who actually has that 1/6 scale Hellboy figure, if you don't have it, it's an incredible piece. You could put armor on that because it's already weighted. It's an already weighted figure, like the exoskeleton, the endoskeleton. It's actually metal. It's actually is steel. But at the same time, for just like the regular, double jointed, regular figures itself, it wouldn't make sense to do it because again, they would have to recustomize the actual stand to support that figure. So it sounds great. It would be super dope. It'd be flames.
Yeah.
But I just don't think they would. And again, and then on top of that expense,
No,
it took us long enough to actually get a die. I'm thinking it's a die cast.
It is the die cast Beskar armor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, what I'm talking about, like the cyborg figure from Justice League. So I think that's going to be.
Dude,
That's a beautiful figure.
Yeah,
it's
so
just
it took them
another
that long.
indication that the Asians are racist. I'm just saying. And by the way, here's the funny thing. I never thought I'd say this. I get it. I get why they are an insular culture. They don't, we as Americans roll and we're like, hey, how's it going, you guys? I'm Rob Burnett from Los Angeles. Awesome. Show me the hot toys. Like, we're that way. And every other country's like, can we like defriend them or devalue them? How do we do it? Yeah. And they're not wrong. Like, we're not cool. Like, I wish Americans, you know what? Whoever's listening to the stream, just be cool. Like, so many problems are solved if you walk in and you walk in, you meet a captain of industry that happens to be a woman, and you walk into her and you're like,
yes,
it's incredible to meet you.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so Robert, you said there's a few more super chats.
There is. Okay, so Rod Thunderheart says, my following of Spider-Man stopped at maximum clonage. By the way, you weren't wrong. I mean, come on. That is the most pandering. Sorry, I don't want to opine.
And thank you, Rod Thunderheart, for your generosity.
Sorry, guys. Love Spider-Man was re-inspired by Sam Raimi, but I'm worried about No Way Home.
Yes.
Lael, should he be worried about No Way Home?
Not at all. In Feige we trust. And like I said, I know this film is going to be incredible. I
think
really
so
know
too.
It's going to be incredible. It is. So do not worry, do not fret. It's going to be incredible.
Don't give in to hate. It leads to the dark side.
Yeah.
Just saying. Terrier is back. Terrier says, I'm not abandoning you, my friend. But since you never have me on your own show, I had to go and make my own show with blackjack and hookers. To quote the famous robot, have to go, kids to entertain. Hey, listen, there's nothing better than people who are starting their own YouTube channel. I wholeheartedly endorse it, especially people like Terrier, who I've known for years. However, Terrier makes a good point. But since you have me on your own show, I had to go make my own with blackjack and hookers. I want to say, listen.
I think he's just joking.
But for those, no, hang on. For those aficionados of blackjack and hookers, I want to make sure you do it safely and make sure everyone's taken care of.
Yes, protect yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, just saying. I mean, could be good. Or otherwise, it could not be good. Mario Lopez says, Rob, I know you love the MCU, but to me, the overpowered Captain Marvel and especially Loki destroyed a big part of my love for this universe. Loki made all other movies irrelevant. But did he? I would say that there's a lot we don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot more to the story coming up for sure.
Let's let it unfold and see where it goes. I'm going to review it after episode 6.
Yeah.
Now, is Mario Lopez the gentleman who lives in Portugal?
Yes.
He has an incredible collection. I don't know whether they're 1/6 scale, but it's a very special collection. And it's spectacular. Like they are figures, but they're not movie figures.
Right. Well, it's fine. It's good.
Incredible. I love his collection. I felt like I had to say that right now.
Have you been to his house in Portugal?
No, but he has.
Just asking, just saying.
No, I believe he has showed some of us parts of his collection.
Yeah.
Online.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, listen, kids.
Yes.
I think. Wait, there might be one. Tom Jr. Jackson says,
Tom.
"Great show, Rob and Mmmm.
Well, thank you.
Lael was a great guest."
Oh man,
Aw.
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You
I
certainly,
really
you
appreciate
certainly
that.
were a great guest. It's true.
I
So
would
happy
say
to
this.
have you.
Yes.
Can I just take credit for finding Lael and saying he was a great
Yes,
guest?
you
No, I'm
can
just
take
kidding.
credit for that.
No,
Take your credit. Take the credit. You
no,
have
no,
to
no,
take the
no,
credit.
no. You know what? Collaboration means it's everyone's
Yes.
ideas. I can't
Oh,
I maybe that's a part of my career. I should have just stepped and said, "I'm awesome. Fuck all y'all. Do what I say." But I didn't do that. I didn't do that. But I do want to
Yes.
say a profound thanks to
Oh,
my
man.
co-host Mmmm, and my
Yes.
new friend, a fucking
Yes.
phenomenal guest,
Yes.
Thank
Lael.
you. I appreciate that.
I mean,
really
Lael
appreciate
Rockwell. Thank you for being here. Now, let me ask you, Lael. I'm sure many people will want to find you and follow you. Where
Yes.
can people find you, Lael?
They can, again, you can find me on a 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. You can also follow me on at the same name, 1/6 Scale Man, on Instagram as well. So you can definitely find me on those two outlets. I haven't created like a Facebook page yet. I'm not really, yeah, I'm teetering on that. I just want to kind of
That's
stay
all right.
away from that. So yeah, right now you can find me on those two platforms. Also, I'm sorry, 1/6 Scale Man on Twitter as well. So you can find me there as well. Subscribe, like, and come on board. Great material, great guests. I'm so happy. I was blessed and honored to have Rob on yesterday. It was an incredible show. Bucket list checked.
Wow.
So
Well, thank you for
That
that.
was a great show.
But the thing
Definitely.
is, that for me too was amazing. I had an amazing time with you guys.
Yeah, it was incredible, man.
Amazing.
It was incredible. And then get to meet and then to actually say she said she'll actually come on the show.
Yes, I will. Yes.
I'm happy about that. I am so happy. Will you come on the Star Wars show?
Yes.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm so happy. I'm so happy about that. Yes, I'm
Thank
happy.
you for inviting me.
There you go.
I am all about that.
Yes. Yes.
Well, listen, kids. I mean, it is 2 minutes to 5 on the East Coast.
Wow.
I think I'm going to let you all go and say goodnight, but I want to say, Lael, you know,
5
what an
hours.
amazing guest you were. Thank you so much for being here. I
Anytime,
appreciate it.
anytime. I will come on this show anytime. It does not matter. I'm all in.
Well, I thought we had a very erudite, worthwhile conversation, so you are welcome
Yes.
anytime, sir.
Yes, let's go.
Yeah.
I love this.
And we are going to go in the sense that we have a rocket launching or whatever.
Yeah.
Where are we at here? Who should we thank? What's up?
Oh, we should thank you, Robert, for having this great Midnight Metal show, but also everybody in the super chats tonight. You guys were so generous, and all the people in the chat for taking the journey with us.
Yes.
I have to say that. And by the way, we have the greatest wrenches. Darren J. Seeley is here.
Yes.
I think Bunyan Snipe was here. We'll see.
The Richard was here earlier.
The
Twin
Richard
Flicks
was
as
early.
well.
Twin Flicks. I mean, my God. What a great bunch of folks. I know not everyone can stay until 5 in the morning Pacific time.
They took shifts.
It was great. And I want to thank
Yes.
everyone, as said, for supporting the channel generously via super chats and tips. And I also want to tell people that I actually didn't even look tonight. I apologize. You can write letters to Midnight Metal at the Burnettwork.net website.
Yes.
There's a place where you can send in letters. We will read them on the air. If there's letters from Midnight Metal, I will let read them because let's face it. If you write a letter to us, you want to see her like wearing a busty Annette Funicello shirt, and as she reads, just saying. People are like, come on,
I actually need to see her in a Phoenix Shan costume. I do. At least once. At least once.
Yo, man,
I would try to accommodate you.
Yes.
you know what's great is she can wear what I want underneath what Fennec Shan wears. And so I'm done with her, and she puts on her clothes, and then she opens up and does it for you too. Fantastic! Oh my God,
That's incredible. That's incredible, man. Yes, definitely.
But in all seriousness, I don't want this moment to be lost. This was a great stream. Thank you so much for everyone who's here, everyone who participated, and of course, always great. And Lael, first time on the channel. Thank you for being here. It's been fun to get to know you. I hope we'll have you back again. I think everyone had a good time.
Anytime.
All right.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
I'm happy to come back. Yes.
And of course, it's now 5:01.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to say the two of you, the greatest guests ever. It is time for me to Lawrence Welk this shit and bid you good night. Sleep tight, pleasant dreams to you. Anyway, I'm going to end this stream. I want to thank you both for being here. Thank you to all of my moderators. And remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. All you have to do is listen, and listen to it on Midnight Metal, where you will meet people you've never met before. Right? So everybody, thank you for being here. Thanks for the generous support. And we'll see you, as Justin would say, in the next video. Oh my God, we all know that. Amazing.
Next video. Let's go. Yeah.